Emergency alert. The river is sending them back.
If you see a lantern moving upstream, don't follow it. Don't say your name, because tonight, the river is sending them back.
I returned to the shrine before dawn, because the ledger seemed less like a book and more like a breathing thing that needed to be watched. The night had been noisy with lanterns scraping along the bank, a soft procession of accusation. Even when the village slept, the river hummed its old complaint. My breath fogged in the little room where Hoshi kept the records. The tatami mat smelled faintly of smoke and old paper. Hoshi sat with his knees folded, palms against his thighs as if steadying a bell. He had fetched a single oil lamp, and it made the soot on his robe look like a stain that might not wash out. "Are you certain you want to see this?" he asked, not because he feared me, but because paper was a kind of law in that room, and the law can cut both ways. I said nothing. The ledger was wrapped in a moth-eaten cloth whose weave had caught river grit. When Hoshi loosened the knot, the cloth resisted like skin. Inside, the ledger smelled of two things, smoke and water. The pages had been singed along the edges in places, and some sheets had holes where ink had run and burned through. Near those holes the paper had been rubbed smooth by hands that might have been frantic, or might have been trying to hide a word. He set it before me on a board so that the light pooled over the center like a small pond. The first page I opened was almost blank, a record of offerings, neat characters, dates, cedar branch tallies. A child of my age might have made that neatness into a game, counting, crossing, counting again, but whatever sport had been here had been interrupted by a flood. The handwriting changed at a point, a hurried hand with ink pushed into the fibers, and then a new column, names, parcels, privileges. It read like any ledger until it did not. There, among the names of rice plots and water allotments, were notations that read like purchases, but the commodity was not rice and was not land alone. The entries hinted at a different economy. "Here," Hoshi said, tapping with the heel of his hand. The tip of his finger left a line of ash. I leaned closer. The line led to a name, a family I recognized as one that had grown wealthy after the flood a century before. The ink had been smudged by rain, but the characters were still legible. Next to the family name was the phrase for one life, a phrase someone had tried to obliterate by burning the corner of the page. My stomach tightened as if the river had moved into it. I had known, in the way people know about storms as they arrive, the rumor, the hush, the fact of things not named. But seeing names there, my name's shape in the ledger made rumor into reality. This paper proved that deprivation and gain had been born from a bargain. What had been myth became a contract sung in ink. "We kept to the script for generations," Hoshi said. His voice was a thin reed. "The chant says number and name, offering and passage. We learned to say it without the part that pinched. The part that asked for." He stopped and drew a breath that shook dust from the lamp shade. "Ask for what?" I asked, though I already knew. "Ask for a life," he whispered. "A life offered to calm the river." The words should have been an explanation, and instead they were a bell tolling. The lanterns that had pushed upstream were no longer wind tricks or a trick of the river. They were ink and ledger, matched to flesh. The village festival, the candle-light procession we had all believed was a human ritual of release, had been grafted onto a ledger of trade. Where before the dead were guided, now the dead were owed. The ledger made the dead collectors. I ran a thumb along the margin. The paper was brittle. Little black dust melted into the ridges of my fingerprints. My own family name was there. My grandfather's name, written in a hand that had been careful, then hurried. Land parcels assigned. The word silence scrawled beneath in a different hand, the ink thinner and tremulous as if written by someone who was already listening for the river. "You shouldn't have let me see this," I said. "Perhaps," Hoshi replied, folding his hands. "But the ledger is not a thing that hides forever. It wants to be read." It wanted in some sense to be read aloud. Papers are a kind of witness. They keep the count and wait for an accounting. The ledger's pages had been a pillow for secrets. Now that the lanterns moved upstream, they were waking those secrets, as if the river itself had decided it would not be comforted by a softer version of the story. When I left the shrine, the sky was the grey of old silk. I walked to the tea-house, because that was where the village argued when it could not sleep. Takumi was there before me, tapping a cigarette case as if keeping time. He did not look surprised when I produced the ledger. The tea-house hummed with a few early customers and the smell of boiling water. Aya sat at the low counter with her damp hair, picking at a tiny lantern, remnant like a child with a shell. Takumi opened the ledger on the wooden table, as a man might open a wound to see what the infection looked like. The light pooled across pages that had been half burned, making them glow like relics. "Look at this," he said. "Names marked." Old woman Sato leaned forward, her knuckles white around a teacup. "I knew," she said. Her voice folded in on itself like a paper boat. "I remember the household. I remember the night someone said it had to be paid. Who paid?" Yuri demanded. She stood as if she might strike the table. Her hands were steady. After years of watching a life sink, she had learned the economy of restraint. The ledger offered up particulars. A scarlet smudged entry named the family that had received additional paddies. Another line set out a fishing right for the head of a household. One entry had been deliberately pared down, half burned, the scorch stopping where the ink said a name. It was an ugly geometry, benefit and erasure arranged on the same plane. The ledger did not say the method of payment, but for one life was enough to make the bargain obscene. "If this is true," Key said, flipping pages with the thin, clinical gesture of a teacher leafing through tests, "then our ceremonial language is complicity. Someone wrote this down. Someone decided which life. And the ledger is still here," Mayor Ito muttered. He had washed up in a plain suit that had collected incense dust like lint. "Suppose we burn it. Suppose we bury it. People will feel better." "Burning will not change what was done," Sato said. Her voice had the flat authority of long service. "Burning will only break the record. The river will still remember." It was Fisherman Ono who provided the small, private evidence that made the ledger impossible to treat as merely an old municipal document. He came in smelling of tar and rotting net, carrying a small bundle wrapped in seaweed. When he untied it, the tea-house smelled of river water, and something else singed hair and paper fused as if the two had been kneaded together in a child's hand. He set the bundle on the table and opened it like a surgeon. Inside were fragments of lantern paper that clung in a web to hair blackened at the edges, but with the inner fibers still intact. A small clump of hair, charred at one end, lay against a scrap of paper on which a child's hand had once traced a clumsy character. The same sort of ink as in the ledger. It looked ridiculous and terrible on a table where people were meant to eat. We passed it around like a relic. The hair warmed under my fingers for a moment as if a pulse had not quite gone out. "We pulled this from the shallows near the old ford," Ono said. "The net caught it this morning, caught some paper and then some more. The fish wouldn't touch it. They kept circling. I thought it was bait till I smelled the hair. The hair was not mine. It was not anyone I could name with certainty, but the clump had the pressure of a life that had been gathered and tied into history. The ledger might have been ink and the river might have been water, but here, at the tea-house, the account became tactile. Hair and paper and a history that might be called theft. "So the dead are reclaiming more than names," Takumi said, and his voice had a dangerous calm. "They're asking for what was taken. They've begun to make claims," Key added. "Not only spiritual claims. There have been placements, lanterns on boundaries, lanterns at gates. It's as if they are saying, this field, that house, these things are part of the bargain." Discussion rippled through the room. Some villagers wanted ritual repair, extra offerings, vigil, a rereading of the chants. Others feared that ritual without names would be a lie again. If the ledger named beneficiaries, then naming them aloud and making them restore was the logical next step. But naming would mean punishment, shame, and possibly legal fallout. Mayor Ito thought of tourists and the village's fragile reputation. He stroked his wristwatch as if measuring time against possible losses. At the heart of the debate, my family's name hung like a stone. I could feel the ledger's eyes. The ledger didn't accuse in the way a human might. It presented facts. It showed a calculus of benefit and omission. It did not say, "You are guilty." It said, "You were counted among those who took advantage." That night I walked to the river, because I couldn't bear a room of people who were choosing strategy over shame. The bank was littered with tiny lantern shards. Their light lay like a grid across the water, each bright spot a small face. A lantern scraped at a stone and left a smear of green weed on the paper like a calling card. The river moved in its usual way, but with an added insistence, undercurrent, tugging toward the village. As if the whole body of water had decided to edge itself closer to our doors. Aya crouched at the edge, fingers in the water. She turned to me without surprise. "They want names," she said. "Children see more clearly when the grown have complicated motives. They say you are on the paper." I felt my mouth go dry. "They say a lot of things," I said. "But they put marks on the ground," she replied, the practicalness of a child. She pointed to the mud where a lantern had left a fingerprint, a shallow ring with no depth, like a seal pressed and lifted. "They make claims here." The river sighed. Somewhere upstream a lantern bumped a rock as if impatient. "If we admit names," I said, "what then? If a family returns land, will that settle them? If my grandfather's house becomes someone else's, do I lose my guilt?" "You don't lose guilt by losing land," Aya observed. "But some things like names can be traded too." There was logic in her childlike arithmetic. The ledger's naming was an attempt to restore accounts by making beneficiaries pay. But accounts are not always balanced by the coin of land or rice. What was owed was a life. What could be paid back were objects and words. Could words and land be currency enough against the river? The next morning there were voices in the council house. Hoshi had compiled a list from the ledger's pages, transcribing names onto clean sheets so that people could point and say, "There, that is who benefited." No one was surprised to see some names on the list, the wealthy families, the long-standing households. But some names were less expected. Small farmers who had seemed poor were listed as recipients of fishing rights or grazing claims. The ledger did not match current reputation with receipt. It made a new map of old favors. I sat at the back as the village argued. Mariko strode into the center like a woman carrying a cross the size of a plough. Her face had the look of someone who had always believed ceremony could order the world. Now she looked like someone who had used ceremony to smudge aside ragged problems. "We preserved what we had," she said. "What keeps a village together is custom. If we pull at one thread, the whole garment unravels. Custom is not a shield from truth," Sata replied. "Custom hid a slaughter and called it peace." Voices rose. Yuri stood and spoke in a voice that had the patient strength of a person who could wait centuries. "My son was given to the river," she said. "I knew then only that someone had taken him. I have asked for what was taken. Tell me the names. Tell me who profited." People looked at me as if I might object. I swallowed. What could I say? That my silence had been a bailment of protection for my family. That I had let a child go because I was afraid of what would happen if I spoke. The ledger had turned my avoidance into a commodity. My silence had been part of the stock of social capital handed down like land. Names will not heal things, Mayor Ito argued. They will break families. We can mend the ledger with ritual. We can do more offerings. We can teach the young what? To lie more nicely, Takumi said. He swept the room with the kind of fury that was not loud but inevitable. "This ledger shows we paid some people for keeping quiet. If we refuse to name them now, the river will name what it wants. Are we going to keep pretending the river is wrong?" The debate did not reach a tidy end. It could not. The ledger had done what it was made for. It had forced accounting. But accounting is a social thing as much as it is arithmetic. Names are not only ink on paper. They are reputations and houses and futures. Naming would be a surgery with collateral damage. In the days after the council meeting, lantern placements intensified. People found bundles of paper at gates. Children woke to see lanterns settled on their futons. Fields had lanterns arranged in lines that pointed to fences. The spirits were not content with paper evidence. They wanted visible redistribution, land markers realigned, fences opened, names spoken at shrines. The ledger gave them a language and the lanterns provided the force. I walked among the fields and tried to imagine removing the marks next to my grandfather's name. I tried to imagine handing a deed over to someone else's family, as if undoing a knot. Paper is a structure that supports life titles, deeds, contracts. But paper also bears the memory of what justified those structures. The ledger suggested our village's comfortable borders had been drawn in soot and hush. At night, alone in the house that had belonged to my grandfather, I held a scrap of paper from the ledger folded small in my palm. The ink had been absorbent. It had blurred at the edges like a smudge that caught a reflection. I pressed the scrap to my face and tried to smell the river in it. The room seemed to fold inward, as if the house itself resented being the prize in an old transaction. My hands trembled. I thought of the child at the river, the ripple, the delay in the world while I chose to stay on the bank. The ledger had now put that moment into a ledgered economy where my family had received advantage for my silence. It is one thing to live with guilt in a private cavity. It is another to find that the guilt has been converted into an asset. My silence had been profitable to my line. To confess now would not only be moral reckoning, it would be a transfer of resources. Confession could mean restitution, possibly land returned, possibly public censure. I felt like an old root being pulled. My name was anchored to property, and that property had been parceled on the back of a child's breath. When I tried to speak to Mariko the next morning, she received me with a face like river-burnished stone. "We kept the peace because there was no other way," she said. "Tell me, if truth makes the village fall apart, is truth better than a village of the living? What is a village if it calms the river by taking a life?" I asked. She did not answer directly. Instead she said, "We must be careful. The ledger is old, but the consequences will be new. Reckoning can unmake more than it mends." People began to take sides. Some households declared they would return lands if the ledger so indicated. Others argued that to return property would be a kind of theater meant to placate spirits without actually righting the wrong. Key tried to propose empirical measures, soil surveys, tree rings, legal registration of transfers, but even dry facts could not displace the feeling that the ledger had unearthed, a living pressure that wanted moral currency. The river's shade did not care for castral law. One night a lantern drifted into our rice plot and settled precisely on the small stone marker that had been placed when we had first fenced the land. It pulsed like a heartbeat, and then uncurled into a ring of ash that smelled of hair and cedar. The next morning a child from a neighboring field had drawn a chalk line in the mud that seemed to follow the ghost of the ledger's notation. Neighbors whispered that boundaries had been shifted by the night and that in the morning, the laborer who measured for the season had found a stake missing from a furrow. The spirits were literalizing the ledger's claims into the land itself. By the time Hoshi came to my house bearing a small, folded sheet of paper with additional transcriptions, the ledger had become the village's contested artifact. "We cannot keep everything hidden under ritual charm," he said quietly. "People are asking for names. They will demand action. The shrine has not always told the whole of this history. I have done what I could to write what remains." He handed me his sheet. I read the characters and found my family's name there again, but this time next to a line that had been scribbled, "Maintenance of silence, privileges retained." The phrase was like a noose in ink. "What would you have me do?" I asked. "You must decide," he replied. "This ledger can be brought out, names read publicly, reparation made. Or it can be sealed and we can continue to pay the river with offerings and find less painful ways to keep the peace." But the river is not satisfied with suit and words if the accounting is not made whole. There was a moment when we both heard a distant sound, like 100 thin hands pressing against the old bridge. The lanterns that had been smoking upstream shivered and cooled, as if considering whether to move again. My throat closed. The ledger had offered me a choice that had always been there, but had been given form: confess and risk the collapse of my family's name and holdings, or maintain a silence that the river had already declared insufficient. The terrible arithmetic the paper demanded had nothing to do with law or ritual. It had to do with whether a village would prefer the comfort of a lie to the messy justice of the living. I went to bed that night with the ledger's scrap in my palm and the impression of a hand somewhere upstream, closing around the net of history and refusing to let it go. The lanterns outside were soft and patient. They were no longer possible to ignore. When I fell asleep, it was with the ledger under my pillow, as if the paper's weight might keep the river at bay. I woke to find a small lantern left exactly at the threshold of my house. It did not drift. It hovered, a trembling lamp that threw the ledger's characters into a moving shadow across my floor. It pulsed once, like a demand, and then became still. There are things the ledger cannot say: how a night smells when someone slips beneath the surface, how a mother's hands change when she never knows what happened to a child. But it can list who received what afterward. And the more I learned from the ledger, the more I understood that our festival had been a ledger itself, a means of counting away the living and balancing some people's ledgers on the bones of others. The river had learned to read our accounts. It had come upstream not to be guided but to collect. The question that clung to me like wet clothing was simple and terrible. Now that the ledger had named us, could we name ourselves before the river did? The lantern at my threshold hovered like a question mark. When I left the house, I folded the ledger scrap into my pocket and walked for the bridge. The villagers were gathering, some because they wanted to hear what might be said, others because they wanted to see whether ritual could still hold a place against the ledger's appetite. Takumi was there, eyes red from sleepless nights. Hoshi stood with his palms together. Mariko moved through the crowd as if she were shepherding a flock that did not know itself. The bridge looked narrower than I remembered. A lintel stretched over water that seemed now to hold the village's account ledger in its dark. Lanterns clustered along the rail like watchful faces. The ledger in my pocket felt like an accusation that I could either hand over or lock away. My fingers trembled. The trimmer was the ledger made manifest. I was not ready to speak aloud yet. I was not ready to see what naming would do to the people I loved and feared. But the ledger had no patience for my indecision. Its soot-streaked ink had the vindictiveness of arithmetic. An answer will follow a sum. The village was no longer a place where we could pretend that history smoothed itself into painless ritual. The ledger had changed everything it touched. The lanterns had only amplified what was already written. I watched a lantern push upstream, pause under the bridge, and then tilt its light toward my house. It hovered, uncertain, as if waiting for the movement of a throat. The river held its breath. The ledger in my pocket was warm against my thigh. My choices were counted now, not by prayer but by ink. And when I looked up at the faces on the bridge, I knew the ledger would demand them soon. I had always thought that knowledge could cut through superstition like a clean blade. It was a belief I acquired not from courage but from habit, an education that made patterns, graphs, and probabilities dependable scaffolding upon which to pin the world. Key lived by the same habit. He was not a heroic man of certainty, merely a teacher who believed that if you measured something enough, its shape would reveal itself. When the upstream lanterns began to trouble our river, Kai reached for his instruments the way others reached for prayer beads. He organized the inquiry with the meticulousness of a person who feared what sloppiness might allow to fester. We met beneath the school eaves where damp tatami smelled of chalk and green tea. Key had borrowed a current meter from a contact in the city. He had paper charts, a little handheld anemometer, a spool of rope, and a battery of questions. He distributed roles as if he were assigning a drill. Mayor Ito would handle relations with the prefecture if the situation required external aid. Ono would take the boat and run the nets. I would record witness statements. Takumi, for reasons he never explained, guarded the little row of instruments like a watchman. We start at the bridge, Kay said. Microcurrents, eddies, temperature differential. If anything is driving upstream movement, there will be a measurable anomaly. That statement, simple and unadorned, held a promise. It suggested that the river's behavior belonged to a system that, given sufficient patient measurement, would resolve into an intelligible cause. If there were a trick, a hidden spring, an eddy created by the old stonework, a deliberate human deception, Key's tools would unmask it. We went at dawn. The air sat low and moist above the water, a skin of fog that blurred the reed beds and left only the bridge's ancient stones visible like teeth. The river itself looked obliging, a silvery band moving downstream, small waves folding in submissive arcs. We plugged the current meter into the water, read values, logged them on the whiteboard Key had set up on a folding table. The numbers were mundane flow rates within historical ranges, nothing to suggest an upstream pressure. The anemometer showed nothing more than the river's ordinary breath. From a scientific vantage, the lantern's upstream motion was implausible. Key's insistence had an unsteady quality. He was careful, deferential to data, but his hands trembled when he wrote. He would look up, squint at the surface, and then lower himself to mechanics, drop a die into the flow, measure its spread, time the movement. Each time the die behaved as expected, slipping downstream in a languid brown ribbon, I felt something like disappointment ripple through me. If the river was an honest river, if these instruments were not being tricked, then the lantern's upstream movement required a different vocabulary, a vocabulary Key did not speak. Honor's nets came before noon. He had been roused from sleep by the sound of the village, somebody had shouted. Or perhaps he had only imagined the shout, but he was ready. He rode with a rhythm that had nothing in common with Key's diagrams, muscle and memory rather than measurement. He brought the net up through the morning light, and when he slammed it across the pebbles, a small, wet weight thudded against the wood. We gathered. The net held a damp convolution, a strip of rice paper, the kind used for lanterns, blackened along one edge as if singed, and threaded through it a short length of dark hair. The hair clung to the paper as if fused, matted with something like resin and river slime. It carried a faint, persistent scent of incense and algae. The villagers who knew how to name such things went quiet in the way of people at the edge of a funeral. Key crouched, wiping at his glasses as if clarity would be found in the smudge could be. He began, and then stopped. That half-sentence told us much. There was a place where plausible hypotheses could begin waterfall eddies, human pranksters. A small physics trick, but the thing in the net did not fit neatly. It was not merely paper tossed upstream. It bore what looked like a biological imprint. Maybe someone tied hair inside the lantern to weigh it, Mayor Ito suggested, as if naming a pedestrian fraud would close the fissure opening under our feet. Why burn the edge? Ono grunted. Why fuse it like glue? Maybe heat, Kay said. Lightning strike, a heated stone. He was talking in circles. Rational possibilities were being pressed into service like bandages over an infected wound. We sent the fragments to the prefectural lab in a sealed envelope. Key sent his notes. He could not help himself. He wanted numbers decoded by a neutral authority. The prefectural lab replied with a bureaucrat's promptness. Cellulose fibers consistent with rice paper. traces of hair fibers that matched a human sample taken from a living child in the village, and inexplicable mineral residues consistent with burnt organic matter. The official phrasing refused to pronounce anything supernatural. Bureaucracy never speaks of the uncanny. Yet the content hair, fused to paper, traces of combustion refused of comfortable categorization. Key doubled down on method. He held a meeting at the tea house. It was the kind of place where decisions usually happened after the second pot of tea and the third cigarette. Now it functioned as a provisional council chamber. Key taped his diagrams to the wall and explained, in careful syllables, how variance in flow might produce local upstream motion. He drew eddies and backflows, showed us how stone work under the bridge could create a momentary current that might lift a light object and tumble it upstream for a short distance. One lantern floating upstream for a short distance is a fluke, Kay said. A series of lanterns, human action, a lantern tethered and pulled, a child playing a cruel game. He spoke to the practical mind in all of us. Where fear lacks an axis, reason will pivot. Takumi, with his face like a weathered lantern, eyed Key as if measuring his neck for a rope. So, he said, if someone wanted to scare people, fabricate a ghost we could understand in your terms. Whoever did it would have to display a knowledge of our rituals. Key's mouth tightened. Not necessarily. People play tricks during festivals, it happens. It is not a moral claim. I finished. My voice came out smaller than the thing I felt. I carried Sato's ledger in my head like a hot stone. The idea that someone could reproduce the ritual's essential features to manipulate us felt less like a relief, and more like an added cruelty. The arguments split the room. Mayor Ito wanted to keep the village's face. He urged caution, recommended we present Key's preliminary findings as reassurance and avoid panic. That, for him, was the primary policy. Hoshi the priest sat with his hands folded and did not smile. His eyes had the glassy look of someone who had seen enough to know the limits of a manual. Even if currents explain some movement, Hoshi said softly, you cannot explain why the paper is fused with hair. Ritual behavior cannot be explained with flow alone. Key listened, then nodded once. I'm not saying everything is explained. I'm saying we should not let superstition define policy. We must isolate variables. Isolation of variables felt, on that floor with the tea cooling, like evasion. The villagers did not speak of policies in their own houses. They spoke of who would sit with their children at night, who would keep watch by the bridge, who would lay out extra offerings. The teachers' charts were clean, but the clean lines could not close what the net had opened. Key took my recording of Ono's net and the prefectural lab's brief results and compiled a short bulletin. He printed it and handed a copy to the mayor to circulate. It was cautious and technical, tentative conclusions, ranges of probability, and recommended steps, more measurements, a registry of who was on the river at night. Increased lighting. For a day or two there was a tentative calm. People read and nodded as if by nodding they might will the lanterns back into their lane. But the data collected by measurement had its own stubbornness. Ono brought up more things. He swore, over and over, that the fish had been wrong, scales blistered as if by heat, eyes clouded with something like ash. Gills mottled with dark smears that tasted of soot when he opened them to check. Key had a reductive answer ready: chemical runoff, a botched farm burn, pollution, but Ono's hands bore the river's anecdote in a way graphs could not. Coluses cracked by the wet, nails rhymed with a brown that no one in town could name. A blow to the river doesn't come from one place, Ono said. It comes from the things you throw at it, and the things you hide from it. So it's moral then, Takumi said. The river keeps a ledger. Key's denial hardened in the face of that ledger. This is not a moral ledger. This is physical evidence that needs testing. If we allow a moral narrative to lead, people will stop thinking and start doing things we'll regret. Which in the end was sensible. People do regrettable things on impulses unmoored to reason. But the evidence refused to be fully exiled into calculus. In the margins of the prefectural report was a note that maddened Key. The hair sample matched a child in the village. It was precise. It named a biological relationship between living bodies and the artifacts of the upstream lanterns. When it leaked, because secrets are porous in small places, the leak did what leaks always do. It wet everything in the room. Parents inspected their children's laundry with new suspicion. The teacher had not wished harm. He only wished proof, yet he had supplied the very thing that made belief a risk, an identity attached to mysterious phenomena. Children refused to cross the bridge without an adult. Aya, who had been taking off river scraps and wearing them like crowns, grew quieter. She collected lantern shreds in a basket and would not explain why. Sometimes, in the late afternoon, I would see her sitting at the bank, the basket beside her, and if I asked what she was doing, she would say nothing. Her silence had the density of people who had been too close to something that flattened reason into image. Key tried again to shore up his analysis. He arranged a night observation with bright lamps and volunteers. He set up a perimeter and stationed assistants along the bank. He taught us to look for hand signals and to take photographs with long exposures. If a person is placing lanterns to move them upstream intentionally, he said, we will see movement on the bank. We will see footprints. We will see people leaving. If it is an environmental oddity, the lamps will show the lanterns themselves moving against the current in a pattern that corresponds to physical measurements. We waited. The night was thin and sharp. Incandescent insects jittered like ghost lights in the grass. I remember the smell of sea salt in the air, even though we were miles from the ocean. Key's lamps threw long rectangles of white over the water, making the river look like a metal belt. For hours, nothing spectacular happened. Lanterns drifted away in the common way, bobbing and obedient. Men drank and talked about deals they would make if the prefecture sent cameras. I was trying to fold my guilt small inside me like a letter when someone called out. A lantern approached the lamp line, and instead of slipping past it downstream, it rose with a sly, sure motion and moved upstream as if someone tugged an invisible string. The night caught its pale light and set a thin band of it across the water, and in that light the river's skin seemed to ripple with a wrongness. We strained our heads. Someone turned on a lamp downstream to see if it was a gust. Another lamp swung my way and caught the upstream lantern between two pools of light. Our cameras, Key's cameras, took their pictures. The images looked like ghosts on the screen, elongated streaks of light traversing an impossible path. When we played them back later, they looked like smudges, like the long exposure fuzz of things that refused a single moment. You see, Key whispered. His whisper had the urgent, pleading tone of someone whose scaffolding had cracked and who wanted someone to bring another plank. Look at that pattern. It's not human placement. There are no footprints. It moves against current energy with a trajectory that reduces to probability 0. Ono, who had been sitting with his hat pulled over his face, muttered something about the river's memory. Hoshi folded his hands. The village seemed to hold its breath, as if someone had put the world on pause to see whether it would continue with kindness. We published Key's revised notes the next morning. They were careful. They admitted anomalies and criticized our dataset's small size. They called for more observation and for the prefecture to send equipment that could measure subtle microvortices. The announcement calmed Mayor Ito a little. Formal steps could always be presented as competence, but it also carried the little combustive spark that comes when denial meets fact. People either accepted reason or rejected it more fiercely. Our friendships changed. People who once drank at the tea house together now spoke in guarded sentences. Takuma's questions grew more insistent. He began to ask me, in a voice like gravel, about the ledger and about names. I deflected. Old alliances splintered as the village sorted itself into camps, those who believed that a hidden physical cause would eventually be discovered, and those who insisted the cause was moral and demanded ritual repair. The 2 poles were not neatly distributed. They crossed families, cut marriages, opened long dormant rivalries about land and water rights. In the middle of this, Aya stopped coming to school. Her mother said she was unwell, but the truth was softer and harder and smelled of riverweed. Aya told her mother, in the kind of bluntness only children possess, that the lanterns had friends and that the friends were asking for things. Her mother, who had once prepared offerings for the festival with a woman's practiced hands, began to perform extra rites at night. She muttered names to the river. She left bowls of rice and salt. Once, passing her house, I saw Hoshi crouched by the doorway, his robe dusted in ash as though had been to the shrine, and returned with fragments of something burned. The day before the observation that finally unseated Key's certainty, I walked the riverbank with Takumi. The sky was blue and hard. The sun made the water glitter like hammered metal. We passed the posts where Kai had anchored his instruments. A scrap of rice paper pinned to a nail carried a child's hair ribbon braided through its fibers, my stomach folded inward. I recognized the pattern. It was not a unique pattern, but to me it had the wrongness of specificity. There was a moment when a possibility flashed small and terrible that something in the lantern's composition had a personal grammar. If the lanterns included such fragments, then the phenomenon was not merely atmospheric. It was bearing tokens. I plucked the scrap from the nail with a hand that was suddenly clumsy. The ribbon was damp, the paper soft at the edges where fingers had once held it. In the wet fibers I could see the suggestion of a weave, a knot that someone back in my childhood had shown me and told me was pretty. The memory of that old, trivial teaching felt like a doorknob turned by a hand I no longer trusted. I handed the scrap to Takumi. He looked at it, then at me, and did not speak. In his face the village's fractures read clear as a ledger. "You take this to Key," he said finally. "You tell him what you've found." I did not. I could not. I carried the scrap to the tea house and sat with it folded in my palm like a confession paper. The hair ribbon spoke of small domesticity's braids, tidy rooms a child's pride, and in that intimacy lay its accusation. Key's method wanted a vector, a cause. The ribbon wanted an answer. They were not the same thing. That night, when the revised report had been delivered to the mayor's desk, and the villagers had recited the numbers as if they were prayers, I watched the river from the bridge. Lanterns moved in their appointed lanes, and for a while the village drew a long, cautious breath, as if they'd just finished holding a wound with a bandage. Then, as the lamps in houses winked one by one, a small procession of light rose against the current and drifted upstream. It moved neither for wind nor for mischief. It moved with deliberation. Kai was nowhere to be seen. He had retreated into his charts and instruments, and into the comfort of method. His denial had become a kind of prayer. And yet the river continued to tell the story it wanted to tell, one that asked not for measurements alone, but for something else: acknowledgement, names, restitution. The teacher had given us an explanation, but the river had not accepted it, and in that refusal it had turned our neat boxes of reason into things fragile and crackling. I folded the scrap of paper into my pocket and felt the hair ribbon press into my thigh like a small, accusing tooth. Whatever the teacher's charts could show, whatever the prefecture's lab could publish, certain things had already entered the world with us: a hair, a ribbon, a shard of burned paper. They were not statistics but sentences. They wanted speech. I walked back to the house with the tenuous belief that measurement could still matter. Key's voice had not been entirely wrong. There were eddies, microcurrents, and angles that permitted strange motion. But as the river kept its own counsel, and as fragments with personal ties surfaced in our nets, I realized the economy of our explanations was bankrupt without confession. The lanterns were doing something that physics could not entirely account for. They were collecting the particulars of us, and particulars, when assembled, became a case. We had a teacher who wanted answers, and a river that wanted justice. How to find the space where their languages intersected was the problem I carried to bed that night. In the dark, the scrap of paper whispered the memory of a child's braid and of a night I had kept my hands in my pockets. The teacher could explain currents. He could not explain why the river kept returning names. Some things can be observed, others must be answered. Key could measure the first. The river demanded the second. I woke to the river before I became conscious of my own limbs. It was not the ordinary morning sound, a distant, irregular rush, but a pressure, as if the water itself had leaned against the house and was trying to listen. I lay there with the rice paper of sleep peeling at the edges of my mind and sensed, rather than saw, the light. Then the small lantern on the porch moved a soft, meticulous glide, as though someone had set it down and then tugged it toward the threshold like a creature with its own intention. The first light that reached my eyes made the features of the room look like a photograph developed in the wrong chemicals. The hearth threw up weak warmth. The Tatamis pattern showed with iron clarity. The sliding doors paper accepted the lantern's glow, and on that thin membrane faces began to bloom. Not for the first time had I watched a lantern carry a face. This was the work of weeks, but this night the faces were not distant. They turned slowly, and each turn was a study, a question posed in tiny, tremulous pulses of light. A lantern rested on the porch rail, its rice paper taut with the shape of an old man's cheek. It shifted and, like a camera being refocused, slid into familiarity, my mother's mouth, the precise lift of her eyebrow when she scolded me as a child. The effect was immediate and violent. Recognition is a traitor. I had the absurd sensation that the house was suddenly narrower. My chest drew in against my ribs and found nothing to brace against. The lantern's mouth moved a fraction of a breath out of time with my memory, and that gap, the delay between the remembered and the presented, turned the smile into mockery. It was a smile that imitated life, but was stitched from a pattern drawn by water and old incense. I felt vertigo, as if seeing a person in a mirror whose reflection decided to lag a beat behind. I found myself reaching for a match and cursed at my trembling fingers. The trimmer is an old companion, but tonight it felt new. It wasn't only age or wariness, it was the way my hands objected to being the instruments of light. My father used to say that light is a good liar. It hides what's in shadow but makes its own truths. I thought of that line as the match flared and guttered in my palm. The tiny flare revealed more lanterns, 3 on the sill, 2 on the stone step, 1 perched like a moth on the porch beam. Their faces were turned inward, toward the house, as if the room were a stage and we the audience. When a face laughs at the wrong time, you notice every false cadence. The lantern on the windowsill split into an imitation of a neighbor's grin, and then cruelly folded its mouth into something new. A grin that was too wide and damp at the seams, like sea-salted paper that had been pressed to a living smile. Moisture-thin glinting trails of brackish water formed at the corners of its paper eyes and ran in nearly invisible threads. The match dropped from my fingers as if it had weight that no longer belonged to me. I watched it fall and burn the small edge of the tatami, and it was only the spill of that accidental fire that made my sister, who slept in the next room, murmur and then sit up and ask what was wrong. Lanterns, I said. The word sounded small and absurd, sent out into a room that had a dozen eyes looking back. She jolted to the sliding door, her movements swift and practiced. "They've come to the house," she whispered, and then, perhaps because fear sharpens rudeness, again. "Masao, will you do something? Do something." The phrase is a rope that, when grasped, must be held tight. What could I do? Put on more incense? Chant with the priest? Ring the bell 3 times and hope the river's shade remembered the tempo of our remorse? I was the son of the household whose name was inked in the ledger. Our fields and our rights had been gilded by silence for generations. The lanterns did not simply accuse. They offered mimicry, and mimicry turns accusation into a mirror. If the dead are able to shape themselves into our faces, if they can learn the cadence of our smiles and the tilt of our eyes, then what they demand is not only confession. It is recognition of the exact failure they suffered at our hands. I fell back onto the futon and covered my face with my hands. The house smelled like old rice and a new problem. The tremor in my hands intensified until it ran into my arms and filled the chest with a mechanical panic. Sleep became a distant shore I could no longer reach. Outside I could hear faintly the river, an immense, patient sound that had the quality of a thing that waits until you have finished making your excuses and then drowns them out. Aya came in with 2 bowls of tea and set one before me. She did not speak the word lantern. Children like her renounce adult language when they are awake to another order of things. She sat cross-legged on the tatami and placed a folded scrap of rice paper in my palm. It had drying algae at one corner and the faint imprint of a fingerprint in ink. "They learned my grandfather's face today," she said. "They made it look like he was smiling when he was not." Her voice was small, like something that might break if breathed on too hard, but she had a clarity that steadied me. "What did they want?" I asked. "They looked at me," she said simply. "They wanted to know if I would answer." The answer I had been avoiding was a gravitational object. It pulled on the muscles of my chest the way cold water pulls on the limbs. I had been holding my silence like a prayer, hoping, as people do, that time would wrap the wound in numbness. But the lanterns learned. I had watched them learn how to fold my mother's face, my neighbor's scowl, Takumi's crooked smirk. Mimicry is laborious. It implies repetition, practice, attention. The river was not only bringing back the dead, it was using them to learn us, to compile the details of our living. Such an endeavor cannot be satisfied by small apologies. My mother appeared at the sliding door then, bleary-eyed and wrapped in a robe. She saw the lanterns and, as if playing an old role she had been trained for since childhood, began to produce small condolence phrases. "The river is restless tonight." She murmured, "Well, give it more offerings." Her voice was steady with ritual, but I saw the way her jaw worked. The lantern near the hearth shaped her face, and then changed it, adding a hollowness beneath the cheekbone that I had never seen on her before. The effect was like a lens being scratched. Instead of clarity, everything acquired a hairline ruin. "Mariko will come," my mother said at last. The name worked like a charm across the room. It was an appeal to authority, an attempt to reset the scales. But Mariko was not a cure. She was the keeper of the ledger that allowed my family to keep its silence. She arrived with measured steps, each footfall an hour chime of consequence. Her fingers smelled of camphor and salt, and she carried a packet of old Cuden, a dried incense used only for certain right days. She knelt near the hearth and opened it with a thin, detached motion, as if aware that the action itself would be scrutinized by the lanterns. She set the incense alight and began a chant that was precise and low. Priest Hoshi had taught her well, but her voice had a dryness to it, as if the words moved through an old throat. The lanterns adjusted. Their faces softened. They listened with the kind of attentiveness people give to a story they have been told before. When Mariko reached the line of old names, the families who had petitioned the river, there was a subtle agitation in the light. One lantern slid off the windowsill and floated closer until it touched the hem of her sleeve. It made a small sound like paper rubbed against wood, and thented into the fold like a child seeking warmth. "You are reciting without weight," I said before I could stop myself. The words outrun prudence. They fell into the dim room with more force than I had expected. Mariko did not look at me immediately. When she did, her face was a map of carefully stored calculation. "We read what we must," she said quietly. "Rituals are for balance." Balance. I almost laughed then, because the word had been used to gild a life taken in secret. "Do you think incense balances a human's breath?" Her stare was steady as a stone underwater. "Words are not measures we can pick up on a whim, Masao. The village has survived by layers of small compromises." Small compromises became a ledger, I said. They became land and privileges. She inhaled, a long, thin sound, and for a moment the lanterns seemed to cling to that intake as if learning how to breathe. Then a face, newly formed out of the lantern near the hearth, turned toward me and made the exact expression I had been trying to suppress. The face of my drowned friend, the slight cock of the head that I remembered in a snapshot I had been trying to burn from memory. The reaction was involuntary. My knees folded, and I sat back on the futon with a noise like a child being dropped. "You're making it worse by looking at it," Mariko said, not unkindly. "They feed on attention. They feed on attention and they imitate what they need to hold us," I said. "They are learning us so they can ask precisely what we never gave." It was Takumi who intervened then. He had come over earlier and sat in the corner nursing tea like a man who was rehearsing patience. Now he stood and crossed the room, his presence abrupt and honest. A man who had not been on the right side of every moment, but at least faced the consequences of his actions. He reached out and, with a bluntness I admired, took the lantern of my friend's face in both hands and tilted it away from me. "Look at this," he said, voice low and frictionless. "They copy us. They copy our faces and the notes between our hearts. But their copy will fray if we thread truth through it." "What truth?" I asked. The question was a threadbare thing. "The names that were given to the river," he said. "The things you have kept. Confession is not a magic charm. But maybe it's a stitch." The idea of confession as a stitch is a curious thing. It implies labor, a small violence, a joining of flesh. I had rehearsed confessions in my head for months, each one a neat narrative that would absolve the ledger's weight from my family. They never worked on paper. They were weak things in the face of rice paper faces that bled algae. The lanterns reacted when we spoke the words. They leaned in. Their faces accepted syllables like currency, and then turned their shapes as if testing each one for authenticity. That night I tried to say it aloud. Standing in the kitchen with Mariko and Takumi and my mother and the flicker of lamps and a chorus of faces, I told a part of it, the place, the hour, how I had been there and how I had watched the ripple and not acted. Speaking was not like pulling a bandage. It was like untwining a rope that had been braided for decades. The words came out and snagged on the wooden beams as if the house itself tried to catch them and keep them in place. The lanterns were merciless. When I said the name, that tiny syllable, something broke in the light, and the lantern nearest me wore the exact expression of astonishment and betrayed a small, human sound. A whisper that matched memory as if it had been recorded and now played back distorted. That mimicry sent a new current of dread through the room. If their faces could carry sound, and if their sound could mimic my memory, then they were not only accusing me, they were holding up my own voice as evidence. I collapsed then, a small heap against the futon, and felt the house tilt. The trimmer in my hands became a quake that dragged breath from me. For a long time I lay with the steady light and the smell of wet paper over me. I thought of the ledger of ink eaten by smoke, and the names I had avoided for so long. My shame was not only private now. It radiated like heat from a wound. I could not pretend it was an ember I kept in my pocket. It was a radiator that warmed the air and set the household humming with an unsettled life. In the hours before dawn, when the village is most like an animal before sleep, I drifted in and out of a delirium. Sometimes the lanterns would shape themselves into faces that demanded my name in the tone of someone who had been waiting for years, and when I answered, the reply would be a small, wet sound like paper being licked by the river. Sometimes they would be kinder, offering a domestic pantomime of forgiveness, an impossible, greedy thing that made me want to refuse it because it felt stolen and cheap. I learned quickly that their mimicry had limits. They could imitate us, but they could not reconstruct the force of being alive, the heat under the skin, the pulse, the private shame. Their versions were brilliant as paper but brittle as dried leaves. When the sky finally thinned with gray and the river outside the house sighed with a sound like the turning of pages, I went down to the bank. The morning light showed the lantern's tracks as small, concentric ripples, the way they had come in, slow and deliberate. The water licked the stone as if testing whether it could take back what had been returned. I placed my hands in the cold and felt the current, that enormous, indifferent thing that had held our village's memory like silt. There was a residue on my fingers' algae and the faint ghost of incense, and it felt like a ledger I could not unload. Takumi joined me at the river's edge and spit, a small rude habit. "You can't live like that, Masao," he said, "with paper people holding your voice." "What would you have me do?" I asked, though I knew the answer. I could hand over my family line, unpeel the protections, offer names and truth, and a kind of domestic humiliation in exchange for the cessation of the mimicry. I could confess in the square under the old elm and wait for the village to unthread me. Or I could continue to keep the ledger hidden and let the river teach the lanterns every detail it needed until they had mastered every human gesture and the whole village became a perfect, haunted mirror. He looked at me as if measuring a melon for ripeness, then said, "You will have to decide soon. The mimicry grows precise because they study us. If you keep silent, they will learn everything. There is a certain geometry to avoidable decisions. The longer you wait, the more the field of options narrows, until at last you are standing on a line. You're back to the river's rumor, and the only step left is forward." The lanterns had learned to make my mother's smile. They could learn to reproduce grief so faithfully that no one in the village would know where the living ended and the recalled began. I feared such a day because it meant the ledger would not merely be a document, but a living architecture of our lives. At noon that day, Mariko came to my house again with a folded paper and eyes that looked like a stone under a slow wash. "There is more we should admit to," she said. "Not to right a wrong, perhaps it is too late for that, but because the river keeps inventory. It will not stop because we call it names. If we never name what we took, it will take the naming for itself and make the names into knives." I wanted to hate her then. The anger would have been a useful armor. Instead, I felt the small, hot inflammation of a wound being picked. "Why did you let it happen?" I asked. She did not answer directly, but handed me the paper. On it were names 4, inked in a shaky hand, corners eaten by smoke. They were the sort of list that erases itself by degrees. I knew 2 of them immediately. One was mine by relation. The other, my friend's, was a name I had not wanted to enlarge with public thought. My stomach turned. The house seemed to condense. The light from the lanterns thickened like fog. In the late afternoon, when the sun is a dim coin and the village slumbers beneath something like prayer, I turned the paper over and found margins filled with notes. They were not just ledger entries, they were observations. Among them was a line that made my throat close: "Lantern education. Faces prefer the timbre of what they remember. Names spoken in shame widen their mouths." Lantern education. The phrase chased itself through my head like a small animal. We had been taught our roles in the village as if they were costumes. The lanterns had been taught to be conduits, but the river's shade had taught them to be teachers. When night came again, they returned. They were not content now with perching and watching. They pressed closer, testing the edges of our lives. And behind their faces, I felt, the river waited. It was patient and merciless, like weather. In the face of patient weather, the options narrow further. I knew then what I had to do because choice at that point was not a liberty but a necessity. My hands, still trembling, folded the ledger and tucked it under my kimono. I wanted to burn it, to feed the river with paper and fire, but the ledger had teeth. It held memory like a mouth holds a stone. Destroying it without naming would be an act without repair. So I prepared myself for the ritual I had avoided since the ledger first glowed beneath the hearth. I cleaned the house, an old superstition that is not superstition at all but preparation, and sat with Takumi and Mariko and Hoshi and my sister and watched the lanterns arrange themselves into a small amphitheater of light. Their faces were composed now, like actors waiting for their cue. The mimicry had grown efficient. It was time to teach them another thing, the weight of a name spoken by someone who had held it too long. When the first words left my lips, they trembled, but they were my voice. "I saw him," I said, naming the boy who had drowned. The name scratched itself into the air, and a lantern's face made from the same paper as the ones we had burned for the festival twitched. It was not the end of the pressure. Confession was not an incantation. It was a laborious act that needed repetition, corroboration, and the obviousness of restitution. But admitting was a necessary threshold. The lanterns leaned in as if to watch the work of a surgeon. Some faces softened. Others hardened as if hearing a familiar tale told with a new inflection. When I said the name of the house that had offered the bargain, when I said the names that the ledger had kept in smoke, the faces changed again. They did not dissolve, they catalogued, they stored. But for the first time some of their features slackened, and the river's hunger, if hunger, it was receded by inches that felt like distance regained. The masks of water still remained. Mimicry is a long course to unlearn. But that night, for the first time in weeks, I slept without the sensation that my own face was being practiced upon in the dark. The lanterns kept watch, and the river outside continued to carry its slow, accusatory rumor. I had opened the wound and shown the village its underlayer. That was not healing, not yet. It was a stitch, as Takumi had said, small, blunt, necessary. I woke before dawn with the sense of something fundamental altered. The lantern on the porch still held a face, but its mouth no longer practiced my mother's smile. Instead, it bore the hush of a person who has had his name said aloud. That way of being named is not the same as being forgiven. It is different. It is a removal of the seal, a taking away of the pressure that had made the silence possible. As I stood at the window and watched the river move under the weak light, I felt the old trimmer in my hands, but it was tempered now by a wary, dangerous clarity. The mimicry would return in other forms, perhaps, and some spirits would still not be placated by words alone. The river's shade had not been diverted. It had simply adjusted its ledger to a new set of entries. I knew the path ahead would demand more than apology. It would demand action, reckoning, perhaps a sacrifice not of blood but of truth in public and long labor in restitution. But as the last sentence of the night settled into the wood, as a lantern hung on the porch watched me with something like attention, I felt an odd, small relief. The masks of water had not been removed, they had not forgiven. Yet their mouths no longer moved only to mock. Sometimes they moved to align with the cadence of what had been done. Names had been spoken, and names do not die quickly. They live on in the mouths of the living and the mouths of paper lights. The river keeps accounts, and we had finally begun to pay into its ledger. I left the house before anyone else woke. On the stone bridge the moss had the color of old tea. The lanterns that had gathered at the bank were small, clustered like a congregation that had not been allowed to rest. One floated upstream briefly, and then settled back down as if remembering its new place. I watched it go and thought of the ledger tucked beneath my kimono. I thought of the faces I had practiced admitting to the village. The wind carried a sound from the river, soft, patient, almost conversational. I could not know if the current had been changed. I could only know that I had stepped into a different stream of responsibility. Behind me, the village stirred in that way a body does when someone shifts in sleep. If you listen closely, you can hear the small noises a community makes when it rearranges itself around new truths, sliding doors, a kettle beginning to sing, a child coughing. Someone stumbling out to the porch to see whether the lanterns will still learn faces. I put my hand to the ledger and felt the paper warmth left by my body. The river was always patient. It will instruct, it will catalogue. But for the first time the instruction would have to pass through confession. Whether that would be enough, and whether the lanterns would be satisfied by names and restitution remained, as ever, a question the river would answer on its own timetable. I turned away from the bridge and walked back toward the house, the paper under my robe like a small, hot thing. The lanterns watched me with faces that no longer only mocked. They kept a record now, and I had become part of it. The current would not be the same, nor would I. The mask of water still trembled on the threshold, and I felt in my chest a dull, steady drum, the knowledge that the true reckoning had only just begun. At the sliding door I paused and saw movement in the lantern on the porch. It tilted its face toward me and, for a long beat, mirrored the expression I had when I first learned a friend was gone. Then it changed, as if learning a new lesson. The face softened into something less like mockery and more like memory taking a breath. It was an imperfect thing, a paper thing, but paper can hold weight if it is folded enough times. I stepped inside. The door whispered closed behind me and the house exhaled. Outside, the river continued on, patient and implacable. Inside, the lanterns waited less mimics now, but something else, witnesses. And witnesses, I had learned, are the first thing a community needs before it can be honest with itself. The night had ended, but the hush it left was not peace. It was the fragile kind of quiet that lies between storms, the sort that gestures toward consequence rather than forgetting. I felt it settle like ash on the shoulders of the household and knew that when the next festival came, the lanterns might still float downstream. Or they might not. Either way, the village would now contain a seam that had been opened. The river had given us its ledger, and we had begun, painfully, to write back. I stood on the bridge while the village lit its dead. I had done this before, counted the slow downstream parade of paper lamps, watched the river catch and carry the small suns until each swallowed itself and disappeared beyond the bend. The others had always been content with such swallowing. We had trained ourselves over generations to trust the current as a neat, dependable machine for forgetting. But the night the procession came back, it found me already on the bridge, hands more steady from habit than warmth, watching for the symmetry I expected and then did not find. At first the upstream lantern came as a single, awkward thing. It rose against the current like a mouth refusing to be closed, bobbing and weaving with a deliberation that had the accidental patience of something alive. Its paper skin shimmered under the lamps strung along the road, and when its light touched the moss at my feet I saw riverweed, damp and trailing, pasted to the wet paper like a wound. A fish followed it, small, glinting, circling as if object and bearer were one animal. People on the bank laughed uneasily and called for explanations, a trick of the wind, a child's misoriented push. But the laugh died in the river air. There was an intelligence to that lantern's course, and the intelligence looked, in the wavering paper, like recognition. By the time the festival's bells finished their last toll for the living, a procession of the upstream had begun, one, then a handful, then a steady string like a string of tooth-lit beads, pulling themselves toward us. Lanterns threaded between reeds, slipped along the reflection of the bridge, and once, a light paused as if considering the wooden slat, and then ducked, went under, re-emerged, and crawled along the banks toward a cluster of houses. My chest felt a small, cold pressure as if someone had tied a cord round it and were pulling. The bridge's stones were slick with moss and years of identical feet. People gathered, some with offerings still warm in their hands, some with haste and fear in their shoulders. Takumi was there, shoulders hunched, his voice already catching with the kind of blunt rage that had never been able to make peace with silence. He would not watch me long. He watched everything like a man waiting for a truth he felt owed to him. What now? He barked, though he knew it was not to me he addressed. Is the river drunk, or did the dead learn to swim upstream? He tried for a joke, but his eyes didn't laugh. Mayor Ito flapped his hands, worried for tourists and pamphlets and the village's tidy reputation. He kept stepping forward, saying quick things like contain it, document it, publish a statement. Kay, the teacher, had a stack of data printed from sensors he accused the river of betraying. Wind charts, tidal anomalies, everything that might stitch the impossible into a pattern that made sense to ledgers. But sense is a poor doctor when the wound is still warm. Among our cluster of bodies, a lantern drifted slower than the rest, and the paper's face tilted to the light, and for a breath that felt much longer than its length, I recognized a nose, the slope of a cheek I'd known since childhood. Recognition is not a single thing, it splits you. You want to call it by name, to pin it down like a specimen. You also don't. You are, suddenly, both a witness and a defendant. I saw that face, Yuri said, her voice thin but steady. She had kept vigil by the river for years, as if her presence alone could coax something from the water. Tonight she had a prayer cloth clenched, so hard the knuckles showed white beneath her skin. I felt the air go full of breath, but the breath was not mine. The lanes of paper light pressed up against shutters, leaned into eaves, and with a pop like a paper cough, a lamp landed on the doorstep of one of the older houses. It did not sit gently. It landed with the intent of a thing that had come far and had decided it would not be ignored. From the shrine, Hosh's chant came like something half-remembered, no longer a full rod of ritual, but a reed flute played too softly. He moved with the caution of a man whose scrolls had gaps where names should be. Elder Mariko stood nearby like a stone in the current, composed, but the tightness around her eyes was a debt to the night. She had been a guardian of our forms. She had also been, I suspected by that time, one of those who had learned to make selection into survival. Her silence was a part of the same architecture as my own. As the lanterns increased in numbers and in boldness, the tributaries of history and rumor opened. Old woman Sato's voice rose across the crowd, plain, certain, a knife disguised in a grandmother's tone. They always come when lies are stacked on the bank, she said. They always come back when the balance is not right. For a while I stood dumbly at the center of things. The river had become a jury with no judges. It summoned evidence in the form of light. Faces those details our memories keep like locked rooms projected into paper. A neighbor's grandfather paused in the street and wept openly because a lantern showed him a child's hand he had thought would never be seen again. A woman screamed when a paper shade opened like a mouth and exhaled the faint reek of algae and incense like something that had been underwater and had kept its speech. At the bridge the crowd thickened into a tide of humanity. People in the front held lanterns they had meant to put downstream. In the back, those same lanterns arrived ashore like migratory birds refusing their rotes. I was small and ridiculous in that setting, and also the only person who seemed to know how to listen. She knelt at the river's edge and spoke to the lights as if they were children. "What do you want?" she asked the nearest lantern, face softened by lamplight. Her voice was not mocking. Her voice had no history of lies to hide behind. The lantern answered by turning. It peered at her like an animal, and then, in the trimmer of its paper, I thought I saw the suggestion of a jaw move. In an ordinary night I would have laughed in a private and anxious way. This night did not allow for such comforts. Rather, it felt as if the river had learned a phrase, we had taught it, and now responded in our own names. It was not until market hour had been long over that the true break happened. The lanterns gathered beneath the bridge in a wide, shallow pack, and their lights were not anonymous. One after another they tilted, and the faces in their skin looked toward the bridge, toward us, plucked from memory and set on paper like a jury's ledger. I felt, with the blunt clarity of someone realizing he had been walking a familiar path into a pit, that the night had arranged itself into a trial. The bridge was more than a piece of stone. It had become a dock for accusation. Takumi walked forward, so that his shoulders were level with the parapet. He had been my companion in smaller sins and near sins, We had kept each other's quiet in the way neighbors do, as if privacy were a mutual umbrella. He looked at me then and his voice landed hard. "Masao," he said, nothing of the bluntness moderated. "You are either going to tell us what you know, or the river will take it for you. Which will you prefer?" The crowd made a kind of ring around us. Faces were lit sideways by paper suns. Mariko leaned on a short staff like a woman who had measured many deaths. Hoshi clutched his threadbare scrolls like talismans. The air tasted of cold metal and old incense. The scent of the river, that same algae and wet paper, seemed to rise up through the stones. Yuri came then, moving as if each step was a prayer. She did not say my name first. She did not need to. She stood at my shoulder and looked at me as if I were the river itself. "Did you know?" she asked. "Did you watch and not call?" My mouth was dry as driftwood. Memory is a greedy thing that returns faster when you attempt to starve it. I wanted to peel off my past like old wallpaper and show whatever clean wall lay underneath, but there was no clean wall. There was only the night and the cold ripple and the memory of a human weight in my arms that I had not borne. The memory unfolded in the hush of the bridge, as if projected onto the stone, the secret swim, the water glass smooth under borrowed moonlight. The laughter, and then the sudden wrongness of everything. The friend Kenji who had slipped and not come up. I remember the exact sound of water over rocks the night his head went under. A thin, terrible sound that might have been a laugh had I been kinder. I remember my hands small with panic, wanting to pull him in panic rather than to pull him to safety. I remember weighing the cost of my own exposure against an adolescent's fragile survival. I remember choosing the shadow of a willow to hide in. I remember letting the current do the accounting. Confession is a strange, animal thing. It begins with the unraveling of a cloth that has kept the shape of your life. Once a thread is pulled, the rest follows with a terrible eagerness. I wanted to be any kind of man who had everything but the courage to speak. Now the men and women on the bridge looked as if they needed an answer. They needed a shape for their dread. "It was Kenji," I said. The name came out like a small, reeking thing, and the bridge swallowed it. He fell. I choked and tasted metal. The crowd was immediate. Breath and lantern light struck like wind. I watched. I tried to tell myself someone else would save him. I told myself I would say what I saw in the morning. I did not. The current took him. I kept my mouth shut. I let them think the river was merciful when what it took had been, in part, abetted by my fear. Silence is not simply the lack of noise. It is a pressure that rearranges attention. The river answered not with immediate violence, but with a change in light. The lantern nearest to us brightened as if a new sun had been added mid-sky. It spun and a face unfurled, Kenji's face. He looked as he had the last night I saw him, greenish at the edges, hair plastered to his forehead, eyes bright with a wrongness that made the flesh on my arms rise. "You let me go," the lantern said. No, not said. The light shaped the syllables into the air. The sound was less a voice than the sense of being understood from a great distance. People wept then, or stepped back as if someone had drawn a blade. Yuri's prayer beads slipped through her fingers and scattered like small bones. "Why did you not tell?" she demanded, and all the words I had banked up inside me came to answer like a rush of unseasonable rain. Pride, fear, the small arithmetic of a family name. Mariko's watchful presence in the years that followed, the ledger I had seen half burned at the shrine, the ways our village had made itself into an economy of silence. Mariko's face, meanwhile, had creased. Her fingers moved, and I saw the tremor that hid beneath her ritual steadiness. Old woman Sato stepped closer and added in that flat, unornamented voice, "We paid the river then with a life, but we also promised compensation to those who kept quiet. We signed names with water on our tongues. We cannot unmake that now." Hoshi's chant had become a thin tatter of a hymn. He flipped through his scrolls like a man trying to find a forgotten rule that might change the physics of the world. But rules mattered less to the river's shade than to our own arrangements. Kawa no Cage, the river's unnamed claim, seemed to press its face toward us through those lanterns. It did not forgive the geometry of our explanations. It wanted a ledger balanced. People cried for restitution, objects returned, names spoken aloud, the truth made geometrically visible. Some asked for spectacle. Others asked for mercy. A small, terrible consensus formed. The dead would not be content with words alone. They wanted tangible admission keepsakes, apologies with signatures, a reckoning that was not only private and not only ritual. It was as if the current had learned to parse our social currency and demanded exact denominations. We attempted rites. Hoshi performed what he could. Mariko, when she moved, did so in a mechanical sequence learned over generations. We offered rice and salt and burned the sheets of names we had written. Aya walked between the groups like a light-bringer and placed a small paper on the river's lip. "We are sorry," she said simply. "This is for you." Children seem to think the material world offers simpler bargains. Yet even as several lanterns sank slowly, as if reluctant, curling themselves under the current's patient hand, others stayed. One lantern, the size of a fist, hovered at the center of the bridge like a small, accusing moon. It faced me. Its brightness was not the soft, consoling gold of distant lights. Instead, it was a thin, hard white, and in that whiteness I thought I could rid the tally of small things, words not said, a hand unoffered, names left unformed. I fell to my knees on the bridge. Knees on damp stone are a humbling thing. The tears I had not permitted myself to imagine came then, not in the same shape as those around me, but a private rain. Takumi crouched beside me and an arm hooked at my shoulder. The sort of physical grip that says no more than I am here, and that in its meanness somehow allowed for a kind of human continuity. "What will you do?" Takumi asked, but he did not wait for my answer. He did not need it. His eyes were asking if I would now make the restitution the river had demanded, a public naming, an offering precisely made. I had nothing tangible to offer that night. What I could give was a set of words, and the measure of my own body, my confession, and the willingness to let the ledger of memory be read in public. So I read it aloud, not the ledger at the shrine with its blackened names, but the record of my own small sin. I named the details as if I could hand them over like coins, the place, the time, the fear, the precise way my hands had refused to reach. Each name I spoke shivered like a thread cut in the dark. Yuri took the words and did not seem satisfied by them alone. She pulled from beneath her robe a small cloth-wrapped thing and unrolled it like a slow tide. It was a necklace, Kenji's necklace, a small charm carved with a child's hand. It was an object she had kept, and she held it out to me as if pushing a coin across a ledger. "Take it," she said. "Name it for what it is. Let the river decide if that is enough." I took the necklace. Its cool weight was like a verdict. I fastened it to a length of hemp and dropped it into the river. The lamp nearest it flared as if stung. For a long, breathless moment, it seemed the current might accept and be done. Several lanterns melted their light and sank. People cried. Mariko's mouth opened as if she might speak a word of release. Hoshi's face was slack with relief, but the river has patience. It is not a ledger that a single coin will balance. From beneath the water came a sound like the rubbing of thousands of wet fingers. The light bunched. The lanterns moved as one toward the bridge, their faces less human now and more a quivering plate of lamplight. Kawa no Cage pressed forward in a way that was not simply accusation but a demand for recompense that required more than the parish's goodwill. "It will not be satisfied by one thing," old woman Sato said softly. "It wants the truth in every pocket where we hid it. It wants the names on every ledger we have burned." The crowd stammered then, scrambling for what additional things they could produce, keepsakes, fragments of names, small tokens of regret. Mayor Ito threw a handful of coins into the river, a pitiful trade, and then threw his suit aside as if even a mayor's dignity had become a useless garment. People brought him receipts and old land documents. They held them aloft and cried the names of the ancestors, who had hidden bargains like worms under stones. The night elongated into a strange, half-lit market of confession. One by one people offered things. Some lanterns approved and sank, some did not. At the center of it all, the hard lantern that had faced me brightened as if listening. Its light carved my face into a map of age I had not yet earned. At dawn the river finally quieted. It did not return to ordinary business. It had changed shape. Some lamps had found their way downstream again. Some remained tethered to thresholds, to the memory of wrongs unsmoothed by human apology. The bridge was littered with paper refuse and the scent of damp oil. People dispersed in small groups, some to weep, some to argue about property and public notes, some to gather keepsakes and number losses. I walked home with Takumi in a silence that had the depth of a new ocean. He did not speak about whether my confession had been enough. He simply kept pace. The village had been altered in a way that was polite language's poor cousin, chastened, alkaloid with regret. That night I slept as a man who keeps a single small light burning in a room he knows is not yet safe. I woke to find that one lantern still hovered near my family's gate. It trembled there in the grey, not moving downstream and not settling into any restful place. Its light was small and precise, like a question left at the door. I put my hand to the latch and felt, in the metal, the cold that comes when the world has learned a new rule. The lesson the river had given us was not that we owed nothing, nor even that we could atone with a single object. It was that forgetting had been arrested. We had made our bargain with memory, and the bargain had come due. We had crossed a threshold. The festival had been a ceremony of ease for generations. Now it was a night that made war on concealment with the quiet tools of light and relentless recall. I had spoken. I had given up my small coin of secrecy. Some of the lamps had gone, some had not. The next nights would require more. Perhaps they would ask us to alter the festival's ritual, to make the ledger open and the offerings plain rather than symbolic. Perhaps they would continue to float upstream, patient and exacting, until every debt had been named and paid. I stood at the gate and watched the lantern that would not leave. It looked, in its stubbornness, like the last thing we all had to learn, that the river does not take without memory. It keeps what we forget and returns it, patient as the tide, until we look it in the face. The bridge behind me was quiet now, but not innocent. The night had changed its current. The lantern's trimmer at my threshold seemed to be a small, luminous accusation. The past will keep knocking, and the river will not always choose to be kind. I closed the gate with hands that still remembered the slick of water over stone, and the sound of the bolt sliding home was a small, final note only until the next tide. Outside, somewhere beneath the ordinary houses, the river kept its tali. I had thought the shrine's incense a cover for everything that would not be spoken. It had always been so, a dense, slow fog that made edges soft, that allowed hands to move through the same motions without showing the trimmer beneath. Tonight the smoke did not flatter. It sat in thin curtains that parted around the shapes, gathered in the courtyard and showed them with stark, unforgiving clarity. Old woman Sato came to the low stone step and did not hesitate. Her shawl dripped from rain or river spray or the damp of recollection. I could not tell which. People shifted around her, blankets rustling like small waves, lanterns hanging from the eaves making soft halos on faces. Hoshi, the priest, had tried to arrange the space, the small ceremonial table, the censers, the carved drum that thudded once every few seconds like a heartbeat. Mayor Ito had smoothed his suit with too many palms, as if some outward neatness could stitch what was frayed. Takumi's jaw was a line. Aya clung to the hem of her mother's robe, watching with her bright, unblinking eyes. Sato's voice came like paper creased and opened. They asked. She began, and the syllables were not loud but they traveled. People leaned as if a gust of wind might carry them off. They asked for a life. The sentence landed and the courtyard changed. I felt it first in the way breath tightened behind the village's gathered faces, like fish caught in a small net. Hosh's fingers tightened on the string of beads he wore. Mariko adjusted her shawl as if the motion could iron out the past. It was the house by the willow, Sato went on. A night with wind and flood, and the priest, then not this priest, said we can calm the river, but some currency, some payment, must be given. A child, a servant, a thing to keep the water from gnawing at our rice fields. I was there when they chose. I saw the blankets. I saw the names turned in a ledger and the fire that burned paper clean of question. She spoke without ornament. Her tongue did not tremble with theatrics. It was the way of a person who has held something in her mouth until the weight forced her to swallow. She named no children. She named the house, the pattern of who benefited. And though the ledger was partly burned, its pages blackened, letters melted to blots, the names were not wholly gone. They lay like ghosts beneath soot, and Sata drew them out with the clarity of someone who has kept a secret until keeping it was too heavy to hold. I had expected a murmur, perhaps some rearrangement of gossip. Instead, there was a near silence that came down like a lid. When Sato said that the families who received land and water rights were the same who had closed their mouths in the aftermath, eyes began to find each other in the lamplight. They found Mariko. Mariko had been the village's unflappable center for as long as I could remember. She was ritual and rule, and the reason rituals followed the same small motions every year. She had been the one to teach us the right way to fold the lantern paper, to tie the cords in the exact knot. Looking at her now, I saw the fissures across the surface that had always been there but had been polished away by authority. Her hands, the long, steady hands that performed rites with a precision that made others defer, were unsteady. She made a sound, a small, animal sound that I had never heard her make. It was for the village, Mariko said finally, her voice split like ice. We did what we had to do. The flood would have taken all. Who could ask more of a mother than to save the many? She did not meet my eyes. I thought of the ledger in the shrine that I had pried at with gloved fingers, the neat columns of names and plots that had turned kindness into property. We had been given fields and water and the promise of forgetting. We honored that forgetting. It kept us alive. When she said we honored forgetting, I felt something in the air tighten until I could hear it. A lantern shivered somewhere on the river, and the sound was like a voice clearing its throat. Yuri waited until Mariko stopped. She had been sitting toward the back, hands folded in the way of someone who has learned endurance. Her face was a map of sleepless nights, and her eyes were dry, the sockets hollowed with the need that never finds sleep. When she rose, it was slow, a motion that gathered distance like a winter coat. She did not walk. She took steps that punctured the silence. "You tell me we honored forgetting," she said, and the words did not look like a question. "You tell me we saved the many. But what of the one I held?" My hand on his hair, his mouth full of river. Did forgetting pay me for that? She held the lantern nearest to her like a talisman. I knew then she would name it. She had come not to beg for words, but to set something solid into the middle of the courtyard. Yura's voice, when it landed on my name, was the moment when the private membrane I had kept over my own memories tore cleanly. She did not beat about the bush. She did not imply. She named the night and the place. "Masao," she said. "You were there." The syllable hung in the incense like smoke that will not disperse. It was not a shout. It was a simple address. In that second, the air shifted from collective murmuring to a focused pressure, as if a channel had been opened from the gathered village to the point where I had chosen silence. I remember how the courtyard felt then, the way the wet stones underfoot gave a small echo to footsteps, how the lantern light made little islands of color on faces. I remembered my hands, the weight of branches that night, the ripple of the stream that had seemed to take the shape of a child's body and disappear. For years the memory had been a thing I could fold and tuck away. It had fit into a small dark pocket inside me. Hearing my name released it like a breath through pressed cloth. I stood, though my legs had not intended to. I could feel the old floodlight of shame moving through my veins, a slow heat arising to the surface. I do not remember the exact shape of the confession. I remember words thinning to thread, and my mouth a small animal that could not stop making sound. I did not throw a rope, I said. I did not call out. I did nothing. I thought if I moved, if I made a sound, they would see me and make me account for what we had done. I was afraid. I have been afraid my whole life. The confession was not the carefully curated unburdening I had imagined in private when nights made me small and tremulous. It was crude and ragged, as if trying to fit a heavy stone through a narrow hole. But it mattered. The sound of the words altered the night. Tacumus' jaw loosened. He swallowed, and his face went slack with something like both relief and accusation. Aya put her small hand over her mouth, as if she were trying to hold back the repercussions of grown-up speech. And yet the lanterns did not hush. If anything, they leaned in. That was the thing I did not expect. I had thought in some naive corner of myself that naming the act would be the end, that words could be the coin the dead required. But the living who had not been given names by anyone but me needed more than my apology. They wanted evidence, objects, the ritual made whole. Old woman Sato, after she had spoken, had drawn a small, crumpled scrap of paper from her shawl. It was a corner of the original ledger, rescued from the fire that had swallowed the rest. She laid it on the shrine table like a talisman and did not need to lecture. The villagers stared at the ink that had survived the heat, the ledger's ink that named those who had signed away silence like land. They want names, old woman Sato said. They want what was promised to them in the ledger. They want the night to be named, and the hands that tied the cords to be seen. Names are small things until they are given weight. To say a name aloud is to invite it into a place where sunlight can find it. To let a ledger lie on a table is to invite touch. Some villagers turned away as if looking would hurt. Others reached for the paper, their fingers drawn like flies to a wound. Mariko's face had gone glassy. She had been the surface people polished for years. Now the mirror showed cracks running behind her eyes. When Sato's finger landed on a name, Mariko's hand jerked. The collected air in the courtyard tasted of metal. We sealed what had to be sealed, Mariko said, voice brittle. We did not mean for more to come. She stopped, her control unthreaded in the open air. She did not sob. She seemed to lose something instead, as if being relieved of a weight left her a different shape. Across the river, a low chorus arose. Lanterns bobbed at the banks, some come close enough that the thin paper walls pressed like faces against the night. The light within them made vague, small faces. I had never wanted to think of them as jurors, only as the gentle boat people we sent downstream. But there at the edge of the courtyard, the returned dead seemed to shift. They were not simply listening. They were counting like a tide that remembers every stone along its bed. Hoshi moved to the small table of ritual objects with the mechanical grace of someone who has spent his life keeping the motion. He picked up the little bell and rang it once, the note falling like a leaf. He tried to make the old prayers do their job. The syllables were the ones we had recited since childhood, but their cadence faltered in the face of specifics. The rituals had always been general words to the river, words to the dead empty enough to be convenient. Words alone will not unstick what has been stuck, Hoshi said finally, the priest's voice running low like a river stone. The rites we have are for guiding, for comforting. They were not written to unmake bargains signed behind blankets. He looked at Mariko, and his eyes were wet with something that was not just smoke. We cannot simply clean our hands in a chant. I wanted to offer something, anything, a name, a place. To lift the veil for the dead like a child pulling a curtain to show its toys. But the dead did not want to show. When I tried to explain the night in detail, they moved closer, lanterns slipping from the riverbank like fish swimming to skin, boat silhouettes dissolving, the odor of algae mixing with incense, a smell like someone who had been left in the dark too long. They want the object came a voice that was not a single voice but the sense of many tiny papers rustling. They want the rope, the ledger, the blanket, the things that named the night. Aya walked forward as if to answer them. She was small, a bright point in the dim. Without ceremony, she reached into the pockets of her damp jacket and brought out a scrap of paper, a child's collection of lantern fragments. She did not present them as offerings. She set them in a small, imperfect pile and looked up. "They listen to what is honest," she said. "They like it when we do not pretend." They said the name. They said it was heavy. Her eyes bore into mine with a clarity that felt like being read. What followed was not a tidy solution. Mayor Ito whispered about how newsmen might come if things were named publicly, and the market of the village might collapse. Some wanted to hide the papers, to burn what remained and call it even. Others, with faces boiled red with shame, wanted to stand at the river and speak names until their throats cracked. It was a confusing tangle of fear and a desire to be absolved. I was called forward by the simple gravity of my own action. It was not a summons of law. It was a human pull, the village needing the anchor of the man who had been silent. I could hear my heart in my ears, and when I tried to speak, the syllables came out wet and small. "I am sorry," I said. I left him. I did nothing. I have lived with that silence as if it were a bed. I thought if I kept it tidy, if I put it under polished wood, it would not smell. "I am sorry." Ura's expression shifted not to triumph but to something older and colder. The lanterns near her smoked a shade darker, and the returned dead at the bank settled into an attentiveness that felt like a comb cutting through hair. "Sorry is a word you give to make peace with your hands," Yuri said. "I have heard many words. I have opened my mouth to prayer and to tea and to the river, and words do not knit bone." She tapped the ledger with a slow, patient finger, and the sound was small and inexorable. If we had learned anything from the ledger, it was that promises had to be visible. What a ledger records cannot be erased by a phrase. She looked at the villagers now, not just at me. One by one, she called names: the house by the willow, the name of the man who had been chosen, the trimmer of the household that had folded its hands afterward. The sounds of her voice gave weight to memory. People flinched. Those who had been beneficiaries had been living on the invisible currency of silence. To have their names read aloud made them feel naked. Mariko's shoulders bowed. She made a small sound and then, in the full hush of the courtyard, she began to speak. It was not a defense, it was an unraveling. "I thought I was protecting you," she said. "I thought by sealing mouths we saved children and grain and the fields that fed us. We gave a life to the river and thought it would be done, that forgetting would act as balm. But the river remembers. The river remembers names. It has always remembered. I keep the records because forgetting is a living thing. I will not say more to cover myself. I was there. I am sorry." When she spoke, it was like an operated peace opening. People took matches from pockets, not to set flame but to produce light that was not incense alone. The ledger lay on the low table, and some reached for it as if to check its coldness, to see with their hands that the past was not a dream. Fingers left prints of oil on the blackened paper. The small, neat handwriting swam in the lamplight. Around us the lanterns answered in a way that was not violent but not satisfied. They gathered, not random now but in a formation that suggested memory, the size of a child's hands, the curve of a back, the tilt of a head. Where once we had let them float like apologies, they now lined up like witnesses. The river itself seemed to hold, its current a soft footstool under those lights. And then the dead asked for more. "We cannot be only named," the papers rustled. "We want objects. We want the things that were given in barter. We want the ledger to be opened, the rope to be shown, the blanket to be burned in a ceremony of visible meaning. We will not be soothed by words alone." The demand felt clear and absurd all at once. Objects, names tied to objects, an accounting that would make the abstract concrete. Some villagers wept, others stood like statues. Hoshi turned the pages of a prayer book with grease-sticky fingers. Takumi made a small gesture like a man who would have struck, but there was no hand to strike. Words alone could not rebalance weight. I felt in that moment the smallness of being alive. I had always thought of confession as a private rescuer, a way to loosen the knot in one's own chest. But I saw how the knot had been woven into the village itself: leases, fields, shifted marriages, a ledger that had recorded silence like a mortgage. To undo the harm was not a simple matter of saying sorry. It required that the village make visible the transactions it had made invisible. "Then let us make it visible," Hoshi said. And he did not sound like a priest trying to soothe, but like a man willing to improvise a rite large enough to hold the truth. "We will fetch the ledger, we will show our hands. We will lay the names on the river bank. If the dead need it, we will give them ceremony and object and naming." Some cheered in a short, animal burst. Others began to hustle, voices overlapping with the mechanical creak of doors and the slap of sandals. Mariko sank back on the bench and covered her face with both hands. I found myself at the river's edge without meaning to be there, watching where the lanterns congregated like coy little judges. A single piece of paper floated close enough for me to see the hair that clung to it, the ink that had not entirely burned away. I did not know if what we planned would be enough. The ledger, the rope, the blanket, these were items I could picture. They were things that once had been part of a night lived by real hands. Perhaps the dead wanted the ritual of making the past visible as much to correct the ledger as to punish the present. Perhaps the river wanted nothing more than to see what the village had called a bargain attacked by time and memory. The crowd dispersed, the plan and organism taking shape. Men and women reversed into pockets and storage rooms, clattered and muttered, returned with small objects, wrapped in oilcloth. Hoshi started to chant not from the old formulas, but from a script he wrote in a tremor of ink on a scrap, the words a hybrid: confession, prayer, documentation. It was, in its way, barbaric and honest. We were making religion and law at the same time. When I knelt to help unroll an old blanket, I felt the weight of its fibers and the memory woven into them. The river hummed its low, patient tone as if it were listening to our fumbling attempts. And in the wings of the courtyard, behind the line of villagers, the lanterns bobbed like small sentinels. They were not satisfied. They had not come merely to hear me say the thing that had been true for years. They had come for the ledger to be read aloud, and for the houses that had held their dead to be acknowledged. Before the night ended, we would make more than words. Hoshi would light a fire at the riverbank, where the paper would be burned in a ritual of naming. Aya would lay the child's offerings in a circle, and Mariko would read aloud what she had signed once behind closed doors. But none of that had happened yet. What happened in this chapter was the unmasking, the public naming, and the clear sense that this moment would not be contained by incense alone. The dead, patient and relentless, had moved from asking to demanding, and their demands dragged the village from gentle forgetfulness into the bright obligation of truth. When I left the shrine to follow the people running in small, purposeful groups, the lanterns along the river made footsteps of light. Each step toward objects felt like an admission that our village had been living on an uneven ledger. I could feel the current of something else running under my skin, not peace, but a form of forward motion. The confession had begun. The making visible had begun. The river, for the first time in generations, would have its invoice spelled out under the color of the night. We were not finished. The ledger lay open on the table like a wound, and the names in it waited to be spoken into the mouth of the water. The lanterns at the bank swayed and shivered in a way that was not gentle. They awaited the reading, and their light looked at me with an expectation that smelled faintly of algae and old incense. In the small tilt of their glow I heard the promise that words would come, and that words were only the beginning. The last thing I remember before the courtyard emptied into action was Aya's hand on mine. She squeezed it once, her grip sure and small and more honest than the long prayers that had kept us all polite for years. "Tell them everything," she whispered, and her breath smelled like river mist and something like old paper. So I would. I did not know yet how far the truth would stretch us, or what it would cost. But for the first time since I was a boy standing on the mossed bridge, the past was not a thing I could carry alone. It had become something we had to do together, or else the river would keep bringing its lanterns upstream until there was nothing left unturned. We left the courtyard in a clumsy, determined line, lantern light bobbing like small insistences. The night smelled of wet stone, smoke, and a river that refused the ease of being forgotten. The dead waited, patient and bright. The ledger waited on the shrine table, blackened and stubborn. I walked forward with my hands empty and open, and the village moved with me toward the ledger that would not let us sleep again. At the threshold of the shrine the lantern light lingered like an unblown flame. It tugged at the edges of my silence and gave me no comfort. The hook of the night was not a promise of resolution. It was the knowledge that what we had begun could not be stopped by a single night of words. The river had asked for truth and, in asking, had made a new current through our lives. We were moving into it. I had never expected a proper liturgy to fail me. I had, perhaps foolishly, believed that the rites we recited for generations were cords strong enough to bind even the most persistent of memory's prayers folded like paper boats. Names written on rice paper and set downstream incense smoke like a thin promise. That night at the shrine, under a sky that smelled of rain and river, the cords frayed. The words we knew had been hollowed by omissions. Hoshi came to the edge of what he could do, and then let go of the formal shape of prayer in favor of something more dangerous, and, if I am honest, more honest. He began before dusk had given way to full dark. The lanterns upstream had already formed a dim column of light that crawled along the water, a procession that no longer obeyed the river's law. They came in small groups that moved like thinking things, pausing, testing eddies, circling under bridges as if weighing which banks would accept them. We gathered along the stone ramp down to the river, families clutching the objects that meant the most to them, a faded sports whistle wrapped in thread, a child's sandal with the sole chewed through, a silver hairpin clouded with age, a scrap of newspaper with a hurriedly penciled name, things soft with memory. Aya came early and stood with her feet in the shallow water, fingers splayed like she wanted to feel the current divide around her. Hoshi's robe smelled of ash. When he uncoiled his prayer beads they were damp, and the beads clicked in a nervous rhythm. He had a piece of the ledger clutched under his arm, the same half-burned pages we'd all seen in fragments, its ink smudged where soot had eaten into the words. He looked at us, at the red rice paper lanterns bobbing like rumor, and his voice broke the hush with a chant that began in a language that fit the old shrine, then drifted into the clear, blunt sentences of the present. "We have been given no right to deny speech," he said. "Make the truth visible. Name what you took. Return what you can. When the priest speaks like a tax collector, you realize the temple has become a ledger court. It was not elegant. It was not comfortable. But the river never accommodated our discomforts. The river accommodates truth only when it tastes it. And so Hoshi spoke that truth as if it were a command. Bring your names, bring your objects, and speak. A hush fell. Elder Mariko's hands trembled at the knot of her obi. She stepped forward and laid a cloth-wrapped bundle on the cedar trunk Hoshi had set as an altar. The bundle was heavy with the weight of decisions that had been taken in servants' rooms and council chambers, small deeds, letters transferring parcels of land. A mother's locket. For a long time she said nothing. Then, with the rigidness of someone who has kept a bone inside a locked chest, she uttered words that made the hair along my arms stand up. "We knew the bargain," she said, voice low like a stone dragged across river rock. We took the benefit. We kept silent. We thought the river's appetite had been sated. That admission was like a match struck near dry reeds. Murmurs rose, some angry and raw, some relief at recognition. Old woman Sato, who had already told her story in a dozen small voices, stepped from the crowd and spat memory into the open night. She said names that had been softened by 100 polite turnings, and the sound of them in the open was like dropping pebbles down a well. Each pebble made the water below murmur differently. Hoshi had prepared a basic rite, a circle of salt old branch wood to be burned as respectful smoke, a slow, weaving chant that matched the river's lapping. But then he began an improvisation that felt more like a trial. He asked each family to do 3 things: to hold up the object that had been withheld, to say aloud the name of its owner or the sin tied to it, and then to place the object into the river, not with the tender reverence of an offering set adrift downstream, but as a handing over straight into the current, against the grain. If the river accepted, the lanterns around us would shimmer and drift. If it refused, the light would pool and press toward shore like a claim. The currents have been perverted by silence, Hoshi said. Tonight we will tell the river everything. It is a peculiar thing to stand with a child's sandal in your fingers, to feel its small bones and broken plastic and know that something in you wishes to hold on, as if the object can replace the living. I had held on to smaller things than that for years, a regret, a withheld name, the soft sound of a body failing. In my hand was the carved whistle that once hung from a neck now colder than a grave. It was the whistle of the friend I had left in the river. When someone muttered his name, I felt the air in the circle shift, as if I had stepped into water. A dozen small lights blinked in answer, as if the village itself inhaled the syllable and did not exhale. Yuri crouched at the edge of the bank, a faded kerchief in her hands, and when she spoke as if frost had sharpened her voice. His name was Kenta, she said. I remember his laugh. You hid his laugh and gave me silence. She hurled the cloth into the water in a small, violent arc. It snagged the lanterns like pale fish, and then under the surface, the cloth unfolded from the weight of water the way a thing uncoils when let go. A lantern closest to her bobbed, flared incandescent face, and then folded onto itself before the current swallowed it, and the lantern went on. A ripple passed through the procession, and for one terrible, hopeful second I thought the river would accept what she gave. Aya waded deeper. She carried 2 things, a strip of lantern paper and a handful of stale bread. She had the tremulous authority of children who know the world before adults have declared their limits. When she stood with water lapping at her knees and called out the name of someone the lanterns did not want to forget, the nearest lights leaned closer as if to listen, and I could see water clinging to their paper faces like tears. This is for your stomachs, she told the lights, as if she were bargaining with a dinner guest. This is for being cold. This is for telling. The bread vanished into the water as if a mouth had taken it. The lantern nearest her trembled so strongly that the paper cracked like a dry leaf. For a second its light widened into a human mouth, and I thought I could hear it sigh. It was the strangest, gentlest mimicry, a breath that carried the smell of river pebbles and old incense. When the lantern settled back into its shape, its face was softer, like a child's face once soothed. Hoshi's chant became a cadence of demands, names, what was taken, and the offering. Every spoken sentence felt like a key turned. Some objects were small and earring, a wooden comb things whose absence had been mourned but not named. Others were heavy with consequence, ledgers, letters, deeds, a lock of hair hidden in a drawer, and the little whistle in my palm. I thought I could delay. Shame is a fierce, obstinate thing, it sedates motion. But when old woman Sato fixed me with eyes like river stones, when Yuri's suffering gathered into a simple, terrible plea, I felt the circuit that had enclosed me crack. The whistle had been carved from the knee of a child-sized branch. Kenta had blown it that night, harsher and younger than the laughter that followed. I could not tell whether I hoped the whistle would be a balm or a guillotine. "Speak his name," Sato said. "Say what you did. Give him back something he can hold." My voice came out as if someone else had learned how to speak in the dark. It was both inside me and startlingly outside, like the sound of a boat against a mooring. "Kenta," I said. I wanted to frame it in mitigations. It was poor light. I thought he was playing. I was afraid. The grammar of excuses is a craft I have practiced. But Hoshi would not let me soften. He cut the air with the prayer beads and asked for truth, as if truth were a kind of salt that would draw out infection. "No more shadows," he said. "No more nouns wrapped in if and but. Say the word." My confession unclenched like a fist. I told them, in a voice that trembled like a lantern flame about to gutter, of the night of the clandestine swim, the slick bank, the moon feathered with cloud, the foolishness of youth. I said how Kenta had slipped beneath the water like a swallowed thing, and how I stood and did not reach. I said the exact moment when shame crystallized into silence, and how I had been valuable to a village for my silence, for my family's willingness to keep names from open mouths. When I said it aloud, the river pulsed. The nearest lantern thinned, as if the thing inside it had become a thread, and were now unraveling. The paper face leaked light like an old wound, and then, to my surprise and in a way that felt like mercy, the lantern bowed to me and descended. It did not dissolve so much as fold into itself and slip under the surface with a sound like a 10-beat sigh. The current took it and carried it past the willow, where we had once fished for eels, out past the bend where the water thought itself free. Some in the circle sobbed, some turned their faces away. Takumi put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed until ribs replied. Yuri looked at me the way someone looks at a cupboard once the door is opened and all the small things tumble out. Her eyes were not pity. They were an assessment. One by one the objects went in. Sometimes the river accepted with a little exultant shiver. Sometimes it refused, grinding the paper and the material into a dim cluster of light that floated stubbornly near the bank. Those lanterns that stayed close were the ones hardest to soothe, faces I had not expected to see, relatives whose names had been erased from household roles, children who had been written out of wills. They bobbed like questions. Hoshi improvised more than liturgy. He improvised rules. He said, "When the river refuses, we will speak louder. We will name the people who kept the secret. We will return the land to the rightful ledger where we can. We will make visible what has been invisible." His voice had the authority of someone who had read the law and then set it aside for the sake of a higher accounting. There were resistances. Mayor Ito fretted at the edge of the circle, his jaw working. He had reason to fear scandal. The village's reputation was, in his measurement, a currency nearly as important as land. He pressed his lips into a thin line when a parcel title was spoken aloud, and he feared the consequences of its unraveling. But Hoshi reminded us that the river did not accept abstracts. It wanted particulars, names, objects, the admission that a life had been taken to mollify a thirst for land and comfort. Not every confession calmed a light. Some lanterns only brightened, showing faces contorted into a thinness like a film, eyes too large, mouths opening without sound to plea for a thing we could not undo. One cluster gathered around a house whose title had been the result of coercion. When the family brought the deed and spoke the words that had transferred their neighbors' fields into their ledger, the lights shivered. Some sank. Others thinned into thin, persistent lumens and settled at the doorway like watchful stains. After the confessions had been said, Hoshi guided the community toward acts of restitution beyond the symbolic. People knelt in the cold and handed over deeds and parcels to the embarrassed next of kin. Stubborn seams of land were seeded in small signatures filled in by shaking hands. Old grievances, two families separated by a low, collapsing hedge were aired and then tentatively sutured. It was messy, bureaucratic, and humane in equal parts, the language of compensation and apology braided together. We had no guarantee the river read deeds. But some part of the rite had to make the consequences public, or else we were simply perfuming silence with incense. Aya's role was quieter, but perhaps more pivotal. She moved through the circle like a bright thing carrying small truths. Where an adult might have hidden the cost in explanation, Aya offered the river what it wanted without a calculus: a barley cake for a child, a handful of stones smoothed by hands, a scrap of a name. The lanterns that leaned toward her seemed to recognize this plainness. It is easier to soothe a wound with a child's sincere apology than with 1,000 well-phrased legal admissions. When my keepsake the whistle left my hands, the current took it, thankful and hungry. There was a moment when the whistle clicked against a stone and then went on, sinking with the slow dignity of something that had been freed. I expected me to feel absolved, as if a scale had tipped. Instead, I felt raw, as if a scab had been removed and my skin exposed to cold wind. Some relief, yes, but also a new kind of H, the H of someone who has made reparation and finds the wound itself still tender. Not every spirit accepted what we offered. Kawa no cage, which is to say the gathered will of the river, did not appear as a single face. It remained a presence, the water's refusal to let us turn forgetting into an apparatus. Near the old mill house, a group of lanterns clustered like a small parliament and refused every object placed before them. They pulsed, insistently, at the doorstep of a house whose patriarch had once brokered the bargain. When Mariko hurried forward with a roll of paper names, promises, those lights boiled with corrosive light and then backed away like dogs scenting a bit of meat they cannot lay down upon. They had not wanted paper, they had wanted justice that the ledger could not quantify. It was then that Hoshi, who had nothing left of his scripted prayer, but everything of a human's improvisational courage, ordered a different act. He asked someone to take a step into the river and to stand under the dark as if bare and open. He asked for voluntary sacrifice, for the giving of something real that could not be undone by a signature. Some begged, some recused themselves, but Yuri rose. She did not take a life. Hoshi forbade any repetition of the bargain, but she offered instead the token Kenta had carried the night he was lost, a small carved charm meant to call boys home. It was not satisfaction, but it was a trade of living grief for palpable restitution. Yuri's offering quieted a small ring of lanterns. They folded like sheets and slipped. Others watched and then followed, not in a tidy procession, but in a hesitant, staggered line, as if the river was learning to negotiate with a crowd. When the improvised rite finished, we were not healed, only altered. Some lanterns had sunk in slow acceptance, and with them went certain faces that no longer wanted to stand on our thresholds. Some faces had receded but not dissolved, remaining like dim bruises at the edge of houses. A handful of lights held like stubborn sighs near old doors where the ledger had once been used as a knife. They did not respond to paper or apology. They waited. In the cold residue after the rites, Hoshi sat on the low cedar bench and let the beads fall through his fingers. The river lapped at its usual stones, though the sound was thinner, as if a huge mouth had been muzzled and yet remained watchful. People moved away in pairs and small, hesitant groups. Some went to their houses to sleep, others to the tea house, where Takumi had already started a low-burning pot of sake. A cluster of children formed by the willow and poked at the clinging lantern's afterlight, though adults warned them to keep distance. My hands were empty. My chest felt scarred by work. The accommodation had been partial, because the river's claim was not merely about objects or name. It was about the very way our community had arranged pain. Confession could loosen the knot, restitution could replace an object. But what the river wanted, I think now in the quiet days after that night, was for us to change the soil where such bargains could grow. The ledger had to be rewritten not only in ink but in habit. The village needed a new practice of naming and tending that was not done with a single night's rite. As we walked home beneath lantern light drifting downstream for other villagers who still needed guidance, Aya held my sleeve and looked up at me with an expression that was part question, part comfort. "Did it work?" she asked. I hesitated. Their honest answer was both yes and no. Some faces were gone, some grudges softened. The land disputes had begun to be addressed. But the river had left a lesson in its wake. Nothing admitted to the light is ever quite the same. And some lights do not sink even when you hand them the thing they demand. The ledger was open in the air now, and so were we. We were all changed. Mariko, who had once clung to the ledger like armor, sat on her threshold with a blankness I had not seen before, as if the certainty of role had been stripped, and she had to decide what she would be when it returned. Takumi drank and smoked in silence, pleased and exhausted. Yuri held her hand to her chest like a mother measuring the live geometry of a new, raw honesty. I did not sleep. I stood by the bridge as dawn leaned into the world and watched the last of the upstream lights thin into the river's mouth. A lone lantern hung for a long time at a threshold, half in shadow, half in light, its paper face trembling. It would not sink that morning. It would not go entirely. It lived in the liminal place between house and river, like a memory that had been acknowledged but not resolved. Later, Hoshi would say the rite had been a kind of triage. He was right, we had stemmed some bleeding, but other wounds required long care. He warned us that rituals without the gritty work of changed practices were only temporary salves. If you return to the ledger and to the habits that bred the bargain, the river will remember, he told us. Rivers have better memories than men. The improvised rite had given me something I had refused to take for myself for years, a public acknowledgement of my culpability. Saying Kenta's name in the open was not a magnet that pulled his life back. It did not undo the shape of the water that took him. But it aligned me with the village's new, painful honesty. When I handed my whistle to the river, something like a part of me that had been folded away in shame came loose and drifted. It hurt to feel the loosening, but it was not only pain. There was a small, fierce relief in being counted among the living who would now be responsible. We returned to our houses with a residue of damp on our sleeves and a ledger of new responsibilities. Some of us, Mariko, Hoshi, Sato, would labor in the weeks to come revising names in public records, restoring lands or arranging reparations. Some, like the stubborn lanterns at the doorways, would remain, a reminder that our acts had to be continued. That night, as I lay on my futon with the river's low voice in my ears, I could not claim peace. The quiet after the rite was not the absence of sound, but the different quality of it, a current altered, a tension revised. Some lights had been put back into the river, and some had been tempered by the truth. But there was a lantern that hovered at our threshold, neither here nor gone, its paper tremulous like a held breath. I watched it from the darkness, and thought of things that cannot be settled by objects or words, the way people choose to step away, the way institutions prefer to fold mistakes into rituals rather than to change. The improvised rite had been an argument, not a conclusion. Before sleep took me, I heard the bridge creak under a slow cart, and in the distance the willow spat a last leaf into the current. The lantern at the threshold flickered and then steadied, as if listening. I reached with my mind toward it, toward the debt hanging in the air. There would be more to do. There would be more nights when the river would ask for the things we cannot give, and nights when it would settle for what we could. The boat of our village had been righted somewhat, but the river would test us again. Perhaps that was mercy, and perhaps that was terror. Either way, it required us to be awake. The river spoke that night as if it had been studying our faces for a long time before it found words. When I first aware of its voice, it was only a pressure in my bones, a low, damp insistence that made the hair on my forearms stand like small reeds. Lanterns, which for generations had known only the downstream, leaned their thin throats upstream with the stubbornness of mourning. They came in ranks now, not as lost things but as messengers. Light pooled where it had no right to gather, and the water hummed with a chorus of small, wet sounds that could have been breath or paper rubbing paper. We gathered where the bank bent, and the bridge's moss leaned toward the stream like a speaker's ear. The villagers' faces were close lit by lanterns, Mariko's weathered cheek, Takuma's jaw, Yura's stillness, Hosh's ash-smeared robe. Old woman Sato stood like a broken ledger between us and what came. Aya clutched at my sleeve and kept looking at the water with a steadiness that I found dangerous in its simplicity. She had a child's way of making the world think differently, and that difference had become a pathway the dead could use. Around us, the night tasted of silt and old incense. It was not cold, it was precise. Hoshi tried the old chant first. He took the fragile scrolls from their lacquered box and let the words fall from his mouth. The syllables were familiar. They were the curtain we always pulled across pain when it threatened to show itself. But the chant trembled, as if some syllables were heavier than others now that we had named names. The lanterns heaved nearer. The air around them seemed to thicken with the salt of algae and the metallic hint of something like regret. When he failed, when his chant snagged and rolled into an unfinished question, someone in the crowd hissed, and some lanterns shifted their weight to look at them. "It will not take empty words," I heard Korwan no Cage say in the way drowned voices say things soft, wrapped in water, as if the words had to fight their way through cloth to reach us. The sound was not made of our language, not exactly, but it found shapes among our names. Faces flashed in panes of lantern paper, not inventions, not the cruelty of my private fear, but the precise, accusing features that had returned to demand what had been promised. Yura's son's eyes were here, small and finished with salt. In one lantern I saw the tilt of a jaw I had known, and the mouth that had never told me what it wanted. I had rehearsed confessions in the long hours of my waking nights. I had shaped words like offerings, careful, measured, explicative. None of that was enough. The shade did not want clarity as a theory. It wanted equivalence. It wanted something that resembled the thing taken from it. "They ask for what was made to them," Mariko said quietly, though she had been the one to fold the bargain into our lives. Her voice betrayed an exhaustion that had not been there during sermons. Mariko's hands had been steady for a lifetime. Now they trembled like the hands of someone unaccustomed to losing a favored possession. Takumi cursed softly and balled his fists. What does it want? Names, gold. He demanded of the night, of the water, of the stone bridge that kept the weight of our ceremony. The lantern faces turned toward him like witnesses at a trial. The villagers listened as if the stream itself had become an interrogation room, and the charges were not just for me alone, but for the whole of our hidden, ancient economy. We had learned to keep the ledger closed. Sato had opened it. Her testimony had been blunt and unsensational. It had carried the moral weight of someone who had watched a life shifted into being as payment and had lived long enough to be ashamed of it. The ledger had been a scale. The names we had traded for land, favor, and silence were now measures the river inspected. "You gave a life for dry land," the shade said. "You promised you would not speak. You promised to leave it dead to the stream. You kept your promises to yourselves. We kept ours to the water. But one promise never reached us. It remained in the dark. It is rotten with your silence. It smells of the hands that held the mouth shut. Return it, restore the balance." It was not only accusation, it was a calculus of demand. The lanterns nudged closer, and the ripple of their approach made the bridge complain in little stone sounds. Hosh's hands, old, competent hands that had performed 1,000 rites, went to his throat, as if to find some forgotten language. He looked to Mariko, and for the first time I saw the old priestly authority unthread. "There is no liturgy for a lie kept so long," Hoshi murmured. "We have song for the lost, we have song for weather. But this is a ledger that needs closing. A ritual cannot be a broom for an unpaid debt." Aya, who had been quiet, held up a small lantern with thumb and forefinger smeared in soot. "It is hungry for what was taken," she said simply, as if she were describing a fact about the weather. It will not be fooled by paper and smoke. It wants what was given in place of the one who drowned. I wanted to say, then take me. I wanted to say, take what I have kept. I wanted to offer words that would have been enough if the river loved talk more than wait. But when the shade's light pooled around us and formed the exact, accusing features of the boy I had watched sink, words flapped useless in my throat like dead moths. The face in the lantern looked like a question I had never been brave enough to answer. Yuri came forward. She had been silent until now, as if the river had been an oracle she could not approach. She held no great weapons of ceremony. She had a small cloth bundle and an even smaller willingness to plead. You took him, yes, she said, her voice like river stone. You told us to keep our mouths shut. But what was taken, what is owed, cannot be returned in chant alone. What will you give? Mariko's eyes slid past Yuri to me as if she expected me to know what currency could exchange for a life. In her face I saw the generations of bargains crushed like stones. The ledger had named my family among the beneficiaries of dry land. My name had been smooth on the margins of those pages that Sato had opened. The silence I had kept was one of many, but in the ledger of the water, silence was counted like weight. I stepped forward because some part of me would not allow anyone else to determine the price. I had been practicing the shape of this decision in my sleep for months, small confessions, measured apologies. They felt useless against the slow, patient hunger of the river. I will answer, I said. My voice seemed thin as the rice paper of a lantern. I will give what I can. I had not decided then what that could be. I thought of land deeds, of renouncing rights, of public apologies. Each felt like a private calculus, an attempt to trade other people's loss for something I could still keep. The shade moved like water around me as if anticipating my attempt to bargain. Hoshi looked alarmed. Masao, he said, you know what such acts mean. To offer blood when the ledger does not require it could change things in ways we cannot know. There is danger in paying in flesh. Ritual and life have different geometries. Aya put her little hand on my sleeve and looked up at me as if reading a name carved into stone. It wants a thing like what was taken, she said. Not the house. Not the deed. It wants something that was a life for a life. The crowd took a breath like a gate closing. I thought of the night I had retreated from the water, of the way my hand had clenched, and the voice inside me had made a small bargain with cowardice. My right hand had been the instrument of that wish to hide. It had been the hand that had held the match the night I let the lanterns go without looking further. It had been the hand that did not reach for another's head caught between currents. I did not understand why my brain settled on it as the equivalent, only that it did. The ledger measured deeds and lands. The river's mind, if a river could be said to have one, moved in the grammar of loss. A life had been taken from it. Perhaps the only way to balance a life, if balance were even what the shade sought, was to surrender what I had used to sin. I remember kneeling at the mud-chilled edge. The ground gave and the river's skin trembled against my dress. It smelled of algae and the warm soar of days when fish bloated in nets. My heart felt as if it had been rehearsing small exits for years. The current read me like a ledger that had been left open. You will not harm the living for the dead, cried Takumi from the crowd. We do not pay with our bodies. This is superstition, this is coercion. He was right in terms I could not deny. But standing there by the water, with the lantern faces looking at me with the concise, private accusation of someone who had once been my friend, something in me unraveled in a way that left no space for rational protest. The crowd was a body I carried toward the bank. Their expectations, their shame, their hunger had weight of their own. I placed my right hand on the water's skin. The first contact was an odd, electrical cool. The second felt like the river recognizing a name it had been given without a signature. The current welcomed what it had been waiting for all night. It did not close my hand violently. There was no tearing, no flare of sound. There was only the exquisite, bracing cold that climbed my forearm like a tide, the pressure of being taken by something that had been patient for a century. The sensation was more like a long door easing closed than the violence I had feared. People's faces blurred at that moment. Aya's small hand was tucked against her mouth, as if she had been watching a miracle. Takumi doubled over with a sound that was neither laugh nor cry. Mariko stared without blinking. Sato's mouth worked in prayer or gratitude, I could not tell. Hoshi's scrolls fell open, and the ink ran a little in the humidity, as if the words had wanted to be water again. Yura's face remained stony, but something like relief, small and raw, passed over it. When my hand left me, it did not leave a clean break of story. It left a hollow, an absence that had the force of a newly empty space. The H that followed was not only physical, it attached like a new memory that was not mine alone. Later, when I felt the weight of my sleeves and the emptiness at my wrist, I understood that the river's acceptance had cost me more than flesh. It had taken the comfortable assurance that my body had once been a safe instrument of evasion. Several lanterns sank slowly after that. They seemed to weigh something with their little paper hearts. Some faces folded back into the black water with small sighs, like the sigh of a lid closing. The storm of upstream light loosened at the seams. Hoshi, with his half-chant improvised, performed something between a benediction and an inventory. Aya placed small keepsakes into the river, a wooden fish pin, a child's ribbon, a coin with a moon stamped on it. The things we gave had the air of being apologies made in objects. Not all claims were satisfied. Some lanterns refused to sink. Among those that stayed were faces that neither Sato nor the ledger had named, faces that looked at me with the tired, patient hunger of those who suspected the world would never be balanced. One lantern hovered at the threshold of my family home, not wanting my confession, but wanting a narrative truth more thorough than my hand could give. It seemed to demand names, the unraveling of all that had been smoothed by ritual. It wanted the ledger open and all the names read aloud on the bridge, not only my own. Mariko collapsed into herself after that. Centuries of authority had not prepared her to hear the ledger named and the consequences pronounced. She sat on the bridge steps, finger to the side of her mouth, and looked like someone who had been carved out of the same stone as the bridge. Old woman Sato moved among the watchers and spoke the names of minor participants, servants, housekeepers, whose complicity had been the mortar of the bargain. The community had hoped to tidy the ledger, to gaslight the river with ritual. The river wanted names. In the immediate hush after my hand sank, I felt both lighter and heavier. There was a physical loss that took time to notice. Simple things became awkward. Lighting a lantern, tying knots, holding a bowl each demanded a new attention. The village treated me differently. Some bowed with genuine humility. Others watched me as if I had been unmoored from the ordinary world. Children were curious and fearless in ways that made me both proud and ashamed. Kowa no cage had changed the current that night, but not irreversibly. Some spirits dissolved into the flow. Others lingered on the margins of our days like wet stains. The river itself had eased its shoulder, but its eye remained watchful. The sense I carried home hobbling slightly because of the tenderness at my wrist was of a thing partially assuaged. The shade had accepted a restitution tangible enough to be measured, but its hunger was not entirely sated. There remained a ledger of names, an urging for the village to reorder itself not only with rights, but with truth. When I woke the next morning, the bridge looked different. Its moss seemed greener and yet thinner at the edges, as if some part of its old complacency had been scraped away. The children on the bank had new respect. Takumi came by and clasped my shoulder without asking questions. Hoshi sat with his scrolls and hummed a tune I had not heard before, one of those old liturgies stitched through with new humility. Mariko left her post later that week. Not entirely gone, she would still attend rites, but she could not command the unquestioned authority she had once possessed. She had been broken in some private way that the public ritual could not mend. Yuri came to the shrine and told the story of her son again, not for my absolution but to name the debt out loud, to make it a communal ledger rather than a personal shaming. The water in the bucket outside the tea house smelled faintly of algae and forgiveness. I kept a small bandage where my sleeve met the empty air. It was practical and also a piece of writing, a sentence that said I was here, I failed, I paid. People would speak of that night for years. Some would say I was a coward who finally paid for his fear. Some would call me martyr. I felt neither clean nor noble. I felt as if the village had finally balanced a scale in a manner that left both sides scratched. As if we had all been forced to accept the ledger's account, whether we liked it or not. On clear mornings I still heard the distant, periodic whisper of the river. Sometimes a lantern would still bob upstream like a nervous idea. The last of the procession, those faces that had not been satisfied stitched themselves into the edges of our lives. They were not always angry. Sometimes they were quietly present, the sort of presence that rearranges furniture, not violent so much as unavoidable. They taught us a new economy of honesty. We adjusted, deeds were renounced, a portion of harvest was given to the river. The shrine's ledgers were opened in public and read aloud so that no name could be stowed away in the dark. Yet even in that rebalancing there were places the ledger could not tally. I had given my hand, but that did not restore what had been taken. It was not full restitution. It was an equivalence shaped by desperation and the particularities of a river that kept scores differently than people. The nights when I could not sleep, I would take the bandage off and run my remaining fingers through the air as if learning a new alphabet. Aya came sometimes and would press her small palm to my wrist, as if to see whether I was still there. In that touch I found a small, fierce comfort. The river had claimed, and we had answered in blood and in confession. The current had softened but not gone blunt. We had been given an uneasy peace, a change in the flow that required constant tending. Tradition survived, but with a modification. Rituals now included naming and public reckoning. The ledger had been opened and left to breathe. There was still a lantern that hovered at the threshold of our house for weeks after, neither drifting nor sinking, its light trembling like a held breath. Sometimes I would find it watching me through the paper, small, curious, patient. It did not demand another payment. It only asked that we remember, that we keep the bridge clear and the names audible. I would stand at the window and watch it, and feel the place in me where the river had removed something. It was a hollow that hurt in ordinary ways. I could not hold a bowl as firmly. I spilled rice once with indecent speed, and yet it was also a space in which memory had room to live unashamed. At night, when the stream sings against the stones and the village sleeps with its edges softened by lantern glow, I sometimes think the river will come again. Perhaps it will, perhaps it will not. What I have learned is not to believe wholly in the convenience of ritual as a solvent for human failing. The river is patient. Memory is a current that can be rerouted but not erased. We had paid a measure. Whether it was the right measure I cannot say. The ledger is still open in ways that are not ledgered. The last lantern that hangs at the threshold trembles like a thought unfinished, and every time I see it I feel the small, persistent swell of dread that has been my companion since the moss on the bridge first showed me a path upstream. They told us the dawn after the rite would be ordinary. They were wrong in the way people are wrong when shame is supposed to be buried and cannot be. The morning arrived with the same neutral light, thin, a little colder than I remembered, but everything it touched carried a new weight. Stones were stones. The river was the river. Birds called in the same ragged cadence, and yet the rhythm of life had been rerouted, like a tributary cut and redirected. I walked the bridge because it had become my habit, and because I was afraid to be anywhere else. The bridge had always been the axis of things, the point where memory and duty converged. This morning, the moss was still bright as if scrubbed overnight. My footprints left no mark on the pathway, or if they did, they were swallowed by other people's steps. Below, the river moved slower, as if it refused pleasure. Lantern ash made the water look bruised in places, a purple oil sheen across the current. Small roped fragments of paper clung like barnacles to low branches and the stones. Fish circled, not with the usual swift curiosity, but with a dull, measured attendance, an appearance of being residual jurors. Aya was already there, as she had been since the day the first lantern came upstream. She was crouched low at the edge, hands in the silt, folding scraps into a careful stack. She looked up when she saw me and offered a lantern the way a person offers a fingertip, timid and expectant. "They don't go down anymore, do they?" she asked, as if she were repeating a lesson in school. "No," I said, and my voice surprised me by its flatness. "They come back." She nodded as if this were the answer she'd been rehearsing. They wanted names. They wanted names and the things under the floor. There were small, practical tasks that became necessary almost immediately. We gathered remnants, soot-marked fragments of bamboo, charred paper shaped like split faces, and took them to the shrine. Hoshi had set out a shallow trough of water that reflected the sky like a wound. The ledger smudged, partially burned, its corners eaten by flame sat beneath a stone dome to keep the rain off. Old woman Sato came with a slow, determined gait and two hands that trembled only a little now. She set down a tin of matchsticks as if offering fuel for further truth. Mariko did not come at first. The leaders chose silence as armor, a strategic move meant to steady the village, to mend reputations with ritual pronouncements. But her absence was conspicuous, a missing letter in an address. When she did arrive, her shoulders narrower, her steps hesitant, her face had the look of someone who had lost a map to the country she'd been governing. The villagers watched her like people watching a black wave retreat from the shore and reveal the detritus beneath. The first public meeting was ugly in a way I had not anticipated. It began with Mayor Ito standing in the courtyard, his tie undone, and the ledger on a low table between us. He tried to call for calm with a voice he thought administrative. The village did not feel administrative. Names were read out, families that had grown richer in the years after the flood, plots of land shifted like puzzle pieces. The ledger told a tidy, cruel story, favors given and returned with silence, privileges parceled to those who could keep their mouths shut. Yuri sat in the front row, almost skeletal, and when one of the names, my family name, was read aloud, the room changed temperature. "Is this true?" someone shouted. The shout scattered and became many small sounds, words that were less the seeking of facts than the slapping of old wounds. Mariko stepped forward. Her voice was thin, as if it had been kept in a jar and opened for too long. She told what she knew, what she had helped keep from the light. She did not attempt to hide the ledger now. Instead, she held it up with both hands so that the villagers could see the soot where words had been burned away. There was a small animal sound from the crowd, like a rustle of wings. In her confession was no theatrical remorse. She spoke in the clipped manner of someone reading the minutes of a meeting. She admitted the bargain, the manner in which it had been hidden beneath ritual. Her hands shook when she named the household that had been involved. There were sharp, present people who flinched. Elder things were unmasked. The festival was a policy. The altar candles were accounting entries. The ritual was a cover story that had calcified into law. The honest thing, the horrible thing, was not that bargains had been struck in a time of panic. The terrible point was that silence had been solidity and stability as a virtue. The ledger had proven what rumor had only hinted at, privilege built on omission. We did not all respond the same way. There were those who wanted a quick fix, a more expensive rite, a public fast, the handing over of money, an official apology. Others wanted a purging, names called out, property rescinded in a show of moral hygiene. Old grievances, boundary lines, a decade-old argument about a rice terrace became sharp as new knives. Takumi argued loudly, bruised by the late-night drinks and the constant adrenaline of confrontation. Mayorito argued for measured steps. His concern for tourism felt obscene and then mundane in the same sentence. The fisherman talked about the river as if it had a ledger of its own, and that ledger had been checked and found short. Fisherman Ono brought in a net that week and, with a wary show of ritualized grimness, offered its contents to the courtyard. In the middle of the net, fused to a globby tangle of wax, were fragments of hair and paper. The paper had been so hot at some point it had welded to the hair. It took Hosh's steady hands to pry the pieces apart. The smell that rose when the net was untied, smoke and river rot, made people take a step back. Kai, who had wanted explanations in currents and wind, looked at the remnant and then at the ledger as if the two together were some evidence we had been missing. That physical sample of the lantern's hair and paper welded by heat worked its way through the room like a litmus test. It forced the village to stop pretending. Practical consequences followed because silence had been a kind of contract we could no longer afford. The land negotiations were ugly and necessary. Families who had received extra rice plots, access to water, the best terraces, those agreements were rescinded in many cases. Not all. Some were kept, because unmaking the web completely would have left the village with no one who knew how to manage the terracing in heavy rains. We made compromises. We made lists. We rewrote certain entries in the ledger by hand, inked them in with a visible honesty that felt like a bandage laid openly on a wound. Mariko, who had been the village's backbone in her way, retreated. She did not so much step down as slide away, as if a hand had removed her chair. She came to the shrine less and less. She walked the bridge at odd hours, often sitting with her chin resting on her knees by the river, staring at the current, thus trying to see a ledger beneath the water's skin. Once, when I spoke to her, she smiled with something brittle that was almost a laugh. "We did what we thought would save them," she said. "That is the most dangerous kind of thinking. Saving becomes deciding." Her voice was a small thing, and yet somehow it carried the axis of the evening when the lanterns had come up and surrounded our house. I had confessed then, had said words out loud that no longer could be only in my chest. The confession had been both freeing and binding. It had lifted a stone but then exposed a hollow beneath it. People looked at me differently after that night, not worse, nor entirely better, but with a new sort of bluntness. No one treated me as a pariah. Instead, they treated the situation as communal. That was worse in its way, because communal responsibility meant communal consequences. There were immediate, small shames. My mother rearranged the photos on the house altar and did not speak to me for a day. At the tea house, where Takumi used to talk and drink late, conversation became practical. People discussed crops, the fixing of the sluice gates, the replumbing of the water access. When talk turned to me, it was not gossip, but inventory. We had to account for the ledger, for stolen goods if you wanted to call them that, for what owed what to whom. And still, not every spirit took restitution as enough. That would have been a simple ending. The river's entitlement, the Kowa no cage that had had the temerity to reverse the current of our traditions, accepted some things and refused others. The right Hoshi had soon together at the edge of the water part prayer, part public naming, part return of keepsakes had sent many of the lanterns back into the current. There were nights when I would walk the bank and watch the river swallow a shape and carry it away like a mistake being erased. But other lights remained, settling like dust on window sills, perching at thresholds, nestling under the eaves of houses whose owners had not come forward publicly enough. These lingering presences were not always malicious. Some were small and domestic, the sound of a cup set down in the night where no one had been, the sudden dampness at the threshold that smelled of riverweed, a child's toy left neat and luminous in the garden in the morning. They were reminders more than threats. Others were more exacting, an upstairs door that creaked though no wind moved it. footprints on the mud that refused to sink fully. The impression of a child's hand at my wrist as I walked alone. More than once I woke with a taste of algae in my mouth. Old woman Sato grew quieter in the weeks after the confession. She continued to come to the shrine, and she spent time with Yuri in a way that had the warmth of comradeship. One evening, she called me by the riverbank and handed me a small bundle. The wrapping paper was a page torn from a ledger, the suit still visible. Inside was a wooden token, the kind given as household charms worn in the middle by generations of fingers. "Put it where she can see it," she said, and her eyes did not look away. "Where?" I asked. She smiled with a small, spent bravery. "On the sill. So she knows it is named. So she knows she is not simply a story." Her hands, papery and precise, folded the corner of the paper with the care of a ritual. There were practical repairs. Fences rebuilt, doors reinforced, the sluice gates maintained with an intensity absent in previous years. These things were not merely precautionary, they were acts of penance made mundane. Children were taught different variations of the lantern rites, simple additions to the prayers. Open naming of those who had been taken. Hoshi wrote new lines for the chants that included confessions by name rather than generic petitions. The shrine felt different, less immaculate, because the ledger was placed in plain sight and more crowded with the small marks of people who had to be tended to. The teacher, Kay, who had been the most vocal about science and explanation, surprised all of us with her attendance at a late autumn evening vigils. She did not speak of currents now. She spoke softly to the children about how memory matters and how a community is made of the things it admits. She told them stories about the river's temper and about how the living must be better stewards of their promises. There was no triumph in her manner, only sober instruction. As for me, the changes were both internal and external. My hands trembled in ways that were not always convenient. Sometimes the tremor subsided when I was helping someone else fixing a fence, lifting a heavy sack, speaking a truth aloud. Other times it flared in the dark, when the memory returned to the sound of a wet body passing in the night, and of my own small, caving decision to look away. People asked me, close ones and those not so close, what it felt like now that the ledger was out, the bargain named, the justice begun. They wanted to know if I felt forgiven. I could not answer that with truth. Forgiveness is not a thing that falls like rain. It is a negotiated weather, sometimes only a drizzle, sometimes a hurricane. I felt less alone. I felt the village's attention wrapped around my wrongdoing like a net. That was not punishing in an obvious way. It was heavy and intimate. I also felt an odd lightness when someone brought me a cup of tea and put it on my porch without comment. The small acts of people continuing to be people were a kind of balm. Night returned, though differently. The lanterns that remained did not terrorize the village. They accompanied small, private reckonings. I learned to sleep with one eye open and then another closed. Once, I went outside and found a place on the bridge where the river's current seemed to meander in a different pattern, as if it had chosen a new course around an old stone. There was a tiny buoy of light there, not as bright as the lanterns that had besieged us, but steady, an amber pinprick that did not move. I stood and watched it. It was neither pleading nor triumphant. It simply existed, as if to say, we were here. Remember. I realized then that whatever balance we had achieved was not a settling but a reconfiguration. Some debts had been paid with confession and small acts. Others had been acknowledged and remained as obligations. The ledger stayed at the shrine. The land lines had been adjusted. Mariko's shadow had been replaced by a sobering of leadership. Some people left, others stayed. The river kept a residual memory like a scar. When I turned to go home that night, my shadow crossed the sill of our doorway, and the lantern on the sill tilted as if to greet me. For the first time since the confession, the tilt felt like a signal rather than an accusation. I paused with my hand on the doorframe and remembered the night that had led here, the Blackwater, the choices I had made. the desperate sacrifice someone had once convinced themselves was necessary. I thought of the faces that had returned with lanterns, some kind, some terrible, some only a little defiant. "We will have to live differently," Mariko had said once, as if she were reporting a weather forecast. That seemed right. Living differently was a matter of small habits, naming the dead aloud, giving up a terrace, mending a breach, admitting things most had pretended not to know. It was not grand at first, it grew, a reprieve pieced together by many small contritions. I put down my tea, and on my way to bed I left the wooden token Sato had given me on the sill. The light in the lantern wavered when I did once, twice, and then settled into a steady, watchful glow. I slept poorly that night, and when I woke the next morning the token had shifted a few inches toward the door. I could not tell if it had moved by breath or by will. A small, private dread tightened my chest. It was not fear of punishment anymore. It was an awareness that the river's memory had become an active member of our household life. Sometimes I imagine a future where the ledger is a cautionary relic in a locked glass case, where children chant names with a frankness that removes mystery instead of feeding it. I imagine Mariko in the garden, lighter perhaps, her shoulders less knotted with secrets. I imagine Yuri calming into some ordinary grief that is less vengeful. I imagine Takumi teaching his children honesty as a craft. I imagine Hoshi's chants gaining a new verse that includes honest naming, and that this new ritual becomes the center of our village's moral architecture. And I also imagine the river at night, remembering. The thing that had forced us to reckon Kowa no Cage. If that crude name could hold such an organism, had not been a demon so much as a memory given form. It had done what memory does. It had returned things that were hidden and insisted on accounting. It had been implacable and sometimes cruel, but there was a strange justice to its arc. It had not asked for blood on the altar of spectacle. It had asked for recognition. Where recognition was granted, it eased. Where it was not, it burned. The village is quieter now in a way that isn't peaceful. It is an ordinary life underlaid with the knowledge that truth can become a current that carries things back. We mend fences and speak names. We keep a ledger in a place where anyone can see it. We sometimes leave little offerings not because superstition commands them, but because we remember we once chose silence over someone else's life. At dusk, I walk to the bridge. The current moves in the rhythm everyone has relearned. The lanterns that remain are fewer, patient lights perched in corners. Sometimes when the mist rises, I see a face in the paper fold of a lantern, and it is a face I once feared or loved. It looks at me, and I look back, and there is no longer a place inside me that can hide. That is the real change, less theatrical than atonement, more residual and ordinary, a life lived under a shared knowledge. The last thing I do before I go inside is to touch the wooden token on my sill. My fingers find the worn place in its center, the depression made by many hands, some of them living, some of them not. I press it to my chest and feel for a long time the tremor, not just of my hands but of the village. We are all thin-skinned still. The way things heal after floods are slower to knit. I close my door. From the river I hear a steady, patient sound like a throat clearing. I try, as the nights come, to interpret it as a promise rather than a threat. But promises and threats are cousins in a village that has learned to name its dead. I fall asleep with the lantern's faint glow trembling at the threshold. When I dream, the water is not black but full of light, and the faces that float up to the surface do not vanish, they remain, waiting for me to say something I have not yet learned how to say properly. I wake with the taste of algae and the knowledge that we have moved forward, not away. The reckoning has ended, but its residue is a current that will shape us for years. Outside, the river keeps its memory. Inside, the house keeps a light. Between them there is a threshold that is easier to cross now in the daylight and harder to cross at night. I leave the lantern there, at the edge of everything, where it can be seen. It is not a closure. It is a beginning of learning to live with what we have done and what we still owe. The river will bend with us or against us. We will have to be better stewards of the debts we inherit. Tonight, like every night since the night the lanterns came upstream, I stand on my threshold and listen, because listening is the first thing that feels like an honest ritual, and because sometimes, when I listen hard enough, I think I can hear a quiet, patient reply. I learned the new geography of our village by the place's silence had seeped into doorways where conversation thinned. The tea house where people now sat with hands folded over their cups, the bridge where moss had begun to reassert itself as if to cover memory with green. It was a geography marked not by roads, but by where the lantern light had stopped lingering, and where it still paused, uncertain. After the night at the bridge, the river ran differently. Not faster, not violent in the way floods become. Rather, it moved with an even, deliberate reluctance, its surface a slow, matte mirror that refused to carry everything away. There were days when the current would hold bits of paper as if considering them, then let them go. Other times it would fold around a stick or a leaf and not be done with it. I watched this with hands in my pockets, because to act beyond the obligations I had already fulfilled at the river felt like testing an agreement that was half ruined and half honored. Mariko looked like the river. The ritual iron in her had rusted to a brittle thing. The steady authority I had known in her voice during festivals was now a thread she could barely stitch back together. When I found her on the steps of the shrine the morning after the improvised rite, she sat with both hands cradling a cup of cold tea, as if it was something precious and small. Her fingers trembled so that the tea made tiny concentric rings on the rim. "You did what you had to," I said, though I was not sure whether I meant it as consolation or accusation. She did not look at me. Her glance traveled past the torii, to a stretch of the river where lanterns no longer bobbed in numbers, but where one pale light hesitated, tethered to the bank by something unseen. "We rescued some things, Masao," she whispered, "but you cannot rob a river of its teeth and expect it to forget their taste. Words take on new weights when they are spoken after a theft." Mariko's confession that the village had once chosen to yield a life to the water, and then wrapped that choice in ceremony, had been toppled into the open by Sato's plain voice and by Hoshi's hesitant improvisation. I had confessed publicly on the bridge, so the river might not take confession as a rumor, but as a thing everyone could see. Saying the name out loud felt as though I had been carving flesh from a wound and setting it in view of my neighbors, a senseless, salutary exposure. The tea house filled forward into the kinds of conversations that leave after-images on the skin. Takumi, who had spent years enough away to forget the small approvals that had lubricated our village's silence, spoke with the bluntness of someone who believed the truth should be quick and clean. He wanted to recut the agreements, to talk of land and titles in bright daylight, to return the ledgered names to ledgered accounts. Yuri wanted a different thing. She wanted me to provide what had been stolen back in the only way that felt proportional to her loss, an acknowledgement. A reckoning that renounced whatever privileges the bargain had bought. "I don't want paper and apologies," she said to me once, when we stood by the river and watched the water pass its newly modest cargo. "I want him recognized. We buried him without the ceremony used to bury others. We made a hole and put his name in it and pretended that was enough." There were rituals to repair that which ritual had mangled. Hoshi, who had until the night before seemed unable to pronounce the half-truths we had all preferred, had stitched a new rite from fragments, part confession, part liturgy, part civic naming. People returned keepsakes to the river, a hairpin found in a ledger, a child's toy that had been kept away behind polite doors, a coin worn thin by the fingers of those who had profited from silence. Aya came with a bunch of torn lantern paper, looped like a garland, and a bowl of rice that she set at the water's edge, then sat and watched as if she could read the river's face. You think it will take it now? She asked me once, looking as earnest as a child who believes small acts make gods happy. I wanted to tell her that I did not know. Truth and offering had been combined as if they were ingredients in a kitchen, not two different kinds of wound dressing. Some things, some spirits seemed soothed. Others stayed longer, like damp clothes that had been set by a hearth and refused to dry. In the days after, people found the world rearranged in small, stubborn ways. Keys, the teacher, put up a notice at the school suggesting a class on river ecology and the unpredictable patterns of currents. It was part good science, part avoidance, but it gave the children something to measure. Mayor Ito issued an apology that was both lawyered and wary, trying to keep outside eyes from seeing us as mad, while also admitting that the administrative record had been incomplete. Land disputes, long smoothed by tacit understandings, returned to daylight, and the first neighborly quarrel I had seen in a decade began over a strip of rice paddies that certain ledger entries had quietly reassigned. But mostly it was the small things that told me the village had been altered. The way conversations now touched briefly on the drowned and did not leave them folded away in a polite corner. How people stepped a beat slower across the bridge as though mindful of how the stone might remember. Old woman Sato, who had once been laughed away as an oddity, came to stand at windows and watch the river. She smiled at me once, and when I approached she croaked, "You gave the river a name it could use." The smile was not unkind. It was a knowing ridge of bone. Night came back differently, too. Lanterns kept appearing, small, solitary lights that bobbed like questions on the water. Most drifted downstream, obedient to the old instruction of the festival. A few shivered and turned upstream only to stall, as if someone had asked them to play a role they were no longer certain of. The most disconcerting were the ones that did not move at all but hung, a faint glow between window and sky, like an eye blinking without lids. One of those lanterns stayed at our threshold. It arrived not with the fanfare of the upstream procession that had once sought me out, but with a soft, deliberate insistence. Aya had left it there in the afternoon. She claimed it had drifted toward her, and that she had caught it with both hands, speaking to it as if to an animal. Whether she was telling the truth in the way children do, half myth and half memory, I could not say. I only knew that evening, when the house was quiet and the river hummed its changed song, a small light held itself over the step. It did not rest on the wood, nor did it settle into the reed-lined bank. Instead it hung in the air like a held breath. If you had told me a month before that I would stand looking at a lantern and feel as if I were under accusation, I would have laughed. Now I found that wonder and fear akin. The paper was not pristine. Its edges were frayed where old oils had darkened the fibers, and in the lantern's faint face I saw patterns like fingerprints pressed into wet clay. Once, when I leaned closer than I knew I should, I thought I saw the suggestion of a mouth open and close, as if the paper were learning to speak. When I lit a match, the flame softened and refracted in the lantern's paper, making its glow deeper. Then the lantern sighed, and the sound seemed to come from the cellar under the house, a low rush like water through reeds. "We did what we could," Hoshi said when he came later, kneeling on the porch with his robe gathered about him. He smelled of incense and the late ash of candles. Some went back, some decided they had more to ask. "What do they want?" I asked, though I knew the ledger had suggested answers, names, objects, a public naming of the theft. "Some want what was taken," he said. "Some want you to be smaller for what you withheld, and some do not want anything that can be given. They want to be seen. Being seen is a burden. It is also a mercy. When every person you have wronged becomes a presence at the foot of your door, you cannot fold yourself into polite denial without being discovered." Yuri had stood in the light of a lamp during our confession and said things that dug like fingers. Her grief granted her a sort of instrumentality. She could make me feel my past choices in a way that the ledger never could. It was as if every small reticence I had accumulated the little rationalizations. The finger points that diverted blame were being turned into pebbles, and someone was throwing them at the window until I took notice. I tried to make reparations of a practical sort. I visited Yuri to return what I had once hidden, objects that meant little to those who kept them, but everything to the person who had lost a child. Her hands were steady when she took them, but I caught her knuckles whitening as she did. "It's not the things," she said. "It's that you wanted them to be quiet." "You wanted his quiet. It was fear," I said, the old word tasting thin. "Fear can freeze you into an action as much as it can unmake you." I had chosen the small safety of silence over the impossible exposure of truth. The river could not be negotiated with by fear. It wanted full measure. Not all spirits were personal. Kawa no cage never ceased to feel, for me, like a presence that belonged equally to the water and to memory. It was not a single thing but the insistence of many things, the river as a ledger, as a witness, as a fleshless jury. Hosh's improvised right had been an attempt to create a court that mattered to both sides. We stood by the water, with keepsakes and the names of the disappeared written out on long white strips, and we read them aloud. Some names passed with a sigh like wind through reeds, others did not. When a name faltered, a lantern would shiver and lift like a signaling flag. The most violent moment of the rite was quiet. A lantern, all at once, exhaled. Its paper humbled away from our flame and a smell old incense. River silt, a child's bath unfurled like a curtain. The light did not go out. Instead, it folded inward, as if something had been extracted from it. Old woman Sato, who had handed over a small wooden doll she had kept for decades, began to sob not for herself but for the memory of the one she had seen taken. The sound was not theatrical. It was the honest sound of someone whose throat had not been used for speaking and who now could not stop. Some spirits accepted the offering and leaned into the water as if entering a ferry. They did not vanish so much as realign. I watched them go small flares traveling downstream, their faces clear for a moment and then smudged again. For a day afterward, the river's surface seemed a page with ink washed into complex calligraphy. Names, claims, small acts of justice, all drying into new patterns. But not all of them left. The ones that stayed did so for reasons that were not only personal. They were claims that could not be paid in objects, nor soothed by apology. They were claims that demanded a change in how the living lived. They wanted acknowledgement embedded in law and habit, in the daily motion of the village. Some of them wanted the ledger itself to be rewritten and the land returned. Others wanted rituals adjusted so that the festival's performance no longer concealed the bargain it had once been made to hide. We began to change our practice. The Lantern Festival still happened, but its liturgies were now read with the names of those long mislaid aloud. We lit lanterns with apologies attached and sent them downstream as well as upstream in a new, tentative pattern meant to demonstrate balance rather than erasure. Schoolchildren were taught, alongside river ecology, the story of how the village had once sacrificed a life and how we had tried to make that wrong visible again. It was not a tidy justice. It was a curriculum. At home, the lantern at our threshold continued to hang. It trembled in a way that made my skin feel raw. Sometimes it seemed like a small animal breathing, sometimes like a held human throat. I found myself stopping at the step in the evenings, hand hovering over the matchbox, fingers refusing to close around a match. There is a shame in performing a religious act purely to make yourself feel less guilty, and I was terrified of making offerings that were more about my ease than about true repair. One evening Aya came to sit beside me on the porch, knees pulled to her chest. "Will it go?" she asked, staring not at me but at the lantern. "It might," I said, "or it might not. If it doesn't," she asked, the way children ask obscene questions with the bluntness of their need. "Then it will be here," I said, "and we will have to live with it." She considered that as if it were the only rational way to behave. "I like it," she said finally. It looks like a small moon. We can tell stories to it. Children have an economy of belonging that adults lack. They will convert almost anything broken branch, puddle, or lantern into a companion. There is a dangerous mercy in that conversion. Aya's acceptance made me both grateful and furious. Grateful because the child's mind could enfold what mine could not. Furious because acceptance need not equal forgetting. Days turned into weeks. The practicalities of life, rice to be planted, repairs to be done, rain to be watched for, kept the village moving. People spoke less often of the night of the upstream procession. Gossip found new shapes. Still, when I walked by the river on certain mornings, I would see the faint impression of someone's footsteps on the mud that had not fully sunk, or the place where a lantern had brushed a thatch and left an ink line of soot. Once I swept the threshold and found a small wet imprint of a child's palm on the wood. I could not tell if it had been left by Aya or by a thing that had no hand at all. The final hook of this new life is the thing I cannot put to rest. The lantern at the threshold means that some answers are permanent features, now an architectural scar. It means that the river will occasionally refuse to carry away our small evasions and will return them to our doors so that we must decide what to do with them. It means that confession, even when public, is a process. It does not purchase a final, bright redemption. There are nights when I still stand there, the matchbox cold in my palm, the house breathing behind me, and I feel as if the lantern is listening for the precise shape of my shame. Sometimes it seems content with the truths we have put into the open. Sometimes it sharpens as if hungry again. Once, late, I thought I heard a child laughing from the river, a laugh that might have been Aya's or might have been something that had learned the child's voice. I did not go down to find out. Instead, I left the porch light on and sat in the dim of the house with a bowl of rice. I had given objects and names and the public performance of contrition. I had, in time, been forgiven by some and remained on the ledger of others. I would never be unbound from the fact that I had been there the night they needed a hand and did not give it. That would remain as part of my geography, as the bridge was part of the villages. What I could do was keep watch in ways I had not before. I could teach my son, if I had one, to speak names aloud. I could attend to the little rituals that kept memory breathing, not smothered. I could let the lantern sit at the threshold until it chose to move. And that was the new economy of our village, to hold memory at its doors and to move slowly, as if learning to walk with grief as an extra body at our side. We had not solved the river's appraisal of justice. We had negotiated a truce, some payments accepted, some conditions unmet, the current altered, but not returned entirely to its old indifference. On the last evening of the month, after a rain that washed the bridges moss brighter, Aya and I sat at the threshold and watched the lantern. It swung a little in the moist air, reflecting the light of the house and making small, leaping shadows on the floorboards. The world smelled of wet paper and river silt. We listened to the water and to the soft creak of the house settling. "Will it always be here?" she asked. "Perhaps," I said. She nodded as if that were all the answer she needed, and then held out a scrap of lantern paper toward the hanging light. "We can tell it stories," she said, and in her voice was the way children make companions of things so that their own fear becomes something to pour into a shape. I laughed once then, a brief sound that startled me. It was not a bright laugh. It was the laugh one makes in the presence of an old sorrow that has been admitted and is, for the moment, kept company. The lantern trembled, not with the frantic insistence of the night of the upstream, but with a small, steady appetite. It seemed to want witness. I thought of Mariko's eyes, of Hosh's ash-scented breath, of Yura's steady hands, of Takumi's blunt fists around a cup. I thought of Sato's toothless grin that had the force of a verdict. I thought finally of myself and the live ember of memory I kept like a coin, warm in the palm. We had reached a place where tradition and truth met like two currents in the river. They would not perfectly blend, but they could line up for a time and make the water move differently. The lantern at the threshold was proof of that compromise, an emblem not of victory but of a changed current. I closed the door with my hand on the worn wood and did not push the lantern back toward the river. I did not take it in either. I left it there between home and water, and the house exhaled. The night held its breath with us. When I turned to go upstairs, I thought I heard a sound that might have been a whisper or a wave rearranging stones. It could have been the house settling, Hosh's chants ending in the distance, or a small voice telling a story to a small, tired moon. I chose not to listen too closely. Some thresholds, I had learned, must remain thresholds, places where the living look out and the dead, or what stands in for them, look back. We had created a seam in our past, stitched it with names and keepsakes, and left a knot at the center that would not be undone. The lantern trembled once more, a little harder, as if in acknowledgement. Then, softer than a promise, it seemed to say something I could not catch. Maybe it was the river. Maybe it was the child who had taught herself to speak to lights. Maybe it was the thing that had always assessed our debts. I went up the stairs with the sound of distant water in my ears, and the knowledge that we had not reached an ending, but had learned a new way to live with what we owed. The bright mercies of absolution do not arrive like floodlight. They come like the change of a current, like the rearrangement of stones in a river, the same pieces, only placed in a different order so that water no longer forgets them. Outside the window the lantern remained, a trembling coin of light at the threshold, refusing to drift downstream without its due. It would not be easy to forget. And perhaps that was the point. The bridge had always known my hands. That is how I thought of it in the years when my family name still carried the weight of ceremony, a place to lay steady palms on ancient stone, to warm cold fingers over stolen festivals of wind and light. We called it, half joking and half tender, the Bridge of Moss, because moss grew like a slow memory on the mortar, and in the cracks the villagers' cigarettes had carved thin black lines. Children learned to spring along its parapet, brides tucked trains across it, and my own father once pressed a coin into the moss and said, as if to plant a blessing, "Never let the water claim more than it needs." He used that language at every summer lantern release, claim, need, ritual. To him the river took what was offered and nothing else. To us the lanterns were polite boats that always knew their downstream place. On the morning the lantern first decided otherwise, I went early, before the tea houses filled, before the villagers' voices rose as a kind of nervous tide. Dawn sat on the mountain like a patient thing, the sky a sheet of dull pink. And from the bridge the village looked small and tidy lines of houses clinging to the slope, tile roofs diced into black rectangles where gullies took the shadow. I liked watching the village wake. I liked the mechanics of it, the kettle boiling at Mrs. Cano's stall, Mariko's shadow arriving like a ritual in itself at the shrine steps. I liked to think I understood the order of things. A kettle hissed behind me. My hands, which always had river silt under the nails, fiddled with a stone thrown down years ago by a bored child. The stone felt familiar underneath the fingers, cool and settled. I had been standing on that bridge on the night of lantern releases for so long that a part of me measured time by the creak of the wooden planks beneath my boots and the way the rope walk merchants rearranged their baskets. I was there because my grandfather had been there, and his father before him. Our family name had become an appendage of the festival. We lit the first match, handed the first lantern to the river, and watched the lights as if they were an accounting book, each flame an entry, each glow a record of honoring. That was how you were supposed to feel steady, here to a small, solemn act. Instead I felt the old trimmer I always feel when the river is near, not the physical shaking of hands but a throat clench, a small animal panic that lives behind my ribs. It arrives without warning, like the memory of a sound that has nothing to do with the present. I told myself, as my father had always told me, that it was superstition, old things, older than me, that my blood had learned to accept as ceremonial discomfort. I told myself that and began to uncrumple a lantern sheet I had rescued from yesterday's mess, smoothing the rice paper like a man straightening the face of a sleeping child. Villagers arrived in trickles. They wore the cotton yukata folded with the same dovetail neatness used for funeral banners. The older men had the patient, stitched faces of people who had been waiting a long time for things. They carried bundles of paper lanterns, thin circular frames painted with the names of loved ones, messages, small drawings meant to anchor a memory to flame. We lined up and traded the same jokes we always traded about the wind, about the season's poor crop, about how the fish seemed to be fewer each year. Mayor Ito leaned on the parapet and scolded us for gossip. Kay, the school teacher, argued gently with a group of teenagers about the physics of floating things, his hands making careful, useless diagrams in the air. An old fisherman, who had a face like a folded map, spat out the word current with the same affection one might reserve for an old dog. We launched the lanterns once the sun was high enough that the river glittered with a million false eyes. The motions were practiced: slide the lit candle inside, set the rice paper lid so the name faced the stream. Let the frame dip so it took the first whisper of current. We had taught our children since they were small that the river takes what we give and carries it away. Everyone spoke softly, as if not to startle the dead. There is a civility to grief in a small mountain village that always surprised me, so much tidy ritual spent to soften sharp things. They went downstream in a measured surge, the lanterns bobbing like a congregation of tiny suns, until the procession weakened into scattered beads of light. I watched the usual little dramas. A child's lantern turned too quickly and spun on itself. Two lanterns bumped and held each other like shy neighbors. A pair of old women dropped their lanterns and watched them until their faces were empty and still. I collected discarded pieces of paper, as I had always done, an old habit, perhaps alive with superstition. Into my pocket went half-bent frames, damp paper with writing that blurred like something patient weeping. I could never explain why I kept them. Some part of me insisted on small proofs. And then it happened. A lantern turned. I do not mean the sort of casual angle you see when wind catches paper. This was a slow, deliberate choice. It rotated against the river's pull like a moth deciding on a light, and then, as if animated by will that wanted a different geography of grief, it moved upstream. My brain supplied rational possibilities at once: back eddy, submerged route. A child's string tugging from the bank, but the motion had a slowness to it that refused those explanations. It was careful, almost knowing, pushing itself toward the stone where I stood and the moss that grew there in such abundance it seemed to muffle footsteps. People noticed it at first as you notice a wrong note in familiar music. There was a moment where the ordinary choruses of the morning teapots, a dog barking, the river's small clack stalled like a record skipped. Then someone joked, the sort of nervous humor that tries to stitch unease into the fabric of the day. Even the lantern's homesick. It sounded like a thin attempt to smooth a wet garment. Others laughed because laughter is an affordable protection. Mayor Ito frowned and said, "Wind, likely. The mountain winds are odd today." Kay, who liked explanations, suggested a flux in the current and mimed it with 2 fingers. But what the lantern did cannot be contained by the words wind or current. It came toward the bridge as if following a map, its small light a compass needle that had rotated from south to north. When it brushed the stone parapet, it left green on the mortar, a smear of riverweed pressed into the crack by its frame. I reached out and touched the smear with the tip of a finger. It smelled of river green, cold, with a faint undertone of old incense. In that smell was something else I could not name, a toothache of memory. My finger came away stained. A child near me laughed, then stopped, surprised by their own sound. An elderly man cursed softly. Someone clucked their tongue and called on some saint or other. When we speak of the dead in this village, we use indirect tongues. We call them the downstream. We say the passing. We avoid naming the blunt instrument of death. That day we found ourselves awkward with that avoidance. The upstream lantern was not a misplaced offering. It felt like a message. I remember the lantern's movement as if under glass. It did not spin or bob. It swept like a small animal hunting for shelter. A fish came to it. At first I thought the fish was simply part of the river's life, an old carp that had always liked the shallow, a habit from previous summers. But the fish moved differently than the others. It circled the lantern, close enough that I could see the brass of its gill move with a wet, mechanical precision. It hovered around the light as though investigating or guarding, and when the lantern nudged the stone, the fish bunched its body against the current and looked at the shore with what I felt, absurdly, was deliberation. I felt as if I had intruded on something older than our customs. The villagers argued in small, fractious circles. Most wanted an ordinary explanation so that they could go back to the tidy rituals of their day. A man I did not know pointed out that sometimes small back eddies formed near the bridge and could carry a lantern in the reverse direction for a short distance. It'd go back soon enough, he said. No omens in a bit of swirling water. His certainty felt thin. Key, with his patient diagrams, tried to account for the motion by drawing in the air. Mayor Ito barked small commands, wanted the bridge checked for nets or strings, wanted no rumors that could bring outsiders with cameras and menace. In a town like ours, reputation is a kind of coin. Rumors spent it quickly. I stood apart and watched the lantern like a law I had not read. My hands trembled almost invisibly. There is a small absurdity to admitting fear in a place such as mine. Fear is meant for night roads and cities. Here, fear is a private thing, tucked into the folds of a shawl, something mothers whisper to children in the guise of caution. So I muttered at the lantern on the bridge, as if one could bargain with such a small thing. Go on, I said, perhaps aloud, perhaps only in my head. Go back to the water. My voice tasted like rust. The lantern refused. It sat at the mortar's edge and shivered as if breathing. The paper that made its skin did something that ordinary paper does not do. It trembled in time with a rhythm that suggested inhalation. It smelled then, unmistakably, of algae and incense, the pedestrian smells exchanged between river and shrine. Under the smell it seemed to hum, a small, barely perceptible vibration that my chest wanted to imitate. It was a silly thing to think and worse to expect, but for an instant everything in me waited for the lantern's light to shape a face. No face came. Instead there was that smear of green on the mortar, and a small curling of paper that had caught on the stone's rough edge, as if the lantern had paused to read my name on the list of things to be remembered. When the lantern finally slipped back into the flow, it did so the way a decision made in secret takes its leave, slow, deliberate, easy to miss if you looked away. The procession resumed downstream with the same small dignities it always afforded death. People gathered what they had left and started the household chores they used to ground themselves. Someone began to sing under their breath. I, however, had found something else. In my coat pocket I had the usual oddities of a man who liked to keep the skeletons of rituals: half-burnt paper, a bent frame, a torn string. But at my feet, tucked in the crevice between two stones, lay a small strip of rice paper that had been part of the upstream lantern's hull. It was damp and smelled of the river, and on it were charcoal strokes, careless handwriting that had been written by someone whose hand was already unsteady. The characters blurred at the edges where water had kissed them, for K or perhaps K, written and then smudged into a shape that might be a smile. I rolled the strip between my fingers until the paper thinned and the letters lost themselves like ghosts. A man came up behind me and asked if I had noticed. Strange, isn't it? He said it like an apology. He was younger than me and had a child's way of trying to make light of heavy things. They always go downstream, don't they? His eyes searched for accomplices in the sky. I wanted to tell him to stop speaking, as if the river were a door that opened only one way. Instead, I nodded, like a man whose stock answer had been prepared by his ancestors, then pocketed the paper as if hiding evidence could fix a deeper fault. Later, I went to my father's old house, where the family altar kept its thin, always burning candle. I am supposed to have been indifferent to the wooden gods and lacquered Buddha, but the ritual had long ago folded into me like a bone in a child's body. I poured my tea and put the lantern strip on the low table beside it, and for a long time I watched the steam of the tea make small circles in the air. My finger still smelled faintly of riverweed. Do I tell you that then I began to remember other things? The mind will often provide its own evidence when asked for more. The day is a tapestry, and memory is a moth that gnaws at the threads. When I was 12 or 13, there had been a night like this, only darker, when boys had gathered near the pebble beach on the river and dared each other into the current. We stole matches and laughter, and a moon that night had a face thin as paper. A friend, someone whose name I have tried to avoid, I will not name him here, had slipped, and the water took him like a secret. The sound of that absence made the small things of later years difficult to bear. I had watched as a child watches misfortunes in slow motion, wanting to reach and not knowing how. I pulled away. I told myself later that it was fear that stopped my hands. Sometimes I tell myself there was nothing to have done. But the truth had weight, and that morning on the bridge the weight returned with the lantern's motion. People closed the day with familiar movements. Someone collected an extra frame. Someone else folded the wet rice paper and put it in the hearth. The village shrugged and carried on. The mayor worried about tourists who might come with cameras and take our ritual as spectacle. And someone suggested we do the lanterns on a different night so as to confuse any superstitions. The old fisherman muttered something about hungry currents changing their habits. Key went home with diagrams in his head to be redrawn. They were all busy with arrangements for surface peace. I did what I always do when things are unaccounted for. I began to gather the flotsam, the papers, the broken frames, the small telltale scraps that told of the lantern's life. Habit can be a form of prayer. As I lifted a damp square of paper from a puddle, my fingers found the impression of something else, thin threads of moss clinging to the rice paper, like the beginnings of a net. I remembered then the smear on the stone like a fingerprint. I pressed the paper to my chest as if it held a pulse. It did not, but my heart answered as if it might. That night I slept poorly. The bridge had written itself into the lines of my pillow. I dreamed of lanterns that did not know their orders, of small lights that turned like curious animals and came to the place where my hands had once been too slow. I woke with the taste of algae in my mouth, a ludicrously physical memory. When I poured more tea in the morning, the paper strip sat on the table and seemed, absurdly, to glow faintly in the candle light. So the first chapter was not violent, it was not cinematic, it was a small voice, an ordinary paper lantern choosing a path I had only ever thought hypothetical. The village treated it with the first-tier remedies of tradition, explanation, joke, the erosion of interest back to what is manageable. But the thing that had touched the stone would not leave me. The smear of riverweed on the mortar had the peculiar finality of a signature. It had the tone of a question addressed directly to me. Are you sure what you buried is buried? I found myself in the days that followed, walking the bridge more often than was necessary, and collecting lantern fragments with a compulsion I could not explain. I was not yet a man acting, more a man listening, and listening is an occupation of slow, dangerous patience. I told myself I was simply curious. I told myself I was protecting my family's name from gossip. But the truth has a way of insisting. The lantern had moved upstream, not as a prank, but as a small affirmation of will. It had reached the bridge as if to read the name carved in the mortar, and had left the memory of riverweed to prove it had been there. The villagers have many funerary customs. They are meticulous, neat, and designed to keep the river's appetite in check. The ritual makes moral math out of loss. You do not keep the dead. You acknowledge them, set them adrift, and let the water be the accountant. When one of our accounters changes its ledgers, we feel the ground tilt beneath our feet. It is not drama at first. It is a hiccup of taste, a soup gone a degree too sore. But I had tasted too much soreness in my life to ignore it. So I began to look for a cause in places other men might not think to look, in the ledger of half-burned names in the shrine's drawer, in the way the moss on the bridge preferred certain stones to others, in the way children's laughter carried across the water like a question. When you spend your time looking for a pattern, you begin to find connections that might not be there. Conversely, you might also find truths the village prefers not to hold. The lantern, I decided, had given me permission to stop pretending the river was docile. For now it was only a single slip of light that had chosen to move upstream. It was a small thing, but small things change the outlines of days. The moss remembered. My hands remembered. And I, who had always stood on the bridge as a kind of sentinel for ritual, found that a different kind of watchfulness had begun. As twilight fell, I went back to the parapet and looked at the river. The current looked the same as it had always done, quiet, sensible, carrying the same small trash and fallen leaves. But against that ordinary flow a memory felt like a stone dropped into the water. It spread outward in concentric questions. For the first time in a long time, I did not know what the proper thing to do was. Our traditions seemed suddenly small. They were not questions but instructions. When a lantern defied them, the instructions felt inadequate. At the edge of the bridge, another light came upstream, faint as a breath, and then gone. I blinked and could not tell if my eyes had imagined it. I wanted someone to notice, to say, "Did you see?" I wanted the ordinary chorus of villagers to gather and make the world sensible by repeating its names. But they were busy making their own order, folding the day's uncertainty away. I left the bridge that night with a strip of damp paper in my pocket, my finger stained green, and the sense that the river had asked a question and was waiting for an answer. The answer I had in me was small and shameful. It was the memory of a night my hands were not enough. I could have let the question pass like last year's gossip, smoothed and forgotten. But the lantern's smear on the stone had placed a small claim on me, as if the current had decided my ledger required a correction. So I stayed awake that night and counted the sounds of the river like a man counting the beats of a guilty heart. Each tug of water against stone sounded, in the dark, like a name being called. I thought then of the list pinned to the shrine's rough board, of the way my family's duty made me an unpaid archivist of those names. The lantern's upstream turn was not a thing I could explain away. It had, to my private horror, made my memory physical. And when the village went to sleep, and the houses closed their shutters against insects and borrowed city noises, I dreamed once more of a boy I had not named, and of a lantern that refused to do what it had been told. The bridge, patient and mossed, waited for morning as if it knew more than I did. I suppose that now, as then, there was no peace under the bridge. Only a quiet that is not serenity but a tense stillness, as if the river were listening for a decision. The next day the villagers would call it a fluke. The day after they would try to count the flukes and make a pattern from them. In the meantime the bridge kept its moss, and the paper in my pocket kept its wet characters. Small things were beginning to gather, and when small things gather they sometimes become the kind of thing that cannot be laughed away. I did not yet know what would be required to answer the river's question. I only knew that once a lantern had refused to obey the downstream, there was no going back to the tidy assumptions. The river had shown a different direction, and in that direction was my own long-avoided past. The bridge, as always, bore witness. The moss smelled of damp and something older. Beneath that smell, if I concentrated, I could perceive the faint trace of another scent, salt and small, patient in sense. It was, I thought then, the precise smell of an old promise being revisited. And I slept, finally, with that scent in my dreams, and with the feeling of one small, insolent piece of paper pressing like a question against my ribs. I had always thought the village's conversations moved at the speed of the river, predictable, patient, carrying gossip and grief downstream without much urgency. In winter the river froze and our words slowed to the dull tick of sled runners. In spring it rose and our talk swelled with the thou. Even the festival, our ritual of sending light away, felt like another way of following that current. We did not speak quickly about the dead. We sent them out with lanterns and let the water do the honest labor of forgetting. When the first lantern came up against the stream, it was the sort of detail that could be dismissed if you wanted dismissal. I stood on the bridge as I always do, my palms warm against the stone, watching the procession like a man watching a small machine perform its part. The lanes of light flowed, families humming the same low verses, children learning the motions their parents had practiced for them. The lantern that refused drift was not even meant for us. It was behind the others, a small white paper square loose with a single slender candle. It swam the wrong way, turning as if it had learned to disobey. At the town hall the next morning the conversation had the same circular rhythm that an eddy has when it wants to keep itself. Mayor Ito sat at the head of the room in his usual seat, a chair scuffed at the arms, and tried to fold the worry into a neat memo. "We cannot afford panic," he said, with his attempt at a soothing tone. "This village relies on the festival. Tourists come. Donations arrive. We must maintain order." He sounded less like someone looking after people than like someone balancing an account book. Key, the teacher, had unrolled a hand-drawn map on the floor and pressed a finger where the lantern had reversed course. "Look at the currents here," she said. "There are backflows in the rocks by the old mill, eddies we did not chart." Wind could catch a lantern and her voice came out clipped, precise, as though a tidy explanation might stitch over the unease like a bandage. Mariko sat at the far end, taking the words in, and said nothing until the room's tension had collected. When she spoke it was in that slow, ceremonial cadence she used at the shrine, as if her voice were a small bell. "We have always relied on the river to carry away what cannot be seen," she said. "If the river returns those things, we must learn why." There was less comfort in those words than in the mayor's instructions. There was an old weight behind them, as if Mariko felt a stone under her ribs. Arguments bent to the familiar lines, the mayor pushing for calm, Key demanding tests, a few elders muttering about bad omens and the need for offerings to be refreshed. The debate felt like watching rotted netting held up against a storm. Each person held a different patch and tried to cover the whole. Those who tended the festival's formalities, young mothers folding paper, men in their work shirts checking ropes, offered their own small anxieties. Did we forget something in the prayers? Was the incense too weak this year? They sounded as if a mistake in practice could be mended with more careful hands. I sat to the side, collecting nothing but silence. My fingers found a scrap of used lantern paper from between the tatami planks and I folded and refolded it like a rosary. I heard the clink of the mayor's cup on the saucer and felt something old and thin shift inside me, an old fear that the lanterns would name the wrong things. When the meeting broke up, people filed out in pairs, voices lowered and full of hedged concerns. It was not yet panic. It was a nervous, spreading prudence. Key asked if I would come down to the river with her. "I want another look at the eddies," she said. "You watch from the bridge a lot. Your eyes catch things people miss." Her tone was the teacher's tact. There was a calm that assumed work would produce answers. I followed because I liked the idea of work, because moving made the inner churn gentler. The river at midday is honest in a way the bridge lighting and evening festival are not. It gurgled under the stones, yellowed with the pollen of summer storms, reflecting a sky like a slow white bowl. Key laid out her paper map on a flat rock and tapped a charcoal line. "Here," she said. There are returns near the Millhouse jetty, and here by the willow. Look, she pointed at small arcs where the current folded inward, places a light might hesitate. She spoke of thermals and wind shear and the way a paper vessel catches a gust. She drew arrows, calculated angles, proposed a short list of test nights. Her voice had authority. When she named eddies, they looked less like omens and more like problems to be solved. 2 fish rose near the bank and circled an abandoned candle stub as if curious. A scent of algae lifted. The damp, old smell of river weed and the faint resilience of rot. Watch that light there, Key said, pointing toward a patch of reeds. We moved closer and found fragments tiny, soggy scraps of paper, edges browned where flame had kissed and left. They were weighted with silt and threaded with something sticky, like a child's art project that had been left out and then weathered. I picked one up with the tip of my finger. It smelled of incense and river, and there was something else under its salt, and a metallic tang that put the back of my teeth on edge. We gathered the scraps into Key's notebook. She took measurements, wrote notes. She asked me to keep watch while she placed small markers on the bank. I could feel her need for order pressing at the corners of the world. It brought a temporary steadiness to me because it let me pretend the oddness had a mechanism, something that could be mapped and then contained. When the sky thinned toward late afternoon, I walked along the bank to collect more scraps. Habit has a way of disguising purpose. I did not want the mayor's official concern, nor the town's gossip, nor the private shame that rode under my skin. Collecting papers felt like a small private rite, a way of naming the phenomenon without the violent act of telling anyone who might look at me and see the same thing. I crouched among reeds and brambles and found paper pressed to snail trails, paper with the pattern of flaking incense ash. In one curl of damp white I saw a faint smear greenish, like a piece of weed, and I remembered the bridge's smear the night the first lantern brushed the stone. A tiny lantern bobbed up from behind a stump of reed. It swam slowly, erratic, as if choosing where to go. It was no larger than my palm. The flame inside stuttered and the paper panes glowed like a throat in the dark. It turned toward me, and for a breath I thought I would not move. The light brushed my sleeve and the air grew briefly cold in a patch the size of my palm. My first impulse was to flinch away, but part of me leaned in. I have always been that kind of man, half willing to be noticed if noticing could answer things. The lantern scraped the cloth and left a wetness of river odor and a ribbon of green algae that settled on my skin like a secret. I stood without thinking and watched it curl away as if it had finished a sentence, had not meant to speak aloud. I tucked the scrap of paper into my sleeve and walked back to the path where the tea house smoke already curled. The smallness of the lantern made me think of children, of the ways small lights can ask as much of you as a person. I found Aya sitting on the low bank, her knees tucked against her thin chest, a scattering of tiny boats and a saucer of bread beside her. She had a blunt concentration I had seen in children before illness, the world rearranged around a single task. Aya. I said the name, and she looked up with a smile that still had an adult's pause in it, like someone who had practiced the gestures of happiness and kept the lines rehearsed. They listen when you speak with them properly. She held out her palm. You must tell them your name. Something in the way she said it made my throat close, because I knew she was not repeating a child's superstition. Children have a kind of bankruptcy in their beliefs. They will believe anything and forget it the next day. But Aya had been sick this spring. She had come back thin and a little other. I had watched her sleep with the steadiness of someone learning to live beside a memory. She peered at the scrap of lantern paper I had set on the grass. Did you find one? Upstream. One, I said. More than one. I did not tell her about the smell on my sleeve or the way the light had touched me. Instead, I sat a little to one side and watched her. The village had learned to be practical about illness teas, poultices, polite support, and then to put it away. I had been good at putting things away. She offered the bread to the water, and a small, soft lantern drifted close, almost nosing the saucer. Aya hummed something under her breath. It was an old children's rhyme my aunt had used to hush me when the river's noise kept my teeth sensitive. "You must be gentle and you must say what you know," she murmured as if instructing an animal. The lantern hovered a tender moment and then floated away, moving upstream with an unusual stead. I felt my hands, calloused and scarred from net ropes, and the small labors of my life go cold. On the path back to the village, I passed people in low clusters, whispering. The mayor walked with 2 aides, and they spoke of tourism pamphlets, of tightened festival schedules, of not letting a rumor spread to the city. "We will place more gates on the bridge," one aide suggested. "We will send an official statement." They were thinking of the village's brand as a brochure locale to be kept tidy. It is a narrow view, but one that keeps people fed. Their conversation clipped the air in a way I had come to associate with small, good offices. Down by the schoolyard, Key showed her data to a knot of parents. She pointed to the marks on her map and to the scraps in her clear plastic bag. "There is physical evidence," she said. Paper fused with silt, hair caught in the char. She nodded to the parents as if they could both see and accept the facts. The parents smiled thinly and held their children close. A woman asked what they could do to keep their children safe, and Key, with the straightforwardness that is both her charm and her limitation, suggested supervised routes and lanterns with wire frames. Her suggestions were practical and reasonable, but they hit something no map could touch, the idea that the river might now be actively choosing. By evening, the village divided into smaller currents. At the tea house, Tamaki poured tea with hands that shook a little and said, "People will want scapegoats." Takumi, who had the sort of bluntness that makes rooms either explode or settle, barked, "If it's the river, it's the river. If it's a trick, it will be caught. If it's spirits, then we'll need something more than a pamphlet and a fence." He looked at me for a long breath in the way people look at someone who may answer. I did not answer. If anyone suspected that silence had an origin other than cowardice, they did not name it. Gossip is a small, efficient hunger. The mayor's aides left a thin trail of notes like breadcrumbs that led to private houses where women folded paper late into the night, where men adjusted knots in ropes, and where the shrine's smaller candles were lit and relit until the ash rose like a fog. There were small acts of reassurance, bolts checked, windows closed, incense rubbed between fingers, and in each the same furtive hope that if we could do the right thing, the river would go back to its appointed business. I walked home in the half-light and found the bridge empty save for the moss. I ran my fingers along the cool stone. In the west a smear of orange lingered, a lantern, perhaps, passing toward the mouth. The night held that fragile local order, where people pretend their private terrors can be boxed in and labeled with names. There is a comfort in the physicalness of superstition. You can light a candle, fold the paper wrong, and know exactly what you did and what you must now undo. I kept the scrap of paper in my coat and could feel the outline of the smear against my ribs. It was ridiculous to feel like this. The mayor wanted calm. Key wanted evidence. The shrine wanted more offerings. Aya wanted to speak with lights. Each solution had a body to it, a meeting, a map, a prayer sheet, a child's breath. None of them asked the only thing I had been avoiding. None of them asked me to name what I had watched happen years ago and refused to answer. At the end of the night, when the village slept in patterns of thin lamplight, I walked the outer path alone. The reeds whispered, and the water sounded like a mouth thinking. I stopped where the first lantern had turned and picked at the bank, finding the pale outline of another paper, lodged between stones. It was not my family's paper, nor was it one I could easily identify, but it had been held by flame and touched by hands. And it smelled faintly of incense and the copper tang that always stopped me short. From the slope behind me came the small, insistent sounds of a child humming and a man grunting as he pulled a net free of something. The village continued to act, to try to make practical the thing that had frightened it. That was perhaps the only merciful arrangement the living had. Action, even if misguided, made fear less sharp. I kept moving. The river's voice climbed in pitch as the night cooled. Sometimes it sounds like a single thing breathing. Sometimes it sounds like a chorus slicing itself into 1,000 tiny regrets. I do not know even now whether I walked to the river because I wanted answers or because I wanted to hear something I already feared. But whatever my motive, the night seemed to lean forward, and in the hush I heard Aya's voice repeat a line she had said at my elbow hours earlier. "You must tell them your name." It stuck in me like a hook. Names are small things useful, human instruments for calling another into being. But to speak a name when the river keeps it as a ledger line is to make a piece of your life do. I walked home with the scrap of paper warm inside my coat. The village slept around me, each house a small lantern of its own, some steady, some fitful. I did not sleep well that night. I spent it listening to the river and to the creaks of the houses, cataloguing in my head the faces that had leaned to the light and the faces that had not. There are nights when you imagine you can bargain with the air, and there are nights when your silence is the very thing you are bargaining to keep. In the morning the mayor would call another meeting. Key would come with her notebook, Mariko with her quietly folded prayers. Aya would be at the bank with a new saucer of bread. The village would lean toward different answers. And somewhere between the practical and the pious, the river would continue to move in ways that made no human sense. In the end, it was not the arguments or the maps that unsettled me so much as the way the conversation had changed the shape of ordinary things. The tea house that used to smell simply of steamed rice now smelled faintly of incense note and worry. The schoolyard where children once played had become a place where parents tightened hands. A laugh that used to break the ice now stayed clipped, waiting for news that would justify it. I felt the community like a rope stretched, taut between two banks. Any extra weight, any sudden movement would snap it or drag it under. And under everything, the small fact I could not place like a stone into a jar, the scrap of paper, the faint green smear. Aya's insistence that the lights listened when you asked them to. The river had not stopped carrying our dead, it had become selective. The question waiting for the next meeting was not merely what could cause a paper lantern to move against a current. It was what the lanterns wanted when they came back. When people argued in the hall, they carted out their usual instruments: logic, custom, money, ritual, and tried to wedge the strange into something manageable. But some things will not be made convenient. Some returns do not care for the scaffolding we erect. The upstream lanterns were small and slow at first. They could be laughed at. But as they came, their movements carved a different shape in the village's sleep. They were not wind. They left traces. They were not entirely anonymous. They seemed to hear names. The currents of conversation had widened to include a new, colder current, the idea that something was coming back, and that the village would have to answer for what it had once let go. When I finally let myself climb into bed, the river hummed like a throat, and I thought of names. I thought of a boy who had been in the water years ago, thin arms. The flash of a laugh, and how I had watched him go under and chosen to stay on the bank. It is a memory I will not invite into company lightly. The conversation in the village continued without admitting the worst possible thing, that a single human silence could be the reason lanterns sought our doors. That would be too large a thing to hold. And yet, in the way the river carried light that night, I felt the first small shifts of consequence. The mayor would call for statements. Key would draft a schedule of observations. Mariko would supplement prayers. I would hold the scrap of paper to my chest and think of names, not only the names the village might speak, but the single name I had still not put in a voice that could be heard. In the corner of the room, somewhere between the window shading out the river's grey and the hum of the town's sleep, a lantern moved upstream. A faint dot against the dark, and it was as if the world had added one more question to the air. Will we answer when the dead demand we do more than light a candle? The next day the villagers began to take small physical measures. Nets were checked. Small committees formed. A woman knocked on my door and offered to fold paper with me. Her eyes were soft and serious. She sent messages to the prefecture asking for instruments to measure wind and temperature. The mayor drafted a notice about decorum during the festival, and he asked that we not let rumor leave the valley. He meant well in his way. He wanted to keep our life on this bank of the river intact, tidy and survivable. I tucked the smudged lantern paper back into the lining of my coat. It felt warmer there, the heat from my body giving the remaining char a faint glow, like coal not yet extinguished. I had a small, private plan to follow. I would keep collecting scraps, mapping where they had been found, watching for a pattern the others might miss. It would be an honest task. It would be a cover for the more terrible motive that sat under my ribs. I wanted to know whether the lanterns chose who they visited by accident or intent, and whether what they sought was names, restitution, or something the river itself could not relinquish. There is a peculiar comfort in tedious, private labor. It narrows the mind to a single tool. I would fold the papers, sort them by the type of suit they bore, keep the little list of who had seen what. That night I slept less than usual and dreamed of wet hands pushing a lantern away, and woke with the shape of the dream under my tongue, like a taste you cannot spit out. When I walked into the tea house in the early morning, the smoke that rose from the brazier tasted of a small, rented piece. Takumi sat with his elbows on the table and said nothing for a while, as if the silence had grown its own weather. "They are starting to divide us," he said at last. "People whisper in corners. The mayor wants neat answers. The priest wants more offerings, but something else is at work. You felt it, didn't you?" He looked at me with the bluntness that had always cut to the bone. Yes, I felt it, and it was not the sort of feeling one can place in a map. It was an answering look, like the moment a dog acknowledges you are the same person it has loved before. It was also a coldness, as if the river itself had folded in on a secret and would not release it until the name that had been hidden was said aloud. When the day closed, the village had not come to a single decision. Instead, it had made many small preparations, like a person gathering tools for a job whose shape is uncertain. The currents of conversation had not calmed. They had widened into channels that would either carry us or drown us. I lit a small lamp of my own on the windowsill and watched it tremble. Aya's laugh came to me unexpectedly, a thin, bright sound. She had told a neighbor that the lanterns were just lonely and come back to ask us to remember. The neighbor smiled pityingly, then looked away as though remembering was a thing one might do if one had time and courage. That evening I kept thinking of how small a lantern is, how much it can ask. I folded a scrap of paper and put it in my pocket beside the smudged piece. I would not yet confess. I could not yet make a name of the thing I had done. But the river and the light that had stopped to touch my sleeve would not let me remain a simple keeper of petty rituals. The town's talk would thicken in the days to come into something less stable. Threads would pull. Alliances would form and break. But in this hour between the mayor's calm and the teacher's charts, between the shrine's prayers and Aya's childish confidence, there was a persistent, simple fact. A piece of paper with a thin circle of char had moved in a way the current did not ask of it, and someone or something had decided to come back upstream. The question now was not whether the river could be explained, but whether we had the courage to ask what it wanted in return. I put out my lamp and lay down. Outside the window a night bird called once, and the river answered. The conversation would continue in the morning, but the night's private currents had changed my harbor. I understood. with a clarity that hurt, that the festival was no longer a ritual of release. If the lights returned, then release was not what the dead wanted. They wanted conversation, and conversation, as I knew and feared, could end in confession. I had stood on the bridge 100 times, each year watching the lanterns go, little resolved suns drifting. Small comets of rice paper and wax that the village believed carried names and obligations away. The bridge itself was a patient thing, stone furred with moss, its parapets smoothed by generations of shoes and weather. People said the structure held memory the way the river held memory, layered, cool, indifferent. I liked to believe there was a steadiness in that indifference, that the bridge and the current between these banks would always take what we were ready to let go of. On the evening before the festival proper, when the sky kept its last heat in the hollows between mountains and the insects settled into long conversations, the anomaly came like a small, insolent thought. I watched it because watching had become a compulsion, as precise as the ritual, to stand where the stones were lowest, to hold the breath the way people hold a borrowed life. The lantern did not arrive with ceremony. It slipped around a bend as if remembering to be a lantern, a pale bob of light riding the skin of the river. But then it smudged itself against the current and, as if discovering a preference, turned upstream. I thought at first it must be wind. Breath in the willows could push a light. A handsome child could have launched it wrongly. People would call this an inconvenient joke and shift back to the comfortable sentence that things happen. The first time we see a thing that will later be called portentous, we try to domesticate it with humor. I heard muffled laughter from the houses across the way. Someone called out that the river had a sense of humor. The lantern came nearer, slow and searching. Rice paper flamed in the way rice paper always flamed, soft edges, a light that looked as if it were almost ashamed of itself, and when it passed, beneath the bridge a spray of starburst light flared along the stone. The smell hit me then, oddly familiar, a remnant of incense boiled through river algae. A scent I had not noticed as a child, but which now pried at the ribs like a finger. I leaned over, hands on the wet parapet, and saw not the abstraction of a glow, but the suggestion of a face. I have read lines that say recognition is the purest form of accusation. I had thought such lines belonged to books. I had not expected a face to stare back from a lantern. The light thinned the rice paper, and where paper frayed and flame licked, a cheekbone arranged itself. Someone would tell you later that faces are easy to find. In flicker our minds fan smoke into structure, but the bone was not random. It belonged to a boy I knew in the flat way one knows a childhood companion, Ryo. The tilt of the mouth when he tried to be brave. The slight scar near the ear from a misadventure with a bicycle. The way his left eye crinkled when his remark was meant to sting. I saw those things and I felt a hollow open inside me, an old seam tearing. The village turned toward the sound then, and the mutter that had been laughing broke into a careful hush. Even the willow branches seemed to hold their breath. I felt hot, as if the lantern's small accusation had set a fever under my skin. I had thought of Ryo for years as a kind of not uttered object, useful when sighted, banished when inconvenient. There are silences that are structured like walls meant to protect as much as to conceal, and I had lived my 20s and 30s on the safe side of that damp, painted slab. Masauia said from below, her voice as small as a coin thrown into still water. She had been following the littlest curiosities of the river for longer than it seemed sensible, collecting scraps of used paper and the thin copper wires from lanterns. She crouched at the bank, the hem of her jacket mud-smeared and her knees bright with the dryness of play. Her palms were cupped like a child holding something precious. Inside them were two tiny folded shapes of paper. "Is it Ryo?" she asked without the hesitation that older voices had. Children have a way of passing over the complex edges of things and naming them. I did not answer. I could not answer. I felt my mouth betray me. The lantern turned its face to the bank and seemed to examine our gathering as if considering the proper way to sow accusation. Fisherman Ono had come from the nets. He walked the path as if the river had called him. He smelled of wet rope and smoked fish, and he clasped his lantern like a talisman. "Haven't seen anything like it," he said in that flat, practical voice of his. "Must be some rubbish caught in the tide, lit wrong. Rivers do queer things when the moon's low." He tried to make the sentence idiomatic and safe, and my own voice wanted to follow him. But the lantern was not content to be made sensible. A fish, one of the small mottled ones that skitter near the shallows, rose and circled the light. Then another and another, like a slow, clumsy choreography. They did not flee the flame. They traced it as if obeying some command. Their scales flashed like damp coins. The sight would have been beautiful if beauty did not now press against bones. The lantern drew nearer the bank, and then stalled, as if considering the stones. Where it hesitated, the water around it cooled an optic that looked as if the current had given a bow. Upstream, the river's regular voice changed. A small eddy spun clockwise beside the lantern, a detail so domestic as to be obscene. Folk around the bend murmured, and some reached for sleeves and others for crosses, though there had been little in this village of the kind of crosses that belong to cities. We were animated with uncertain rites. An older woman made the sign she had learned in youth. A man set down his tea to watch. When the light slid beneath the overhang of the birch on the bank, it brushed the roots and flared. And the face inside the rice paper rearranged as if someone had turned a mask very slightly. It smiled, and the smile was Ryo's smile, which was the worst thing. Memory is a weightless instrument. It does not exert force with obvious strength. Rather, it amplifies small moments into a pressure that rearranges the internal architecture of a person. When Ryo smiled, there were 3 seconds where the world explained itself to me in flash frames. The night, years before, a sound of splashing. My shape in the dark, a crust of panic that made my limbs heavier than they were. Ryo leaning in on the water like someone who had an answer to everything. I saw my hand, a pale oval against moonlit sheen, and the seeding of the small action that would have been rescue. I felt again how shame had been quick. It wrapped around my throat like a rope, and the rope smelled of smoke and my father's old coat. I had been a child of fear and convenience. That was my confession, and the lantern held it like a lens. Someone made a low sound. I think it was Mrs. Sato. She had a broom in her hand and had drifted down to the bank, as if cleaning could be the antidote to seeing. "Bring him back downstream," she said without ceremony, as if the solution could be papered over with the right motion. It was a sane, reasonable demand. Send the lantern back where it belonged, and the face will dissolve into ritual, and there will be no further question. But the lantern did not return. Instead, it drifted toward a muddy step where narrow prints had begun to outline themselves on the embankment, footprints that appeared in the grass as if traced by something weightless. I watched them happen in the way one watches a trick and knows it is not a trick. They were not the simple markings of someone who had walked the soil. Each depression was too precise, like the imprint left by a child's palm on soft clay. They did not sink. They perched at the very edge of impression. And when someone stooped to press a finger into the earth, beside the theft of a step the finger sank, and found only the looping root beneath, as if soil had been varnished to resist acknowledgement. The footprints led in a crooked line along the bank, and then stopped at the stone steps that led toward the village. They pointed as if inviting passage from water into house. The hair on my forearms rose. Fisherman Ono cursed under his breath and held out his net, as if he could catch the thing that caught light. He tried to sweep the surface and pulled up a sticky sheet of lantern paper that had been married to algae. Embedded in it, absurdly, there were flecks of black hair and a little loop of fabric the color of a child's jacket. He put it on the wooden bench between his knees and blinked at it like a man who had seen a ledger balanced on an impossible column of accounts. "This is no wind," he said, and his usual certainty had the jag of a man feeling a seam of the world loosen. "Things don't just rise up against the tide." Aya looked at the paper. Her lips made a small O. She pressed a damp thumb to the hair and did not flinch. "He told me once he liked the taste of river water in summer," she said. The way she said it suggested she had had a conversation that adults were not party to. Children overhear details. Their curiosity is a kind of homage. Voices rose then, a human murmur that pageants into verdict. Some said it was a trick, a cruel child's whim to frighten grown folk. Others said the river was angry. A stout man at the far end tossed a phrase I had heard in my grandmother's kitchen, omen. Again, the village's machinery of naming pressed up against the thing and tried to machine it into sense. I left then not because there was anything I could do by leaving, but because the bridge amplifies things into decisive shapes. When I turned from the parapet, I felt the eyes of the lantern follow me like a hand that refuses to let go. At the edge of the path, a row of shops had their shutters half lowered, and the light caught on the lacquer of the tea-house's sign. Takumi had not come down that night. He had his reasons to be late, and I wanted to avoid him because his bluntness would have the exact effect of pushing a confession to the open road. My silence is a brittle object. It shatters under the right pressure. At the tea-house, I felt the room tense into the shape of an audience. People came and went, neighbors with their lanterns, young women who tied scarves around their hair, an old man on a wooden crutch who had been alive for more than the last flood and kept his mouth pressed into the shape of a hymn. Conversations started and stopped like fish in shallow water. A boy described the lantern like an animal and mimed its upstream progress with hands that trembled. Everyone had seen something slightly different but similar enough to stitch into a consensus. Whatever this was, it had faces. "You saw him?" I asked when I sat. She had followed me in, leaving a salt smell on the floorboards from river spray. "I saw a face," I said, and the phrase felt small. Faces are many things in our village. They are records, indexes of debt and favor. To see a face is to be named. "Good," she said in a way that was both comfort and incitement. "He likes when people say his name." Saying a name aloud in those moments is an awkward thing. The air tastes different. To call a name is to invite it into focus, to take the frail motion of rumor and shape it into an admission. My mouth made Ryo's name, and the sound came out like a stuttering apology, which it was. A man near the window, Fisherman Ono, again had set the damp scrap on the low table. He pushed it toward me as if the thing could be returned by motion alone. I touched the paper and felt the brittle texture under my fingertip. The hair was not my hair, but it was hair shaped by habit into the idea of Ryo. To touch it was to be proximate to an accusation that had no mercy. I felt the old knot in my chest, the one that had kept secret like a bell keeps echo. We argued in muffled, anxious bursts. Someone said we should throw the lanterns down the river in advance, to suffocate their otherness with the normal flow. Someone else argued we needed to burn the paper first, to deny the dead the medium in which they had returned. That suggestion felt like promising to cut off a tongue to stop gossip, cruel and practical and inadequate. I kept thinking of the moment before Ryo fell. Memory is a thief that leaves notices. There is the exact shape of the sound when a stone hits water, the way the moon sits like a coin on its side. I could still see the small spiral of ripples that had been absorbing him. I had the clear recollection, odd and useless, of my own shoelaces untying, as if some small cosmic clerk had posted a notice in the world announcing my negligence. Shame, when remembered, is a live thing. It must be tended like a wound, or else it will fester and draw maggots of accusation. At home that night I could not sleep. Outside, the river sang an indifferent song, and the lanterns tied to the market stalls bobbed like waiting stars. In the dark I imagined all sorts of remedies. I imagined myself walking to the bank and retrieving the lantern and returning it to the proper tide, as if the motion could mop up a stain. I imagined the dead accepting the gesture and folding back into the river's appointed memory, satisfied like a creditor who has at last been paid with the correct coin. But I knew better. Recognition changes things. Where once the current had functioned as a smoothing agent, it now felt like an opened ledger. Something had written across its surface, not forgotten. The river was no longer a container. It had become an accuser. Before I could surrender to the restless fit of watchfulness that had become my night habit, there was a sound at the window, a small, insistent tapping like a child's knuckle. I eased the panel and the night seeped in, dark and cool, carrying the smell of wet paper and old incense. On the sill lay a scrap of rice paper, folded once and placed as if by a careful hand. A child's handwriting had written a single word across it in a shakily steady stroke, Rio. The scrap was small and ordinary, and I held it like contraband. My fingers trembled in the way they did when I lit a match. The trimmer had nothing to do with the cold. I tasted river, sharp and metallic, on my tongue. A light in the street moved, a lantern on its way to rest, and for a moment I could have convinced myself I had done the right thing. I could fold the paper into my palm and walk to the river and drop it away and never speak of Rio again. Instead, I sat at the edge of the futon and watched the scrap, and the scrap watched me back like a small, waiting tribunal. I felt the sense of being targeted settle in, a small, efficient hunger that made the room too small for me. Recognition had turned me from spectator into accused. The river's light had named me. When I blew out the small lamp and lay in the dark, the image of Rio's smile remained, phosphorescent behind my eyelids. It slid between my ribs like a folded map. I tried to imagine the next day would the lantern return, more of them now, with faces pressed to their papers like secret photographs. Would they lay claim with words and names, with objects they'd worn the night they died? Would they demand admission? Would they ask for the retrieval of a truth that had been buried like a stone? I slept, if sleep it could be called, by fits, each nap a small theft from the long watch I felt compelled to keep. And when I woke, before dawn, there by the river bank were more prints. Not deep, not the stamp of a boot, but delicate as if someone had walked upon cloud and the cloud had left a suggestion. They led toward the small footpath that climbed the hill to the houses, then veered as if pondering which door would be polite to knock upon first. I stood at the parapet and watched the river as if expecting it to answer. One by one, tiny lights moved beneath the surface, not downstream in the accustomed flow but upstream, small and purposeful. The first had been an insolence. The second was a claim. The third was a law. Some doors in the village are supposed to be kept open to the dead. It is part of how we live with absence. We leave a seat for them at tables, an extra cup on shelves, but the rule, until now, had been unilateral. The living make allowances, send offerings, and the dead accept these concessions and stay where they are set. The lanterns changed the grammar. They did not passively accept what we gave. They asked for return. They moved toward the houses rather than away, like creditors who have decided it is time to collect. I felt most of all not the hot terror people imagine as dramatic revelation, but an undercurrent the color of steel. It was the realization that my silence, my small personal cowardice, was no longer private. The village's shared amnesia had been a social pact. One man elsewhere could keep a quiet thing to preserve the whole. We all agree to not see certain things, so that the village can continue to be a village. Recognition breaks that pact. A name dead is not a memory, it is an indictment. The lanterns would come again. This I know with the stubborn clarity of someone who has seen the first brush of an illness and watched it double. They would not be anonymous for long. Names would gather like weather. And somewhere beneath the surface of my own life, in the small, brittle room where I had locked the memory of the night Rio walked into darker water, something thin and vital stirred. A question uncoiled itself from that movement and set its teeth into every decision I would make from then on. Would I speak, or would I keep the old, convenient silence? Outside the window at the river's lip, a lantern pulsed as if counting seconds. When it brightened, the face within seemed almost content, peaceful in the way of people who have decided a path and must only now walk it. When it dimmed, the cheekbone remained as a ghostly promise. The mouth kept its crooked line. I did not know then whether the lantern was pleased because it had found me, or because it had, at last, found someone to listen. The difference mattered. I closed the window but left the spray of the night open, let the cold in so that shame could not creep into sleep and harden into apathy. I thought of Aya, of Fisherman Oh No, of the small, clear flicks of hair trapped in algae, and of the footprints that left no depth in the soil. I thought of the scrap on my sill and smelled again that peculiar incense fermented by river rot. By morning the village would speak. Already in the quiet before the market opened, people were gathering on their thresholds, peeking out as if the night had been a performance. And they wanted to see the props. A child on the path behind my house carried a little tin full of folded paper flags. He looked up at me with eyes that had the flatness of someone who had been told a story and now knew it could be true. The bridge held its usual traffic cattle, a woman with a basket, a man carrying a box of fresh tofu, but beneath that ordinariness there was a new metabolism. People moved with the discretion of conspirators, passing glances that were not shared publicly but heavy with insinuation. I felt watched, and I felt watched not in the vague way we all feel in small towns, but like a man in a courtroom who has yet to be called. I wanted to take my place at the center of things, to cut the threads and be honest, and see what would happen. But my voice had been out of practice in that register for years. Shame is a muscle that learns atrophy quickly, so I stood at the bridge and kept a kind of double watch on the river and on myself. The lanterns moved. The face of Rio returned to my mind in a slow pulse. The current, which I had always trusted to rearrange grief, had become a vector for accusation. The river, once servant and acceptor, had reversed and become something that kept its accounts and refused to forgive what had been unpaid. When the first person in the village recognized the gravity of that reversal, we would have to decide what we were prepared to offer. Words would not be enough. We had learned that. The dead seemed to understand ledger and owedness better than we did. They came upstream to receive what is theirs. And I, for the first time since I was a boy, felt the old knot in my chest was not only mine to carry. The shrine was a hollowed-out mouth on the ridge above the river, its timbers dark with years of incense and rain. I had been there before many times, an observer at the edge of prayer, a man who could read the priest's hands, but had never yet learned the music of the words. That night the Tory cut a black silhouette against a sky so low the stars seemed ashamed to be seen. The lanterns we had sent earlier drifted downstream in the common version of the world. Some, we now knew, had ignored the current and had come back like complaints. Tonight the village gathered under the tacit law of ceremony. People came because ritual had been the scaffold of our fear for generations. We came because, despite the unease that lived in our bones, we needed someone to say what was wrong and what to do. Hoshi stood at the center of the shrine's small altar, a thin figure all bone and chant. He moved with a solemnity that made the mortar and pestle of incense sound like bones being ground. His robe, once white, had the soft gray of ash about it. His sleeves carried the dark rim of soot. When he folded the prayer slips and burned them, I watched the ash fall like secrets. He began with the expected litany, classical tones, bones of syllables I recognized from childhood festivals. The rhythm of his voice should have been a spell itself, neat and contained. But there was a thread missing, a stitch the old songs could not close. At first the change was small enough to be denied. Hoshi's voice, at the phrase where it usually rounded cleanly, stuck in his throat. He coughed once and smiled through the break, but the smile was a fissure. An old woman behind me clutched her lapel. Someone shifted, and the dry whisper of clothing resembled distant wind. The incense smoke lifted in a pale column, and then, abruptly, the dark outside the shrine's eaves brightened with 100 small lights lanterns. But not where the river should have taken them. They moved against the rivers were like fish that forget the sea. I felt the hair at my nape prick at the sight, but let the crowd's faith offer a thin warmth. The priest was speaking, the routine would hold. Hoshi continued. He tried to anchor himself by touching the wooden prayer board, and his hands trembled in a way that was both reverent and afraid. Kami-sama, he intoned, the syllables falling like small stones into a pool. We return your offerings in the right order, but the sound came out small, as if something below had swallowed part of the altar's echo. The lanterns outside, which had at first bobbed like startled moths, began to fall into a rhythm that matched what the priest tried and failed to make, a slow inhalation and an even slower exhalation. The village's breath, until then held by routine, synchronized with them. Every time Hoshi lifted his voice high enough to be heard, the lanterns inhaled and drew a faint, wet sound from the darkness, like paper taking in breath through algae-thin pores. I want to say that only the faintest of us saw it at first, that the effect would have been missed by anyone not standing on the shrine steps with a heart full of old guilt. But several people noticed. Elder Mariko's hand, gripped around her bundle of hemp, whitened. Aya, who had been sitting cross-legged on the stone with her wet hair hanging like a child's cape, pressed her small palm to the lantern paper she'd brought and smiled, as if hearing a private reply. The neighbor who always sat at the front, old Kuroda, who had the habit of falling asleep during rites, sat up so suddenly that his walking stick clattered. Hoshi's chant stumbled again, as if the missing thread had snagged. The faint inhalation repeated outside, a sound that felt wet. It smelled God. I can still smell it, of algae warmed by breath and old incense, not the clean, devotional smoke that filled the shrine, but river rot under a match's flame. Hoshi-san, Mariko called, her voice low and even, trained for authority. It did not cut, but it pressured. We must complete the rite now. Lock the banks, bring more offerings. Do not let the people break rank. Her gaze, when it passed to me, felt like a barbed loop. She was the kind of woman whose order had kept the village steady for years. When she set the pace, the rest of us marched. But there was a tremor in the way she tied her hemp bundle that the people could not see as fear, only as control. Hoshi bowed and tried again. The pattern of the prayer, the cadence he had known since boyhood, seemed to unravel at its edges. We have always given, he said to the gathered, his words a pledge to the kami, and the river has always taken. Take now what you must, and let the dead pass downstream. Yet the lanterns answered him not by passing, but by moving closer to the houses. The air outside the shrine's open planks shivered with the smell of river weed, and someone gasped. A whisper ran, they breathe. They breathe. After the service, the crowd lingered as if the shrine steps might expel them. I did not move. Up close, Hoshi's hands looked small and raw. His knuckles were over-sharpened by the friction of many rites. He had expected the form to be enough. He believed that words could hold the dark. Nothing in his training prepared him for lantern paper to draw breath like lungs. I watched him try to make sense of his own failure, the way he repeated a phrase he had not meant to miss. The way he closed his eyes and opened them like someone learning to swim in a pool turned salt. Mariko, who wore the composure of the village, but for whom the ledger and its half-burned truths were the thin warp beneath the ceremonial weft, spoke to Hoshi in a voice that demanded administration rather than miracle. Containment, she said. We keep windows shut, we keep doors fast, we burn more. The rites will continue. There will be no panic. There was no comfort in the word. Containment was a management term. It assumed that the dreaded thing was a surge to be halted, not a claim waiting to be answered. I watched the villagers accept Mariko's plan with the same grim resignation they used to accept taxes and storms. Self-preservation wore the colors of order. I could feel the pull of it in myself. Protect the family name. Keep the ledger buried. Do not unravel the fragile peace that had let us live on the river's edge for generations. But containment felt like covering a wound with oilcloth. It kept the blood from sight, but not the infection. The first sign that the prescribed measures would not suffice came from Kuroda's house. He was a man who slept like he had refused death in his lifetime, and thus denied it again at night. His wife roused him when the lantern that had been placed at their gate for the dead's passage came back to his doorstep and slipped under the eaves, as if the current itself had delivered it by hand. They found it later, tucked beneath the futon where he slept. The rice paper had a faint smear of green. When Kuroda's daughter picked at it, a loose grain of riverweed clung to her fingertip. For all its delicacy, the paper was moist, and when she brought it to her face, I watched the color drain from her cheeks as the smell rose stagnant water and the iron-thin tang of long-drowned cloth. I remember going to Kuroda's house with a couple of others from the shrine. Someone had called us close to midnight. The household spoke in folded sentences, the kind that keep the worst meaning tucked in the margins. The lantern lay under the futon like an accusation. No one in the house had left doors open. They had followed Mariko's initial orders, yet the lantern had entered. It came for him, Kuroda's wife said, her voice unsteady. It came for him and looked for his feet. There was a note of something like recognition in her voice that made the back of my neck raise. The idea that the lantern might be looking for someone particular, someone with a name, and a grievance hunted me like a hunting dog's breath. I took the lantern paper in my hands. It was damp and smelled of river bottom. The fibers of the rice paper were softened, as if by mouths. On one side a faint impression had been left, an unevenness from where something like a fingertip had pressed, and then retreated. It could have been coincidence, a fold left unintentionally, but the shape was too suggestive, an outline of a face perhaps, or the curve of a jaw. Kuroda's daughter saw it moved when she was not looking. She did not mean that it thrummed on its own. She meant something farther and colder, that when she turned away from it the memory of the face it had once carried tightened against her like a living weight. Back at the shrine, while elders argued about additional wards and the men debated whether the river's current itself had somehow reversed, Aya sat on the stone steps cradling a fragment of lantern paper between her small fingers. Her thumb stroked the smear where green had seeped into fibers, and she hummed as if to soothe a pet. I could not help but watch her. She had the habit of pretending that the world answered of treating stray things as if they were companions, and in her hands the paper lost none of its strangeness. "They are tired," she said suddenly, and all the adults turned toward her in a reflex that made the hair on my arms stand on end. "They are tired of being put away." Her words were childish, but they carried a kind of bluntness that felt like a blade. This is what I had known in secret all along, that to be put away is to be forgotten in a particular way, to have your name softened into a ritual word. My memory of that night on the river, of the splash and the thing I did not do, sat in my ribs like a fish bone. Aya's small certainty pried at it. Mariko's talk of containment now sounded not only insufficient but morally obscene. We could barricade ourselves and bolster the ceremonies until the altar cracked, but what of those whose names had been smoothed into ledger lines? What of the small trades made in panic during flood nights that had cost a life? When I pressed Hoshi later after the shrine had emptied and the lanterns outside clustered like a reluctant congregation, he admitted a thing I had half feared. "The rights we have are fragments," he said, the sentence a quiet admission that tore at the tapestry of our faith. "We learn to say the prayers the way my grandfather taught me. But there are older things outside our memory that need words we do not have." The pact was made and then folded into stories. The words burned with the original fire no longer exist. We are chanting the outline and expecting the body. His hands trembled as he spoke. Ceremony is not just form, it requires truth. Truth. It was a dangerous syllable in our village. I could see Mariko reflexively shrink at the sound, as if its breath were cold. She had, for years, been the village's practical sacrament. She organized the offerings, decided who would carry torches, ensured that the ledger's quiet lines remained unread in public. To admit that the ritual might be insufficient was to loosen her hold. Her response was not to confess, but to double down on performance. "We will do more," she said. "We will call for anyone who remembers the old words. We will add offerings. We will not give in to panic." Her voice was not defiant so much as wary, someone pleading with storm clouds. But even as she spoke, the lanterns answered with a small, obscene intimacy. When a boy from the back of the shrine thrust his hands into his pockets and fumbled for the match he always carried, the paper of the lantern outside nearest him fluttered downward, as if to touch the boy's sleeve. He flinched and dropped his match. The tiny flame winked and was gone. The effect was not spectacular, no visible spectre rose to the rafters, but it was intimate. The sensation that the dead were learning the village's geography. Someone began to pray more loudly. A woman crossed herself until the skin around her knuckles gleamed white. I left the shrine that night with my head full of syllables and my palms smelling of smoke and water. Down by the river, a single upstream lantern drifted right under the bridge as if to remind me of the place where my secret lived. The moss on the bridge was slick with damp. At home my hands shook as I lit a small oil lamp. Its steady flame felt like a temporary peace. The quiet of that room was not peace at all, but an uneasy hold, the sort that keeps an unmade wound covered. The village slept fitfully. In the early hours someone knocked softly on my door. It was Key, the teacher, who had the look of a man who believed in facts the way others believe in prayer. "You were at the shrine," he said, and did not ask permission to enter. He had that clean smell of tea about him, a contrast to the river breath lingering in my clothes. "Do you think the rites will stop it?" he asked, and it was not a rhetorical question. He wanted proof. He wanted mechanism. He could not bear the feeling that a thing we had always placed in the water might now be looking up at our thresholds. I told him the half-truths Hoshi had allowed, that the rites were worn, that the old words were missing. Key's brow furrowed in proportion. "We should measure," he said. "We should catalogue where they appear, look for any physical cause, air currents, magnetism, anything reproducible." His voice was an attempt at the rational when the world no longer supplied one. He offered small, concrete things to combat the intangible. I admired him for it, for the way he tried to pin down a monster with a label. But even he, in the cool rationality of the small hours, could not deny the smell of riverweed that clung to the lantern papers we had brought from the shrine. He turned one scrap over in his fingers and said nothing. The night pressed in as if to listen. By morning the story had spread, Hoshi's half-chant, the lantern under Kuroda's futon, Mariko scheduling further rites, Aya humming to her paper. People joked once or twice in a brittle way about wind or pranksters, but the jokes were thin and quick to die. We had entered a larger silence, the sort that gathers round a house after a funeral and digs its edges into the floorboards. For me, the shrine's inadequacy marked a line in the river's mud. On one side, the old arrangements. On the other, the claimants returning for what the ritual had promised to carry away. I slept in fits that day. When I woke, I found myself with an H behind my teeth, the kind that comes from teeth at the edge of something like shame. Mariko visited me at noon under the pretense of discussing additional offerings. We spoke then not as elder to village son, but as conspirator to conspirator. She told me in trimmed language to keep the ledger quiet, to speak to no one of the half-burned pages. When I asked her what she believed, she answered with the pragmatic thing, that the village needed structure and a way to act. She could not bring up what the ledger contained: names, privileges, the price paid to the river to spare us. Her face, when the wind took the edge of it, revealed something like a rawness, the knowledge that the structure she protected had been built on an omission. I wanted to ask her if she had ever heard the river breathe, but I did not. Instead, I watched Hoshi light his incense at sunset and saw his mouth shape prayers that did not seem to answer the dark. I felt, in the place where my guilt lived, the first tiny suggestion of a path. If ceremony was failing, then perhaps truth spoken, named, made visible might be the new right. It was a dangerous thought. It suggested that something larger than any of us had to be given up. Would we give up our ledger, our names, our land? I did not know. All I knew for certain was that paper lanterns were breathing at our doors, and that our old songs were no longer enough. As the night drew down, the lanterns moved again, no longer merely upstream, but deliberate in their flight. They gathered near the river bank like a congregation waiting for a single person to stand and speak. The half-chant at the shrine had failed to smooth the evening. I understood then, with a cold that spread to my fingers, that ritual without truth had become a performance that the living paid to keep silence. The dead, denied the full story, had come back to make us tell it. The chapter of the shrine ended not with a solution, but with a promise of ruin. Hoshi would try to learn older forms. Mariko would prepare containment rites. The villagers would lock their doors. But containment was a thin thing against things that claimed names. I left the shrine with a scrap of lantern paper in my pocket and the taste of algae and ash in my mouth. The river's breath lingered. Somewhere beneath the surface where the bridge made its shadow, a life I had kept folded away shifted like a fish and slid against the net of my memory. We did not realize, then, how quickly the failure of one ritual would open the ledger's wound. We merely knew, in the quiet ways people know their common danger, that an old bargain had been announced as unpaid, and that our prayers no longer covered debts. The last sound I heard as I walked down the path away from the shrine was not a chant but a small, persistent exhalation, as if the river itself had leaned toward the village and whispered, "Remember." It is a terrible thing to listen for memory and find it answered. The shrine's storeroom holds its air like a closed palm. When I pushed the thin sliding door aside, I felt the lodged breath of 100 incense seasons. Hoshi had left a single oil lamp burning by the scroll shelf. Its flame bent around the corner of the room, as if to avoid something. The light threw the rafters into long, broken teeth and sent movement into the dust motes, slow, insistent, as if everything in that small room hesitated to be noticed. I had gone to the shrine because questions pressed at me like a rash. The lanterns had begun upstreaming in timid numbers, then with that arrogant persistence of water when it believes it has found a new channel. I kept thinking of ceremony as a neat thing, tethers, chants, exchange, but the river was proving ritual brittle. Mariko pretended to keep the ledger close, the way she kept her hands folded in the village square. Hoshi was meant to be the bridge between what was known and what we had decided to forget. If there were records, if the ledger kept track of names and pieces, it would be under his paper and behind Mariko's careful silence. Hoshi looked up when I entered. He had the narrow, weathered face of a man used to translating more than he would admit. He stubbed his lamp against a bowl and bowed with the same slow economy he used in rites that no longer convinced the younger folk. "Masao," he said, voice like paper over stone, "you should not be in here at night. The records are old, they are heavy." I told him I had questions heavier still. I said it without the flourish of explanation. He watched me for a long moment, and the lamp made a small halo behind his head like a backlit demon in a child's story. "People will look at us strange if they see us rifling through the past," he whispered. "We are supposed to keep the past from reaching the present. That is the point of ritual. We can't keep it out when it comes up river," I said. The words tasted of the river mud that always clung to my teeth, when I had been working nets or tending the bank. If there's a ledger, if there's anything that ties the festival to the flood, I need to see it. Hoshi's hands found the edge of a scroll the way a blind man finds his cane. For a long time he hesitated. Then he reached behind a slatted shelf and drew forth a square, cedar chest sealed with a frayed cord and a bright, stubborn knot of incense ash. The chest smelled of old cedar and smoke. When he set it between us, it looked like a small, fallen monument. "This is not for curious eyes," Hoshi said. "It was kept sealed after the old priest said it would be safer." Mariko's shadow appeared in the doorway. She had been moving through the shrine with that mechanical grace elders cultivate, everything a ritual, everything an economy. She paused when she saw the chest. And for an instant the expression on her face, what the younger ones might take for stall, was something like the wideness of a mouth held for a long time. "We keep things to keep the village from crumbling," she said, as if reciting. "Records are to remind and to hide." It was Mariko's fingers that undid the knot, though Hoshi had produced the box. Her hands moved with an economy I was beginning to understand, spare, efficient, practiced in the art of not letting things fall loose. The cord gave with a sound like a small, relieved sigh. Inside lay two things: a leather-bound diary whose spine was half-eaten by flame, and beneath it a ledger, its edges singed to black and its pages still carrying a film of ash. The diary's cover was cracked, and where the leather had split a child's imprint, two tiny, almost thumb-like depressions left a record so intimate it felt like a touch. Between the ledger's leaves something caught my eye, a narrow thread of red, flattened and stiff with age. When I reached for it with my thumb, the thread had the damp smell of riverweed, as if a ribbon had been pressed for a long winter on a river and then exhumed. Hoshi's breath made a whisper across the small room. "You must be careful," he said. "Pages will give. Ink will run. The past, when you open it, will spill." The lamp trembled as I lifted the ledger. The cover was warm from the lamp's breath. Ink smudges made the margins look like ancient rivers of minuscules, and as I turned the pages a subtle resistance came. The paper had been singed on one side, and the unaffected half still had a waxy stiffness like skin. I pressed a match into my palm and thought of how I had once sat on the bridge, holding a loose match that had jerked like a fish's flinch from my fingers. That memory came with a small nausea. I forced my attention back to text. The handwriting was multiple, one hand formal and clerical, a second cramped and quick, as if written under time's pressure. It recorded, in cotton-thin strokes, names and sums, notes on distribution, grain, land parcels, allocations of labor, small things that build a village's social scaffolding. At first the ledger read like a boring, necessary accounting: rations delivered, repairs contracted. Then a column caught my eye: funds in reparation for flood relief, see attached. Attached, a half sheet burned along the margin. The ink washed into the ash like a river swallowing a pebble. Some lines were faint, others surprisingly clear, the characters for land, the old term for privilege used in the records when land or rights were granted to certain households. And then my stomach dropped at the sight: my family name. It wasn't my family name as we speak it now, Western letters or formal titles, but the old characters used by my grandfather's generation. The stroke order left no space for doubt. Someone had underlined it, as if the scribe had wanted the next reader to be sure. Mariko watched my hand as if she had expected this exact reaction. The ancient cool of her eyes did not change, but something small in her, an inhale, a twitch, opened the way for air I hadn't known I needed. "We kept things safe," she said, the voice of someone describing a ledger of seed, not a ledger of people. "After the flood there were proposals, offers. Some pacts were made to keep water from devouring the fields again. They wanted certainty. They wanted to be certain they would not lose again. A certainty that required," I began, but the words smashed against the throat of the room. The incense candle guttered as if it, too, had been startled into remembering. Hoshi pressed his palm to his chest. The old priest, he wrote of the bargain. He tried to turn it into ritual. A bargain, and then prayer to make it hold. But scripture is not a lock. A thing done cannot be unbreathed. There was a photograph tucked between 2 pages, its edges curled with heat. A child's face, grainy as a memory, smiled at the camera with a gap between the teeth. On the back someone had written, in a hand I recognized as my grandfather's, the date of the flood and a single word, paid. The word looked like someone had tried to force a scab shut with careful stitches. My hands found that same ache I had kept sealed since the river took its first, terrible bite out of my childhood. I remembered running footsteps on the pebbled slope, and a ripple small as a handprint. I could feel the night air that smelled of iron and floating rice husks. I remembered the color of the water brown, opaque, and quick, and the way the world seemed to thin when it decided to claim you. I remembered not reaching, a little cowardice folded into a cold. Practical belief that if I did not move, I could not be pulled beneath the same current that had taken others. The memory was not a single moment, but a series of small refusals stitched into the fabric of my choices. There are names here, I said finally, though the room felt too small for naming. And my name is among them. Mariko's mouth made a narrow line. Not all payments were monetary, she said quietly. Those who had influence took other forms of payment. They spoke to the river. They spoke to the old things that live under the stones. They said, "Take this, and spare what remains." "Take what?" I forced. She turned away like a person who could not carry the full bridge of the answer. Behind her the lattice window showed the river as a slim band of black under the night. Invisible, the lanterns whispered, "Upstream, downstream, upstream." Hoshi moved the ledger away as if it were a living thing that stung when touched. "I was young when it happened," he said in a smaller voice. The priest of the time thought, if we turned a life into a rule, if we turned sacrifice into a ceremony, then the river would be satisfied forever. So the festival was formalized. It was always a lantern ceremony to guide the dead, the story went. But the ledger makes it plain that agreements were made. Some houses were given land, some were given the right not to be taxed. Everyone who signed, everyone who benefited paid a price in silence. The ledger is a ledger of favors and a ledger of what was taken. I thought of my grandfather at the harvest, the way he would set the kettle on the iron ring and watch the water come to a bubble. He was pragmatic, capable. He spoke of the flood in half sentences. I had always assumed the village's prosperity, the dry terraces, the improbable orchard, was the result of careful work and luck. The ledger told another story, a list of recipients and relics, a map of recompense disguised as bookkeeping. When I moved to turn another page, something small slid free and clattered onto Hoshi's sleeve. A child's shoe, soft leather, blackened and shrunk, a toy perhaps, fused to ash at the edge. Hoshi's eyes traveled to it without surprise, as if items falling free was part of the ritual of opening memory. The shoe's strap had once been tied with a red thread. Now the thread lay like a straightened bone. For a moment the breath left the room. The shrine itself seemed to watch us with the weight of its eaves. If the ledger named beneficiaries, then the ledger also told where the favors had gone. And where favors go, people follow. Where people followed, there are stories. Those stories tied me tight as a noose. I wanted to close the book and lay the ledger back in its cedar chest and pretend that knowledge did nothing to the river's appetite. Instead, I asked the simple, devastating question, who made the bargain? Hoshi's jaw worked as if he were turning a millstone. The names were recorded by clerks who served the temple and the council. The signatures were those of heads of households and the priest. They said they would bind themselves and their descendants. They said the river would be held by the language of custom. But language can be a poor binder when it meets living water. Why hide it? Why bury it under ash? Mariko answered then. Because a bargain exposed asks for recompense in a louder voice. People prefer quiet debt. They prefer rituals that let them sleep. If we keep things in shadow, Sometimes she paused, sometimes the river takes without asking. If the ledger is opened, the river may ask louder. People will name themselves and name others, and a village cannot hold together under the weight of all its names. It was as if she had given me a container for my unease, a reason for the secrecy. But her explanation did not soften the ledger's teeth. It only sharpened them. Secrets kept for the village's survival had the same logic as lies kept for self-preservation. Either way, the ledger's truth complicated life's simple moral arithmetic. I could feel the shape of the next action taking form inside me like an H, to test whether the ledger would make water answer. To see whether the river's current would bend again at the sight of a name. I thought of Aya, her small offerings, the way a child's belief has a force adults call foolish out of fear, and of the way the dead had started to come back upstream as if they had a plan. The ledger suggested that the river had been both a judge and a creditor. If that was true, then it would not stop at names on paper. It wanted acknowledgement. It wanted the ledger's accounts settled. I lifted a page I should not have and found writing in a scratchier hand along the margin, details of the payment. The phrase was a law in a child's script, one to sleep the river's rage. I have a habit of arriving at the river before the sun has decided where it will fall. The stones along the bank hold the night's chill like a memory. Their mossed surfaces carry the breath of other mornings, other lanterns, other promises. People in the village think of the bridge as a place of ritual where we stand, lighting papier mchai lights and trusting the current to do what memory refuses. Carry away grief. But I have always thought of the bridge as a thing that listens. It listens the way my grandmother taught me to listen for the right moment, to strike a match close, patient, waiting for something in the air to offer permission. You learn to wait when you are taught that forgetting is part of survival. You learn that silence is a currency. Aya does not know silence the way I do. She learns from the river differently. I first noticed her one morning when her small back was a dark knot on the bank, and she was burying 2 pieces of stale bread between her palms as if she were performing a secret. She wore a sweater my mother would have said was too thin for the chill. Her hair clung damp to the nape of her neck. For a village child, she had the peculiar quiet of someone who had seen too much already, an oldness in the angles of her face. In the way she set offerings down without ceremony, more like an apology than a prayer. You shouldn't waste bread, I told her before I could stop myself. She looked at me then, and there was an honesty in the stare that had nothing of a child's guile. It isn't wasted, she said. They asked. That sentence lodged like a stone under my ribs. We have all been taught to excuse the things the river takes, deaths, losses, time, but never to imagine it asking. The lanterns are meant to be messages, yes, but written in fragile paper to drift. They are supposed to remind us not to clutch. They are supposed to go. When a child tells you a lantern asked for bread, there is a small electric terror in admitting you are hearing the same language as the dead. I sat beside her on the cold stone. She offered me a crumb without ceremony. You take it, she asked. I did, more to feel the texture of something living than out of hunger. The bread tasted faintly of soy and sugar, of a teahouse's early hour. She told me about the fever she had last winter, the long sleep that left her eyes like new coins, and how when she woke she had felt a kind of thread between her and the river. She placed sticky bits of rice on the water and said they were for those who don't get visits anymore. I had not heard anyone in town say the river was stingy with visits lately. We had been so busy keeping our rituals neat that we had forgotten how to listen. She was not alone in her small devotion. The child who had been sick Tummo, the son of a woman who works the dye press near the school, had been vacant for weeks. The adults called it a fever with no real name, a shadow that slumped his shoulders, made him small in sleep. His mother had visited the shrine and left incense, coins, and tears. She had cleaned every corner of his futon, rubbed his limbs with wet towels, and whispered the old prayers as if recitation alone could stitch him whole. When those measures failed, gossip began to coil. Someone had neglected a particular offering years ago. A small debt had been allowed to gather in the river like silt. In old houses you learn the vocabulary of accountability. People whisper that misfortune is not random. It is a consequence. But what happens when consequences begin to speak without the cushion of anonymity? What happens when they name you? Aya, without knowing our words, understood that naming mattered. She named things with the blunt clarity of the young, the lanterns like the taste of bread, she said one afternoon while we watched the current move like a stitched seam. They were cold when I touched them. I think they shiver a lot. She had begun leaving offerings at dawn: 2 pieces of bread, a scrap of dried fish, sometimes a coin with its face worn to a soft crescent. She did not announce these acts. They were private as a confession. But she would leave them where the current slowed, near a pool that formed by an old willow, in the curl behind a submerged boulder where the light never quite reached. She said little about why. I followed her once. Not because I intended to spy, but because curiosity is a kind of confession itself, and because the bridge had been restless in me since the first upstream lantern. That morning the river was a sheet of pewter. The willow threw a subtle shine across the surface like a soft bruise. Aya knelt on the wet stones, hands cupped, and placed the bread with the delicate reverence of someone tending a fragile child. She set a coin on that bread as well, a small offering of both food and memory. She straightened and looked at me with a sort of triumph. It touched my hand. She rubbed the webbing between her fingers as though she could still feel an echo. Touched. I echoed, knowing already the kinds of answers that would make others smile and file their discomfort away with the rest of the day's chores. A lantern. It came up like a leaf, tapped the bread. I heard it put a finger on the coin. Then it whispered my name like it was surprised I'd come alone. It said brother. The word fell into the morning as if it were both a name and a verdict. Brother. She nodded. It knew someone. It wanted the bread for that someone. It said they remembered the smell of seaweed and soy. Her eyes shone now, the color of something furious and unafraid. They asked if they'd been forgotten. A man who has looked away too often from what he knows he should do understands the particular poison of that question. To be asked whether you have forgotten is to be named as an omission, and names have sharp edges when they are hurled across a river. I felt the old, invasive shame prick open again an ache behind my breastbone that had been tamped like ash. I imagined the long ledger at the shrine, the half-burned pages, the neat entries that had distributed land, as if arranging bodies like inventory. I imagined my name near a line that had taken breath away from someone else. The tea house was receiving gossip by noon. Aya's mother folded her hands around a steaming cup and watched her daughter with a mix of maternal worry and the defensive sharpness of someone who must keep a shop tidy in the face of rumors. "Don't go telling everyone what listens," she scolded gently, but there was no fury in it. Only the brittle fear of a woman who knows how quickly customers will evaporate if the village seems untended by prosperity. "It didn't hurt me," Aya protested. "It smelled like incense and river mud. It has a voice like an old man shelling peas. It asked me to pass messages." "What messages?" her mother asked. "Ask for bread. Tell them remember Toji. Tell them it's hungry." Her mother paled. Toji was a name that landed like a stone. That name belonged to a boy who had died in a house on the next lane generations ago. A death that had been folded into the ledger as if it were an inconvenient entry. People had told stories about Toji and his family's anger like you might tell a weather story, necessary but safely distant. To hear the name plucked by a child out of the air, a living voice handing it back with such exactness, made gossip cough up its composure. Over the week, the evidence became less like rumor and more like proof. Oh no, returning from his morning haul, emptied the net with a kind of reluctant ritual. At first there were small things, bits of paper, that looked like the thin layers of lantern paste, wet with river weed and smelling faintly of incense. Then there were anomalies more difficult to file away. Under the tangled mesh, a small lock of hair nearly fused to paper by silt. The hair smelling of something that was at once copper and oud. Fragments of candle wax that had been trampled with footprints. And a scrap of cloth that had once been a sleeve, soon with a child's careless stitches. When Ono spread these treasures on the dock, the fishermen fell into a silence like a held breath. You could see the calculations on their faces, what to trade, what to say, what superstition might cost them in fishers and customers. The evidence refused to be quiet. It accused in the cold way of objects they do not forget, they do not soften. There was the particular horror of recognizing a textile pattern from a house that had been long since sold to another family. There was the embarrassment of finding a children's name embroidered on a patch too familiar to ignore. The ill child, Tomo, did not immediately recover. But there were small changes subtle as the first bud of spring. He began to blink with more focus, his fever less fugitive. When his mother came to the tea house, she had an apologetic look of someone who had believed the right thing and then had to revise. She had placed extra offerings at the shrine. She had walked the riverbank when she could not sleep. She had spoken aloud the name of the person she suspected had been slighted and watched the river react like a body acknowledging a summons. All of this rattled the adults into contrition and logistics. They began to lean on the old rites, more emphatically more incense, stricter recitations, additional paper lanterns thrown with a more desperate precision. Some of the elders began to mutter about the importance of keeping funerary lists neat, of ensuring offerings were accounted for. The mayor fretted about image, as always, and tried to hush talk with promises of increased surveillance and a request for quietness through the festival. Mariko counseled patience, which in that moment was the language of denial. But there was also a softness spreading. People who had been charitable in small ways began to leave little packages at known pools. The butcher wrapped scraps in leaves and set them near the willow. The seamstress left trimmings of cloth. Each gift was a small stitch made out of guilt and superstition, and perhaps the first honest wish to right an old wrong. The thing about ritual is not that it is empty when it is adequate. It is that the ritual forms can hold grief when there is agreement about what has been lost. When there is a secret, ritual becomes brittle. When a child speaks, ritual must expand to attend. I watched all of this and found myself learning again how to be proximate to others' needs. For years my first habit when confronted with shame had been to nod and smooth the creases on the surface, hold ceremony, keep accounts, preserve face. Now those practices seemed insufficient. Aya's gestures were not performances to be included in the ledger, they were requests. She began to bring me little things, a damp scrap of paper, a bread crumb shaped like a crescent, a tiny coin with the edges bitten down by years of being used. One afternoon, she placed a wet small square of lantern paper in my palm and said, "It asked me to pass this." It wanted a promise. I unfolded the paper carefully. Dampness had turned the fibers translucent. There were smudges of ash and a faint imprint, like the ghost of a thumbprint. The scent rose up algae and sugar and something medicinal that made the back of my nose sting. When I leaned closer, I thought I heard, not sound but the memory of sound, the faint susurration of a voice that had been pressed against tissue to spare ears. I thought of the night I had held my tongue when someone splashed and needed a hand. Of the way silence can be a small stone in a pocket that eventually weighs down a person until they stoop to carry it. Who promised? I asked her, my voice lower than I meant it to be. She thought for a second, fingers tracing the damp edge of the paper. They said someone had to say the names. They said, "Do not leave the list blank." Her hands made a small knife-slash motion, precise and childish. They want the names read aloud. On the one hand, it was the most ordinary demand, naming the dead aloud. Our oldest rites have always held the idea that names keep things from dissolving. Call them, feed them, remember them. On the other hand, it was a dangerous request. To read names aloud was to open the ledger of the village and to let the ledger's dirty pages breathe. If names were read and accountability followed, then whatever privileges had been granted in exchange for silence might be undermined. People would remember not just the debt but who had profited from it. Why you? I asked. Why would a lantern pick a child to be its messenger? She shrugged and grinned in that way children do when they possess a secret they plan to keep. They are small. They can get close without people thinking. They listen differently. They remember to leave bread. Her last sentence lodged like a stone in a pocket I had tried to forget. Remember to leave bread. A child's hand could do what an adult's pride could not, perform the care. The thought was simple and monstrous. We had been trusting the river to carry our dead away, trusting ritual to be a seal, while the ledger sat with little stains and names that became convenient illusions. A child placed a scrap of bread and the river began to cough up disagreement. At dusk that evening, I found Aya on the bridge, looking out at the current with her feet dangling. The light had thinned into a knife edge, and the lanterns left for practice floated like small suns waiting for permission. She handed me another scrap of paper. It was darker this time and smelled strongly of algae. Someone had written on it in a hurried, small hand. There were characters I could not make out at first. They were smudged as if someone had cried over them. Then my eyes caught the shape of one name. My throat closed as if a hand had clapped down on it. "This is for you," she said quietly. The paper told me nothing I did not already know in the H that had lived under my rib. Names were not just names. They were claims. They connected the living with the living world and the debt-laden currents we had been taught to ignore. Who wrote them? I asked. "I don't know," Aya said. "It floated from the willow. A lantern dropped it. It smelled like your house." It sounded absurd enough that I might have laughed if my lungs had not felt suddenly thin. That smell my house, old paper, the faint reek of the incense that used to drift, there was part of the way memory ties itself to matter. We sat on the bridge and I read and reread the paper until the village lights glowed like a constellation of small, defensive fires behind us. The list was raw names, dates, relationships. Some of the entries were trimmed with soot. Some had tears where water had made the paper soft. The last line, written in a child's impatient scratch, asked for bread and a name to be called aloud. The obligation ached like an old wound exposed to air. Across the river, the willow's branches brushed the surface in sleepy strokes. A lantern drifted by like a small planet. For a moment the river looked indifferent, making its old noises the slap of water against stone, the whisper of pebbles sliding like buried teeth. Then, as if in answer, another scrap of paper hit the water and spun toward us. Aya laughed, a short, surprised sound that tasted like hope and fear. "They like the taste of bread," she said. I did not know yet whether that liking was mercy or appetite. But when the village is small and the ledger long, the weight of any new question has the power to tilt the whole village. A child laying bread on the water had become the first honest bell to ring in the morning of our reckoning. She had set a demand, remember and name. And I, who had built a life around the plausible deniability of silence, felt the first stitches begin to tear. As the lanterns slid downstream, their lights small and deliberate, I slipped the damp scrap of paper into my pocket. It smelled like algae and sugar and the faintly medicinal tang of fear. The sound of the river under the bridge was as it had always been, and not at all the same. Somewhere in the current, the lanterns had grown teeth. That night as I walked back through the village, the house windows cast warm, rectangular promises, and in the quiet I could hear the faint, persistent sound of someone whispering a name. I could not tell whether it came from the river or the mouths of those who had begun to answer it. The bridge, which had always been a place of waiting, had become an instrument. The The child's offerings had become a summons. The hook for what would come was simple and merciless. A lantern that had touched a child's hand had brought to me a paper asking to be read aloud. The river had learned the village's grammar. The only question left in my head was whether language without confession could ever satisfy what it had begun to call. And somewhere, beyond the willows and under the bell of dusk, something touched the current as if to test whether we meant to answer. I have always liked watching the river in the early hours, when the world is small enough that a person can think the size of their guilt into a concrete shape. That morning, the light was a thin thing, a white thread braided with mist, the kind of cold that makes the teeth ache when you breathe. I came down to the bank because habit has its own gravity. The bridge pulls at me the way the moon pulls at water. It had been days since the first upstream lanterns, days of half-jokes and evenings like a held breath. The village felt as if it had been set in a glass of water and shaken, things floating loose, some settling, others still drifting in awkward patterns. The footprints were the first thing that made the world rearrange around me. Walking along the softened edge of the river, I saw a track that began at the moss and led inland like someone taking a careful step away from the current. The footfalls were the right size for a grown person. I counted them 7, then a gap, then 3 more, and then they stopped at the base of a plum tree and faded as if the person had simply become lighter than air. The mud where the impressions would have been was unbroken. It had the glossy skin of earth not yet ready to accept weight, as if whatever had made the steps had not given the ground permission to hold on to them. I knelt, my fingers numbed by cold, and pressed at the soil as though I might coax a memory up out of it. It was only wet dirt, unremarkable and stubbornly ordinary, but my hands came away with a faint, fishy film. Fish scales clung to my nails like a vulgar promise. When I looked back at the river, a lantern bobbed upstream, a small rebellion of light that moved with a slowness so deliberate it read as a kind of malice. Near it, silver fish circled in a tight, synchronized wheel. They seemed to orbit the lamp as if obeying a gravity no one else had noticed. The water that night carried a language of its own, and I could feel the margins of comprehension stretching thin around me. I walked back through alleys where lanterns had been draped for the festival, and the papers fluttered like the skin of sleeping things. Men stood at doorways with arms folded as if folding themselves inward. Women carried pots of tea from house to house like talismans. Someone muttered about pranksters, someone else about the weather. Even Mariko, steady, composed Mariko, kept her jaw set as if holding together a puppet whose strings were fraying. She spoke to me in the way elders do when the world needs to be kept the same. We will keep to the rights, Masao. Do not let yourself be carried away by rumor. Her fingers found the beads at her waist. They were small grey stones worn smooth by decades of prayer. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe in ritual the way other people believe in the constancy of the river's flow. But the river had already refused one kind of constancy. It had refused to keep its dead where we had put them. The first house to be truly violated belonged to Kubo, who kept his nets on a rack behind his house, and had a wife who braided her hair 3 times before sleep, and a son who had left for the city and never came back. They were decent people in the way that small-town decency tends toward the defensive. I had seen Kubo that evening slouched at the tea-house with his cap pulled low, saying nothing but drinking, his jaw working as if testing the taste of fear. They found the lantern at midnight. I say they, but there are details I will never know precisely because they became part of rumor before they were fact. What I know is this: a soft sound, like a mouse seeking between tatami and futon. The wife's hand, slipping beneath the bedding for what she believed was a rat. The sudden inhalation when the light revealed itself, a lantern, no larger than a child's head, tucked beneath the futon's hem as if it had been hidden there deliberately. It glowed with that river light, thin, slightly green at the edges, as if the algae of the river were being burned into its core. The rice paper was torn in places so the light leaked through like rotten teeth. It was not the lantern's light that frightened them, but its face. Painted lines that had once intended to be neutral settled into something else under the glow. In the darkness, the painted mouth looked like a grin that had been gnawed at and reassembled by an indifferent hand. The grin was almost too much like the neighbor's smile when he greeted people from his stoop. Kubo's wife let out a sound that might have been a prayer or might have been breath. It was thin and high and stopped the moment Kubo leaned down. He picked the lantern up with 2 hands, as if it might be hot, and something about the subtleness of his movement made me think he expected to find a living thing. The lantern exhaled. It was not air so much as a smell-old tea, algae, a string of incense burned months ago. The breath carried with it a place in my chest and settled there, heavy as a stone. When word traveled the next morning, the tea house filled with people like a net filling with fish. Opinions came to a boil. Nonsense, said some. A trick, said others. But eyes do not lie easily. And when a man shows you the thing that was under his futon, not in the view of the shrine or the place of public ritual, but in that private, bone-deep space where people sleep, everybody's tongue finds fewer words. From that night forward, the village changed its sleeping arrangements. Neighbors that had never closed shutters bolted them. Families that had always left a back door open for air and courtesy began to check latches at dusk, as if they were counting out a new currency. People put small offerings by their hearths, a scrap of rice, the corner of a folded paper, an extra drop of tea. Ritual inflated and condensed in strange cycles. We repeated old chants because chanting feels like locking a door from the inside, but the chants bent under their own weight. Hoshi came to the tea house with his robes frayed at the sleeves and told us, quietly, that the shrine's rites would not be enough if the dead were demanding more than incense. What do they want? Someone asked, and the question was blunt as a blade. Hoshi folded his hands and looked at the tatami as if the floor might answer. Recognition, he said at last. They asked to be seen whole. They asked to have their names remembered. Aya, who had been sitting on the lap of her mother in the doorframe, made a small sound that wasn't a laugh. They already know their names, she said in her quick, strange voice. They ask us questions we already know the answers to. If you lie, their light gets angry. Her statement made more of a ripple than any sermon. It was simple, childlike, and the sort of thing that left grown men with the flat-lidded look of people who had been asked to step into an old photograph and find themselves there. More lanterns came, and with them new proofs of trespass. In one house a cluster of lamps had gathered in a low corner of the courtyard like a congregation, their light pooling on the wet stones. A family woke to find that a line of paper-printed footprints had been run along their porch, as though a child had walked on the boards in clear, deliberate steps. When they touched the prints, the boards were dry. The marks felt like memory impressed on wood rather than an actual physical imprint. Elsewhere, a farmer discovered a lantern lodged in the eaves of his shed, its paper damp and clinging like a drowned flag. The lamp had left a smear of riverweed across the beam, like a conspirator's signature. Fisherman Ono brought in something from the river that wintered his stomach. He had hauled his net near the mouth of the tributary and found scraps of paper fused with something like hair and the scent of burning. You can see where the currents have been angry, he said. There's a patch where the water's been turning against itself. Something pushes there and the fish avoid it, but whatever moves there leaves things behind. He had the look of a man who had seen something ordinary do something it was not supposed to do. Men like Ono read the river like a book. When the sentences reorder themselves, they close the book and go inside. The strangest proofs were not in the public spaces but intimate and sly. A teacher's futon had a small lamp laid precisely on the pillow. A child's doll found its hair braided with wet weeds. A neighbor, proud and stubborn, swore that a lantern had visited his house and left a small footprint of light on his daughter's sewing, as if trying the fabric to see if it fit. The lamps did not merely arrive. They inspected. That word inspect kept returning to me like a stone in a shoe. The lanterns watched. They watched the way a creditor watches a debtor. They had reasons and a patience that felt old as mud, and in watching, they learned the faces they needed to mimic. It was here, amid rusted pots and the smell of rice cooking, that the mimicry began to turn from oddity into cruelty. Lanterns began to imitate living expressions with a fidelity that made the skin between our ribs tremble. I saw across a small crowd a lamp settle under an eave and learn the curve of a woman's smile so perfectly that when it recreated it in paper and light, the woman's own expression seemed like a mask worn the wrong way around. At a distance, the light smile looked fresher, younger. At close range, its teeth were the wrong shape, the paper peel revealing a dark, wet interior as if someone had painted a smile over rotten wood. We argued about what to do. Some said bar the doors and do no more rituals. Others wanted more offerings, more prayers, a doubling down on the old certainties. The mayor tried to hold the center by quieting people, scheduling meetings, promising a committee. To his credit, he feared panic and the ruin it would bring to people's livelihoods. But the panic already leaked through as small acts of cruelty. Accusations were tossed like fish bones at night. You didn't take your offerings serious enough. Your sister's dowry was the cause. Your grandfather's selfishness made the river angry. It felt like all of us were being asked to name old debts, and none of us wanted to pick up the ledger. I watched the arguments between windows and doorways. People stand safer when in groups. When alone on the bridge, the world felt sharper. I had two reactions simultaneously. A desire to step forward and unburden everything, my tongue ready to lunge and expose the memory that had lived like a stone in my chest, and a different motion, which made me curl around my shame and hide it like contraband. I had rehearsed my silence with the care of someone who has memorized a map of a minefield. The more the lanterns pressed in, the more my map seemed to be out of date. At the end of the day, it was the small things that made me feel so helpless. I found a scrap of paper near the bridge, one of the lantern's crumpled faces, and it retained the faint impression of a child's fingerprint. I carried it in my pocket until my hands were raw from clenching, and at night the paper would crinkle under my fingers like a secret breathing. Aya started following me sometimes, trailing me with polite distance, as if sensing that I was a room in a house she had not yet entered. On the bridge, the air carried the river's smell and the flicker of paper. I sat with my hands around a stub of match and watched the lanterns pass almost imperceptibly upriver, as if testing whether our watchfulness would hold. They leave no weight, I told Aya once when she sat beside me, her feet dangling over the bridge like a child's dress caught by the night. Their footprints mean nothing. They step through the world without bending it. She considered this like someone tasting a strange herb. Maybe, she said, they learned how to be polite. They don't want to be heavy. They want the things you keep to float back to you. Her words were simple, and beneath them lived 1,000 small knives. The idea that the dead could be calculating in the most domestic way, that they could want the comb you forgot in the water, the apology you swallowed, the name you would not say, turned my throat into a dry animal. I felt small and exposed, like a seam ripped open. The chapter closes not with a shout, but with the feeling of people beginning to choose sides. Some gather at the shrine in rows, beads clicking like rain. Others bolt the shutters and whisper about the price of telling the truth. The lanterns keep arriving. They slip over thresholds as if they had keys, and they leave traces that look more like accusation than evidence. At home, under my futon, I rolled my sleeping mat with a nervous, slow care, feeling as if I were packaging myself for transport. The house seemed unusually loud. The creak of the floor, where I had never heard it before, the sound of a kettle settling like a heart rate. I lit a match to see how my hands would behave. The flame shivered as if unsure the air belonged to it. My fingers trembled and set it aside. Outside, a lantern glided past the window, so close that a smell of algae and old incense found its way into the room. It left a tiny wet smear on the threshold like a thumbprint. I touched the smear and felt nothing but a cold that pushed inward. I tried to sleep and failed. Sleep is a slippery thing in a village that remembers its depths by water. I imagined the footprints that left nothing behind, and I imagined them stepping across my chest. The embarrassment of the truth I had kept folded into my ribs made it impossible for me to rest. I realized, with the small, sick certainty that comes when concealment is threatened, that whatever was coming was not satisfied with being seen. It wanted something else. It wanted recompense. When dawn came, a child screamed somewhere near the market. The sound stitched itself into the early light like a seam. I dressed without looking in the mirror and walked toward the river, because that is what I do when the house is too full of thoughts. The river was plain as a sheet of iron, but along the bank a new set of prints ended at the water's lip and simply stopped. They were shallow, almost delicate, as if someone had tiptoed with a purposeful gentleness. I put my hand in the mud where those prints should have left weight and came away with dampness and a piece of rice paper, an eyelash of a lantern's face. The village had learned a new way to be frightened, one that no longer relied on the thunder of a storm or the clenching of teeth. It was the fear that arrives when familiar things begin to act like strangers. Houses no longer offered absolute shelter. Closed doors were merely paper now, and the river had learned to walk the other way. I felt my heart thicken as if the river's new direction was seeping into me, as if the current had found a channel inside my own chest. I keep thinking the lantern's mimicry will crack them, that paper cannot truly copy the weight of a living face. But that night in Kubo's house, seeing the husband stand with the lantern cupped between his hands like an accusation, I understood how dangerous a perfect imitation can be. When a thing looks like your neighbor and smiles the way your neighbor smiles, it makes you doubt the neighbor's smile. If the dead can learn our faces, they can teach us to doubt each other. The end of the chapter is a quiet, suffocating pause. The village collects itself as if gathering a wound for inspection. People talk in lower voices, and some begin to keep lists in their heads. I keep one particular list that will not go away: the nights I did nothing, the weight of my silence. The lanterns do not ask for noise, they ask for recognition. They demand the thing I have been avoiding naming, a night, so other people can hear it as well. I sit on the bridge, and the river moves. The upswelling of light keeps coming, and with each lamp that finds its way through a gap in a shutter or slides beneath a door, the outline of what must be confessed grows sharper in my chest. At the boundary between house and river, the world tilts. I do not yet know what the confession will cost me. I only know the sound it will make when it falls, a dull, metallic clink like a key dropped into water. I have been practicing the weight of that sound in my head, as if rehearsal might soften it. The lamps keep walking. Their light presses at the paper-thin skin of our lives. They will not be denied the measure of us for long. Outside, a lantern paused beneath the bridge and turned its face up toward me as if to read what I had written there. For the first time, the light did not mimic a living face, but seemed to study my own. It held my name like a question. I felt the match in my pocket, useless and small. The bridge felt narrower than it had the day before. I thought of the footprints that left no depth and of neighbors who suddenly found their homes invaded, and I realized that the river had not merely reversed its current. It had reversed the village's geography of forgetting. The places where we had kept things buried were now shallow. The world had become a ledger, and the lamps were the ink. Someone down the lane began to call for help, half command, half prayer. The sound broke the night. I rose from the bridge with the weight of my secret heavy as a stone and the knowledge, if the lanterns were coming to collect, they would not be satisfied by the small rituals we had performed until now. They wanted sight and sound and names spoken aloud. They wanted measures paid in living mouths. The hush of the village tightened. Its seams began to show. I walked home with my shoulders hunched against a wind that seemed determined to carry voices away. At the threshold of my house I paused, feeling the pull of the river like a final instruction. The lamps moved on the river with a purpose I no longer thought accidental. They had crossed boards and tatami. They had studied our faces and learned our smiles, and they left behind the faintest, most accusing proofs, smears of algae, scraps of paper. Footprints that dissolved into the world as if they hadn't been made at all. My own footprints, every night, had been lighter than they should have been. I had been walking as if on the edge of a riverbank that was slowly giving way. I did not sleep that day. People began to form small clusters, trading suspicions as one trades seeds. The mayor tried to call a meeting in the hall. Mariko insisted on more prayers and better offerings. Hoshi tried to teach us the difference between ritual and bargain. The village had become a place of careful glances, and I learned to see the H in people's eyes when they looked at me. It is one thing to fear a thing that is strange. It is another to fear that the thing knows the secret you have kept. At dusk the sky turned the color of old paper. The lanterns kept coming. I sat on the bridge as the first of them bobbed close enough that I could see the damp of the paper and the faint black stitches where some hand had mended a tear. They were like small, watchful creatures. They did not look away. They were patient, and patience in something that cannot die feels older than shame. And so the village begins to divide its nights between those who will fight the lights with bolted doors and those who will meet them at the edge of the river and say aloud what has been kept. I do not yet know which of those sides I will stand with when the lanterns return to our courtyard, to our hearth, to me. The footsteps without weight have taught the village a new vocabulary of fear, and the language that follows will demand more than the small rituals we have been comfortable with. At the bridge I held my match until it burned down to my thumb, and then let it fall into the water, where it was swallowed without a sound. The river answered by sending up a single, slow ripple that rolled toward the house. The ripple looked like a word. I listened, and then I walked back toward the houses, toward the smell of rice and the shadow of the things I had kept quiet. The door was already closed when I reached it. Inside, something moved in the other rooms as if preparing for a visitor who could not be turned away. I put my hand on the latch and felt the tremor of the wood where the night had pressed its face. Somewhere in the village a child laughed and a woman wept. The river kept its counsel, and the lamps took notes. The next step, I knew with a clarity that bordered on alarm, would be to choose whether to keep what I had made of myself or to hand it over to the thing the water demanded. The lanterns did not yet know my name, but they would, and once that happened there would be no more empty pockets in which to hide. The tea house was half full when I arrived, a place still warm from the day's customers' tea-stained tatami, a low counter that had swallowed 1,000 conversations, a lamp that steadied things with its meek, yellow heart. Rain made a slow, patient music against the paper windows. Outside it tasted like the river's breath. I had the ledger folded in the breast of my coat, pages smelling faintly of smoke and damp ash. I said nothing about it when I slid onto the bench by the counter. Old habits dictated the seat by the window, where I could watch the bridge and the black tongue of the river beyond. Habit, shame, and the old comfort of being able to look at what you fear without speaking its name. Takumi was already there, a quiet figure until the bottle came out, then a man sharpened by drink into the single-edged instrument he had been as a boy. Tonight the scar on his forearm flashed like a dry lightning when he moved. He poured to me without asking, and set his own cup down with a chord of impatience. "You look like a man carrying a pebble in his mouth," he said. He always had a way with the unnecessary image. "Spit it out. It's starting to foul the water." I wanted to tell him it's more than a pebble, a ledger. A smell of old incense and soot, names boiled down to numbers and parcels. But words would force a shape I was not prepared to give it. Instead, I let steam curl into my face and watched the lamp catch the rim of Takumi's scared knuckles. Yuri arrived like a weather change. She had been present at nearly all the meetings since the lanterns first misbehaved, her presence a thing heavy enough to make elders in the back benches shift. She did not sit where people might expect a grieving mother to sit. She chose the seat that looked directly at me. Her kimono was plain, the fabric eaten thin at the sleeves. She moved like someone who had learned to measure silence and make it a tool. Masao, when she said my name, it was not a question. It was inventory. The tea house owner placed a tray before her with careful hands and retreated, pretending not to watch. Takumi began with a half laugh that did not reach his eyes. "You look like hell's inspector tonight. You actually read that old mumbo-jumbo, did you, the ledger?" When I nodded, the heat in the room changed. 100 small shifts, papers rustling on the counter. A spoon tapping porcelain sounded like a tribunal. "It says things, doesn't it?" Takumi said. "Names, Masao. It names people who got land, who never had to work fields again after the flood. Your family, your grandfather's name is there. It's inked, same as the rest." I felt the ledger under my palm like a living thing. There were seams and sore places in me I had told myself were healed. The ledger's evidence was not a knife. It was a slow grate of salt into a half-closed wound. To open my mouth would be to let the infection out where everyone could see it. "You were there the night Hideo," Takumi began, and then stopped. He hated the name as if it were a live coal. Yuri did not need grating reminders. She had kept her own watch nights. She had stitched names into the hems of her son's kimonos, said them in the dark until the syllables looked like prayer. When she spoke, it was in that voice of one who has counted hours by the absence of a heartbeat. He had a stone with his name on it, once. We pressed it into the dirt after the funeral. I tell you this because I think you remember more than you will admit. You leave spaces in your sentences so other things can fit there. My hands tightened on the cup until the ceramic ached against my palms. The trimmer that had lived in my fingers for years, born of clocks, of lighting matches, of the river, rose to the surface. The light in the tea house strove to be ordinary, but ordinary unstitched itself piece by piece. "I remember," I said. It was meant to be an opening, an offering. It would not be enough. Takumi stared at me the way a man stares at a shadow in the corner who refuses to leave despite the lamps. "Then say it. Say what you remember. Or don't. But don't let him keep holding your tongue like a stone." A childish thing happened in me. A memory flashed, not cinematic but tactile, the river's skin breaking into rings, a small hand, I knew the shape of it, the cigarette breath of someone on the bank. The hollow of forgiveness I refused to enter. I could feel the cold wetness on my thighs when I had sat on the river's lip that night, pretending to be a boy who did not notice what happened, waiting for someone braver or worthier to do the thing I had not. The memory came not as tidy sentence but as rust, the scrape sound of a pebble ground underfoot, the metallic tang in the mouth of a man who has swallowed guilt and not coughed. I saw Hideo's arm rise in the water like a white pale root, and then something else, my hands, clenched so hard they left crescent moons on my palms. My body folded in on itself like a hinge that would not open. I had told myself reasons, that I was a child, that the current was too swift, that a cry would bring some attention worse than the act of not acting. Those rationales felt polysyllabic when memory unspooled them. They were suits thrown over bones to make them respectable in the polite rooms of the mind. Yuri's face did not change when she saw me flinch. She had seen flinches before and had learned to read them like weather. "You could have tried," she said. "You could have made noise. You could have asked for help. Instead, you put your face to the stone and waited for the water to smooth everything. The accusation was simple. The room made itself thin around it. Takumi reached for the ledger then, the pages spreading like a wound. On the corner of one page, Soot had blackened a name to a bruise. My family's name appeared in neat, almost calligraphic strokes, a contract of forgetting sold cheap. "Do you know what I dream?" Yuri asked, and for the first time she moved forward in her voice, letting the edges show. "I dream he comes back to the bridge like those lanterns do. He carries a pebble in his mouth and throws it at our doors. I wake up because someone knocks and there is no one there, only a smear of riverweed on the sill. I tell you this so you can know I have been awake for a long time. You are not the only one with a pebble." The tea house owner, who had been pottering with a kettle as if to give the room privacy, put down her ladle and looked at me like an accountant who had discovered his ledger unfinished. "Masao," she said, without malice, more like a conveyor of fact, "the river is not a liar. It remembers, whether we do or not. When Takumi slumped forward and demanded more, you were there. You saw him." "You left him there! Say it!" I felt a curious detachment. Words were in me and would not come out whole. I could describe the river in perfect detail, its eddies, its taste, the way it swallowed sound. I could talk about ledgers and rituals and names on paper. I could not make the shape of my smallest, most shameful act into a sentence that held the weight it deserved. Something in the corner of the tea house shifted like breath. I turned on impulse and saw that the rain had stilled against the window. A sheet of river black had smudged the world outside into a single smear. For a moment I thought I heard lantern paper shifting, as if someone were unwrapping a light. And I remembered, with the blunt clarity of a shove in the ribs, the exact sound of the water that night. Not a grand roar, but a small, focused finish. The last note a river makes as it takes a thing. The memory was not only visual. It was the smell of algae, the prick of insect wings against skin, the taste of river iron at the back of the throat when you take a mouthful in panic. Memory is greedy. It wants to fill the cracks. It wanted that night to be entire again. I tried to make a sound that was not a lie. I croaked. I then, like a child caught in the act of taking what does not belong to him, I closed. The syllable died like a moth against glass. My chest ached with a pressure that had pedigree, every avoided word, every small rationalization from the last 20 years, laying themselves upon me like a heavy cloak. Takumi's voice softened in a way he did not intend. "If you were that boy, Masao, then say it and let's all be honest and get it over with. If you were not, then say so and we move on. But hiding will only make it worse." He had no idea how much worse hiding could become. That was the terrible thing about shame. It promises safety, and then, like a bargain with the river, it demands payment. Yuri rose then, and the room managed to hold a cold hush like a mouth waiting for speech. She did not cry. She did not shout. She made a precise request. "Tell me the shape of that night. Tell me what the water did and what you did. I have been listening to the river for years because I thought it might tell me something I could use. I am tired. I will not be patient forever." Her patience had a limit. The air seemed to measure how long she could be patient and found the number wanting. I could not speak. The ledger in my coat had become a hard thing that pressed into my ribs every time I inhaled. I saw the face of Hideo not as memory, but as something that had been waiting in a dim room for recognition. For years I had told myself that to speak would be to destroy my family's name, to undo the thread that alone kept us from being merely another hollowed-out house along the river. I had imagined absurdly that the village's cohesion depended on my silence. But silence, I felt then, was a rot. It invited other things, the upstream lanterns, the smell of algae in rooms, the small adjustments of the living to a grief they could not name. At last, near the center of the night, I made a beginning. My voice came out like something unglued. We were by the river. Hideo had been joking, laughing. It was dark and the moon was a coin. Someone dared him to go out farther, past the rope-wed tide. He waded, he wanted to show off. He slipped because the river was mean with an undertow. He fell. I was with others, but we all froze. I remember looking at my feet and pretending to tie a shoe so no one would see. I remember the sound of the water catching him. I remember thinking it was a faraway sound. I remember that I walked away. I stood on the embankment and tried to count the stars. I put my hands in my pockets and I thought, someone will do something. My sentences unspooled like thin thread, and I watched the faces around me knit themselves into understanding. It wasn't the rhetorical confession I had rehearsed in my dreams. It was the raw, insufficient surrender of a man who had been storing a lie inside his ribs like a chestnut. Yuri watched me with an expression I could not pass, an animal calculation, perhaps, or gratitude wrapped in something else. Takumi's jaw had set. The tea-house owner, who had folded towels with care and kindness all night, had stopped her movements and stood still like a carved thing. I had expected something, the public flaying of reproach, perhaps, or the immediate amelioration of the lanterns. Instead came a silence that felt like the brief hush before thunder. It was precise and did not comfort. Then Yuri spoke, and her voice was astonishing in its steadiness. "Why didn't you tell me?" It landed on me with the force of a stone. For an instant I thought she meant, "Why did you not come to me that night?" But she meant something much broader. Why did you not speak when you could have, over months and years? When someone's name was a rumor and could have been redeemed by truth. The ledger was not the only place the truth lived. It lived in the mouths of villagers, in casual mentions, in the small ceremony of observation. My silence had been a choice, not an accident. I had explanations. I had the monotone armor of a man raised on small fears. I wanted to say the practical things: fear of disgrace, the prudent avoidance of scandal, the necessity of keeping the village's fragile tourism and dignity. My ancestors would have nodded to those reasons. Yet they felt like stories that belonged to other people's smooth, passable rationales we hand to our conscience like a bandage. Instead I said, small and true, I was afraid. Afraid of what? Of losing face, yes, but deeper, of acknowledging I had been less than I imagined myself to be. There is a particular terror in finding you are not at the center of your own courage. Takumi swore softly. Yura's hands twisted in her sleeves and then lay flat on the table as if measuring the space. The tea-house owner went to bring more tea and nearly dropped the tray as if the cup had become heavier. The night outside had thinned to a suggestion of wind. On the river the lanterns had been few that week, one or two bobbing with apparent indecision, upstream as if to answer a summons. I felt the ledger beneath my coat like an accusing hand. The urge to hide it was animal, immediate. When I realized I had not told the whole story, I felt a weight shift like a tide. I had admitted the broadness of my sin. I had said I left, but not the particular detail that made that abandonment more than cowardice. I had not admitted the impulsive thought that made me step away, the terrible, shameful calculus that thought of consequences, of a family name, of being poor and small in a world that would swallow me if I brought scandal home. It was then, in the small silence after my partial confession, that the tea-house door shuddered and the wind brought with it a smell of riverweed and wet paper. We all turned toward the entrance. A small thing had come in on the heel of the night, a lantern, perhaps one of the upstream ones. It lay on the threshold like a dead thing that had been laid down. Its rice paper skin was smeared with dark green threads of algae. Inside, the wick was gone or burned low, but a faint, watery light shivered, as if the river itself were trying to speak through paper. No one moved to pick it up. For a long instant the tea-house was an amphitheater of small, shallow breaths. The lantern's light painted Yura's face in a peel of old film, pale, reliable, not quite living. Then, very quietly, the lantern shifted. From its surface came a tiny sound like a mouth pulling back to speak. It was not voice, no words were formed, but something like a murmur of wet cloth. The scent of the river deepened, a stale ocean smell that coated the inside of my nose. Takumi put a hand between himself and me, not in offense but as if to measure where the line of trouble lay. Yuri did not flinch. She looked at the lantern as if expecting it to give up a name. The tea house owner found her voice then, an ordinary sound. This is not the place for such a thing. But even her sentence sounded small, like a child's attempt to hold back a tide. The lantern rocked once on the tatami, and in that motion, for a breath as precise and horrific as a bell, I saw the suggestion of a face, the tilt of a jaw I recognized too well. It was not wholly Hideo. It was a translation, paper and light making a memory that wanted to be taken seriously. The mouth was a darkened smudge that quivered like a trapped fish. The impression of eyes was wet and shallow. My throat closed. The ledger burned cold within me. No one spoke. The lantern remained where it lay, a small accusation on the threshold. In that stillness I understood with an unbearable cleanliness what my silence had purchased, not peace but a claim. The river had not forgotten Hideo, because I had not told the story that could return him to his place. Instead, the river had learned to make its own stories and bring them to our doors. Yuri rose slowly and crossed the room. She did not pick up the lantern, did not stroke its paper, did not do anything by the measures of ceremony or ritual. She sat down opposite me and for a while did nothing but look. Then she said, as if naming a wound so that it would be small and manageable tomorrow, "Tell me the exact shape of your cowardice so that I can decide what I will do with it. Do not expect mercy, but do not expect silence either." Her pronouncement was neither threat nor comfort. It was a scheduling of the thing that had to be faced. People often talk of confessions as of a single terrible hour. Here I learned it was a sequence, a partial beginning, a demanded finishing, a breaking of the old ledger one seam at a time. When the tea house emptied and the rain began to come again in a stuttering insistence, I stayed behind to watch the lantern's light. The paper gathered shadows like small animals, and in the smell of wet wood and tea, I felt the ledger's edge under my palm. Takumi left with the polish of anger on his face. Yuri walked out with emotion that refused to hurry. The tea house owner drew a futon under the shelf for the night and told me, matter-of-factly, that she would wake if the lantern made noise. I did not sleep. I sat by the window and watched the lantern, and watched my own hands as if they were strangers. Memory arrived in pages and in stabs what I had actually done, what I had notably kept unsaid, the small obscene ceremonies that had kept me respected and comfortable. The lantern tilted once, as if a breath had pushed it. In that tiny motion a line of paper peeled away and revealed a sliver of inner wet darkness. It reminded me that the village's peace had always been a thin thing, paper and rice, and that when the river moved and decided to speak it did so in forms that were domestic enough to be believed. A lantern, a paper boat, a smear of riverweed on the sill. I thought of Hideo's face as an accusation that outlived its owner, and of the ledger as a contract that had been signed in secret and had, like all secret contracts, the power to undo those who believed themselves its beneficiaries. I thought of my grandfather and his stern way of arranging things so the village would not break. I thought of the family name as a small net we had cast over our shame. I thought of how nets can keep the fish but also drown them if you keep them too long under the water. When dawn was a pale promise, the lantern still lay on the tatami, patient as a verdict. I could not sleep. My confession had begun but was unfinished. The tea house had become a court in miniature, and I was the accused with only the beginnings of a defense. In the thin grey of morning I made my own small decision. If the river demanded names, and it seemed now to demand them in paper and breath, then names I would give. But I wronged myself by believing that naming alone would be sufficient. I had not yet learned that truth can be a kind of ritual too. It must be performed precisely, with the right accompaniments, with restitution that goes beyond syllables. When I left the tea house, The lantern watched me go like a patient animal. The bridge was a silhouette, black and unhelpful. I walked home with my coat flapping, ledger heavy on my chest, the taste of river on my tongue like the aftertaste of a promise. I would speak the whole story. Eventually, tomorrow, Yuri had said. There was a weight to carry until then. The knowledge that my partial truths had not only failed to absolve me, but had given the river license to speak in the forms it preferred little, intimate and piercing. The lantern's light faded as the dawn grew. It did not extinguish. It only thinned, like a voice that chooses to rest until it is called again. When I reached my doorway, I stopped. On the sill, pressed into the wood, was a moist smear of green, not moss, but riverweed, like a finger pointing back toward the river. It was small, stubborn, a mark left by someone who had been to the edge and come back to insist on being remembered. I cupped the smear with the heel of my hand and tasted iron on my skin. Then I went inside and waited for the day to begin. I had expected confessions to come like rain, gradual, stealthy, softening the soil until something long buried yielded to pressure. What arrived that evening from old woman Sato was not the slow fall of rain but a stone thrown into still water. The ripple did not merely disturb. It named where the stone had come from and set the village murmuring in circles. Her kitchen was small as a kept secret. A single oil lamp burned low on a table scarred from decades of kettle rests and rice bowls. The window threw a ragged slice of twilight across the floor. The river's distant voice came in thin and steady, a background breath. I had been summoned more carefully than a neighbor's look would warrant. Takumi had dragged me by the shoulder with eyes made feral by the week's accumulation of wrongness, and we had found a dozen of us squeezed into the low room, sitting on a tatami whose smell was equal parts dust and old tea. Sato's hands sat folded on her lap like two small hills. Her face was all map, lines that had been worn by weather and work, a grin that had long ago lost its show of teeth. When she spoke at first, it was as if she were unloading a basket of ordinary things, names, places, times, until the ordinariness bent into something uglier by virtue of being named. It was the autumn after the flood, she said, and her voice had a rasp that suggested gravel underfoot. We were hungry behind the houses. The two children were not friendly. There was talk, and there were choices, and the river would not be blamed for every bad thing. She smiled, and it looked like someone folding a piece of paper to hide a crease. I remember how the room inhaled with her. Even Takumi, whose laugh had hardened into a weapon these past weeks, made a sound that was not quite a sound. Yura's hands, thin, knotted with grief, tensed on the cloth bundle she had brought like an offering, and then released it to her lap. Mariko kept near the doorway, as if she could hold the threshold with her shoulders. Priest Hoshi stood at her elbow, his posture defeated as a man before a tide he has been taught to name but cannot stop. Sato did not begin with the ledger, she began with detail. The kind of detail that proves a human memory has been pressed against a thing until the thing leaves an impression. She named the house one that had once been of wood, and then bolstered with the state's new grant, and she named the woman who did the bargaining, and the man who signed the ledger with a hand that did not shake. She named the child, the time of night when the moon hid behind a willow, the small cloth stuffed into a pocket, the exact number of offerings laid on the altar. She spoke without theatrics, and that was what made it unbearable. They thought it would be a good thing for the village, she said. Not for their own linings, then not the ones who scrubbed floors and sewed seams, but for the village. You tell yourself that when water is at the door. You tell yourself a lot of things when you are cold. I watched with my hands curled under my skirts until a man put his hand over my mouth and nailed the lid of the chest down. I watched until a night bird opened and closed its mouth like it couldn't find a song. And then the river took her. The water took her, and the men who signed the papers got land. That is what I remember. That is the ledger I can see when I close my eyes. There was a pause that let the room catch itself. I felt the ledger in my pocket like a live thing. The ash that smudged its pages stuck beneath my nails from the last time I'd thumbed at it in the shrine's dim storage. It held those soot-blurred pages, thinking I could interpret them without being read by them in return. Sato, who had no ledger in front of her, did what soaked paper could not yet do. She translated the smudge into a name. The ledger said parcels allotted in gratitude. That is the language of men who know their hands are clean even when they are not, she said. They were not all the same. Some felt it heavy. Some made it into a song. I kept my mouth shut because I had a sleeve to fold and a child to feed. I kept my mouth shut because I thought the water had taken more than it ever could come back for. I kept my mouth shut until the lanterns began to walk the wrong way. What I did not expect was how precise her memory was of the night. She named the downed willow under which the child had been laid. The scent of the child's hair bitter-sweet in the way of new rice, and the hush that had fallen when the elders folded their hands and said they would make offerings thereafter. The ledger's suit in my mind uncurled into the stroke she spoke. These were not abstract crimes. These were acts someone in the room had made possible. Someone laughed, a short, brittle sound. It was the mayor, or maybe it was Takumi, trying to stave off the collapse that naming could bring. Old women see ghosts in every puddle, someone muttered. But the mutter had no heat and did not land. You saw the ledger burn and you saw a child, Yuri said at last, her voice precise as a knife. Tell us who put the child in the water, Sato. Tell us who signed their names so they could sleep at night. Tell me if my daughter's bones were a price anyone took lightly. Sato's gaze landed on Yuri with something like pity. She had the look of someone who had been given an impossible gift, the choice to torment or to relieve. I saw the lanterns after, she said, a bowl of papers. They folded the offerings wrong. They left a little thread in one of the sleeves. Those who took advantage did not want anyone to find out. They thought they had arranged the river with a pocketful of rice. But the river keeps a different accounting. I saw one of the men, he is long dead, and may the river take his bones if it likes put his name on the ledger. I saw him take the key. I saw him close the door. I saw the child placed like a bundle. I did not speak then, I speak now. The ledger says their names are written in gratitude. The ink is not gratitude. She was not dramatic. There was no flourish in Sato's speech to give her words extra weight. They drew weight solely from the things she refused to cloak. And because she carried no ledger, she carried the sort of credibility that paper could not always command, an eyewitness willing to say what she had seen. After she spoke, the room broke into a pattern of sounds like a stream stumbling over a bed of small stones, intake, prayer, curse, the rustling of cotton robes. Mariko's face had gone ashen. She made a sound that could have been a cough or a prayer, and then she folded into herself as if to protect some privatized center. Hoshi, who had until then been a prop of ritual competence, blinked fast as if he were trying to recall a chant, had been taught in a dream, and could not quite remember all of it. We must examine the ledger, he said finally, as if the ritual act of naming an institution could gather the scattered facts into a safe format. You have the ledger, someone said. It was not a question. It landed like a charge. My fingers were damp inside my pocket. The ash there clung to my skin like a confession. Takumi lunged forward with a bluntness that always made his kindness look like violence. You have hidden it, he said to Mariko, to me, to the collective silence. Someone has kept it from us. Who? Mariko straightened as if pushed. The weight that had been settled on her shoulders for years' custodianship, silence, the comfortable arithmetic of a mission shifted visibly. She looked at Sato, and the woman who had been bravely small now towered in the elder's eyes. There are records, Mariko said. Her voice, usually the kind that could close an argument with a phrase, now felt brittle, like paper left in rain. There are names we have recorded since the flood. We cannot simply what? Yura's voice, meant to be quiet and was not. Hide them. Bury them. Keep doing what you do while my girl's lantern crawls upstream to my door and asks for a name. A hush fell again, and what filled it was not only the river's distant murmur. Somewhere beyond the thin walls a dog barked once, long and shivering, as if the night had suddenly acquired teeth. I thought of the ledger in my pocket, the burned edges, the lines smeared with soot, the faint impression of names. I thought of how easy it had once been to believe that paper could be a shield. I had never imagined the shield would be turned like a mirror and reflect me back to myself. You kept your tongues for a reason, Sato continued, softer now. Some of you had to protect houses. Some of you had to protect land. Some of you thought that naming would bring the river back down upon everyone. I kept my mouth shut because I feared the men who would break me for saying otherwise. I was small then, I am smaller now. But smaller is also true sometimes. The truth does not care if the teller is large or small. She folded her hands and laughed, a sound that could have been a child's giggle or the scrape of a boat on stone. I have seen lanterns walk upstream. I have seen the river insist. I will not let the ledger be paid only in silence. There was a move then like a crack in ice. Faces tightened into different expressions that had been latent for years. Fear, relief, fury. Words that had been too dangerous to say in daylight started to be formed with the cautious shape of a mouth making a vow. The room was not large, but it contained all varieties of the village's grief, those who suspected and had not yet been believed. Those who had benefited and would now have to answer, those who had nothing left to fear, because the lanterns had already been to their door. I understood, in that damp, charged instant, that the ledger's suit was not only a record but also an invitation. Hoshi, who had not yet spoken more than necessary, set down his hands with the deliberation of a man adjusting his robes before a ritual. If Sato's memory aligns with what the ledger suggests, he said slowly, then we must make visible what has been hidden. We must bring the record before the assembly, open the ledger, show the names, and follow the rites that are left to us. There are forms we can perform, and naming is part of that. He looked to Mariko, who had the peculiar look of one who had been tasked with keeping a garden of thorns for generations. You have kept those forms, Mariko. We will need you. Mariko's hands went to her mouth, and I saw for the first time that her composed center was not armor but stitching. The fabric of her authority had been woven in such a way that the act of removing a single thread might let the whole thing unravel. If we open the ledger, she said, we risk more than names. We risk land. We risk the means by which families feed themselves. There is a social balance to consider. We cannot act without weighing. We are weighing the wrong thing, Takumi snapped. His voice carried the tiny animal music of someone who has watched a person drown and could not forgive the hands that did not move. What is the point of keeping a household whole if it is built on someone else's bones? The words landed like cold water. Even Sato, who had been steady as a stake, blinked. Yura's mouth began to tremble. A sound that might have been a laugh crept out and then stopped because it was too near to a sob. I had wanted for weeks to be the sort of man who could stand in a room and make a moral argument about the proper course of action. I had wanted to be brave in the way my father had been brave once, with proclamations and petitions. But confession had been a private thing lodged like a stone behind my teeth, and I had kept it. Now it labored in my chest like an animal wanting out. Sato's testimony did something that paper could not. It stripped away layers that the ledger had been used to hide under. The ledger had been soot-stained proof. Sato's memory was the human voice that could make the proof murderous. One by one, the villagers began to stand in the room and take the weight of the past like a tool that could be used or abused. The meeting did not reach tidy conclusions. Things of that sort rarely do. There were demands for an immediate reading of the ledger in the shrine. There were others who wanted to burn it again and so preserve the peace of ignorance. People argued about the propriety of a public hearing, whether outsiders should be called, what legal consequences might follow. Yet the current that Sato had set in motion was not to be guided by polite debate. It pulled at edges in the village's social fabric like a fish at a net until stitches began to give. Mariko, finally, made a decision that may have surprised herself as much as anyone. She stood up with an old woman's slowness and, with a voice that trembled only once, said, "Bring the ledger to the shrine. We will open it on the altar, and we will call a proper assembly for the morrow. We will perform a rite of naming, and then we will see what the river will accept." The word rite hung in the room like suspended incense. It made some people breathe easier, as if ritual could still cradle the village's faults. It made others look away because ritual had been the instrument that had seamed over a wound rather than healed it. After we left Sato's house, the night had a different temperature. Lanterns bobbed in small vases outside doorways, their paper bright against the dark. The river at the foot of the village sounded nearer somehow, as if it had found an extra voice. I walked with Takumi for a while and found that neither of us knew where to place the same step twice. He kept saying, "We cannot let them keep it like this," and I heard the pleading in his voice for what it was. Not a demand, but an imploring to be allowed to be well again. When I reached the bridge, I paused and looked at the water. The surface lay flat and indifferent, and in its face the reflection of village trembled like breath through paper. In a pocket, the ledger burned me with the memory of soot. I thought of Sato's small hands, gnarled and honest, and of the child's hair she had smelled that night so long ago. I thought of how easy it had been to fold grief into ritual, and how much harder it was to stand with it and say the names aloud. On the far bank, under the willow that Sato had named, a small lantern bobbed at the river's edge as if waiting. It blinked once, twice, like a shy thing gaining courage. For a moment I imagined it, not a claim but a question. If we could name what had been done, would the river accept the naming as payment? The river had its own ledger, and we had never been entirely sure which of the two would prove binding. Inside me, the old stone of my guilt shifted. Sato's confession had not resolved anything. It had only made the stakes plain. We would open the ledger before the assembly, Mariko had said. We would call names and make the ritual visible. But there are accounts that are not satisfied by visible acts alone. There are debts that insist not on ceremony but on the thing lost itself. In the faint light, the lantern at the river's lip drew breath and moved not downstream but sideways, as if testing the bank. I felt, then, the precise meaning of what Sato had done. She had taken the village's quiet and made it a matter of public voice. That voice would not let us put the ache back into the dark. As I turned to go back toward the houses, the sound of someone Hoshi, perhaps humming a half-remembered chant, reached me. It was a small litany of names folded into syllables, as if trying to stitch the future to the past. I found that I could no longer keep the ledger's ash only under my nails. If truth was to be made visible, it would not be achieved by me alone. Sato had opened a window through which the past leaned and stared. What it would see and what we would do in response was 1,000 small decisions away, but the first had been made. A human voice had said what paper could not fully correct. And in the river, under the willow, the small lantern finally turned. It did not immediately rush away in joyful flight. Rather, it drifted like a thing with a memory of where it had been. For the first time in years, the current seemed to hold an answer that would require more than suit and ceremonies. It would require names, objects, and a reckoning that would not be tidy. The bridge ahead of me, the one I had always thought of as steady as moss, felt suddenly like a plank spanning 2 different waters. One side held what we had been allowed to call truth, written and soot smeared. The other held the river's ledger, patient and implacable. We would open the ledger at the shrine in the morning, Mariko had said. We would perform rites and call a public assembly. The river would listen, and whatever it decided to do in response would be the truer accounting. I had thought until that night that silence could be protection. Sato's story taught me otherwise. Silence could be a debt in itself, a thing the river could not carry away. And while I stood on the bridge and watched a small lantern hesitate, and then take a single step upstream, the only promise I could make to myself was that I would not be the one who kept my mouth closed when names were about to be spoken aloud. The lantern shone a thin, accusing light against the dark, and as I watched it I felt the slow tightening in my chest that would not abate. Sato had spoken, the ledger would be opened, and the river had started to show its temper. The next hours would be a sequence of decisions made by people who had for too long mistaken ritual for absolution. That mistake could be fixed by truth, or it could be punished by a current that had a very different idea of what payment should look like. Either way, there was no longer room for polite silence. Sato had broken it, and in that breach the whole village leaned forward, waiting for whether we would stand and name, or bow and be swept away. When I turned from the bridge, I could still see the lantern under the willow. It did not float away downstream. It did not sink. It hung like a small insistence between bank and water, neither begging nor appeasing but simply waiting. I felt, incomprehensibly, the shape of what came next, ledger open on the altar, voices gathered, and the river waiting to see whether we would give it the particular thing it wanted. If confession had been a private thing, it had become communal that night. And there is a cost to communal truth. It requires that names be spoken. The ledger's ash would not be the only kind of soot to be brushed from our hands. Other stains, less visible and more human, would have to be named as well. Sato's story had thrown that demand into the room, and now the night itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for which of us would take the next step into daylight. We walked back toward the houses with our shadow long behind us. The village had opened in a seam, and through it the river's cold, patient eye watched. Tomorrow we would open the ledger. Tonight we listened to Sato's voice as it faded into the river's whisper. And the last sound I heard before sleep stole me on a bed that felt suddenly too small was the tiny clink of the charms Yuri had brought as she rocked them in her hands, small bells that meant both mourning and accusation. The bell's sound, fragile and sharp, was like a promise. And far downriver, where the willow leaned like an apology over water, the upstream lantern hesitated and then turned, as if considering whether to make the crossing back into the village. It moved not with malice, but with an insistence that made the village's thin certainty shiver. The past will demand its accounting, and names will be the coin it will accept. The ledger would be opened in the morning. The river would be listening. The consequences of Sato's story were not yet clear, but their shape was already felt, a public reckoning fast approaching, one that would not be satisfied with words alone.